Chapter 301. Fourth Generation. Bing, leaning on the recliner, greeted lazily, "What's the problem?" Mei Terumi, Kana Uzumaki, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who were sparring with each other in a training ground not far away, immediately stopped what they were doing and came up to Kyoji to greet him one by one when they saw him appear. Kingxi smiled gently at the three people as a greeting, and then his eyes fell on the third Mizukage Bing, and asked, "Third generation sir, Konoha village invited us to participate in the joint Chunin exams held by them, but the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also invited me to go to Konoha to watch the third exam." According to the Konoha messenger, Minato Namikaze, the Hokage should have invited several major ninja villages including our Kirigakure and all the cages at the same time. So, I would like to ask the third generation lord to analyze what exactly is the Hokage's purpose for doing so. After listening to Kingxi's words, Bing couldn't help but sit up. This was not like the style of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inviting the other four major ninja villages to participate in the joint Chunin exam does seem like something that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would do. After all, he is a Hokage who is determined to lead Konoha to avoid war. But the invitation of the remaining four kage to gather in Konoha later was totally unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen's style. If he had only invited one or two kage who were allies of Konoha, it would have been understandable, but how dare he invite all four kage at the same time? Was he really not afraid of problems in Konoha? No exaggeration or understatement, Sarutobi Hiruzen was like this during the Third Ninja World War in the original work. Every time he was beaten to his doorstep, he would think of counterattacking, and then be forced to join the war. He knew that other ninja villages were going to start a war, but he just didn't take it seriously. The Sand Village, the Uegakure Village, the Cloud Village, and the Mist Village, each village launched a wave of surprise attacks on Konoha. It was totally out of control. Bing felt an itchy scalp, as if a brain was about to grow out of it. After pondering for a while, Bing vaguely thought of a possibility, so he broke the silence and said slowly and uncertainly, "This idea should not have come from old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's too unstable. I think this was done by two old guys, Mitamonen and Yuditen Koharu, who are overconfident and incompetent." Bing became more and more confident and fluent as he spoke. He thought that what he said was very likely the truth. Although these two advisors of Konoha are good at handling government affairs, their own strength and vision are far behind. Holding others back has always been their strong point. By the way, how come the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, has such two useless disciples? It has to be said that old opponents understand old opponents. The analysis of the third Mizukage Bing was to the point and directly hit the nail on the head, revealing the truth. Among the disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Mito Kadoen and Yutane Koharu are the only two whose strength has not reached the level of Kage. Even in other aspects, there is a very obvious gap compared to the others. After Uchiha Kagami's death and Akimichi Tofu's semi-retirement, in order to stabilize Konoha's situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Mito Kadoen and Yutane Koharu as Hokage advisors to assist him in handling various affairs within the village. Although Shimura Danzo is always causing trouble, we have to admit that he did play a certain role in Konoha before. And, although his way of doing things is extremely cruel, the root did get a lot of information. As for the two of them, Wolong and Feng Chu, they are really not that good. After watching the whole Naruto, I just have one feeling that they are not good at anything and are the best at causing trouble. After listening to Bing's analysis, Kingxi suddenly realized that he had never thought in this direction. However, if that was the case, it would completely explain it. The one who was confused by the title of the strongest Hokage in history was not the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but his two friends, the Crouching Dragon of Konoha Mito Kadoen, and the Hidden Phoenix of Konoha Yutane Koharu. However, the only problem is that no one knows how these two people convinced the usually steady and conservative Sarutobi Hiruzen. After staying in the Hidden Mist Village for another day, Minato Namikaze set off back to Konoha. During this day, Minato Namikaze secretly sensed the general strength and situation of the Hidden Mist Village under the pretext of sightseeing in the village. Although he didn't know what the Hidden Mist Village looked like in the past, he could clearly feel the vitality emanating from the entire village. All the villagers and ninjas he met along the way were filled with smiles and had expectations and visions for the future. In fact, after a whole day, Namikaze Minato actually had the illusion that the Hidden Mist Village had surpassed the Konoha village. However, according to his rough perception, the overall strength of the Kirigakure ninjas is still a certain distance away from the Konoha ninjas. Of course, the Hidden Mist Village also knew that Namikaze Minato must be sensing secretly, but they did not stop him at Kingsee's request. After all, the key places in the Hidden Mist Village were all surrounded by barriers set up by the Uzumaki clan. Even if Namikaze Minato let go and sense with all his strength, it would be in vain. Therefore, what Namikaze Minato sensed was actually just what the Hidden Mist Village wanted him to sense. Seriously speaking, at this point in time, the Hidden Mist Village has almost completely surpassed the Hidden Leaf Village. On the way back to Konoha Village, Minato Namikaze kept thinking. He certainly knew that what he sensed was not all of the Hidden Mist Village. There must be barriers in some key places in the Hidden Mist Village to block perception. However, it is enough to compare and infer from the situation he perceived and the situation of Konoha Village itself. Compared with Konoha Village, the overall strength of Kirigakure Village is still far inferior. After all, in Minato Namikaze's current understanding, Konoha Village is the winner of 2 consecutive ninja world wars and is the strongest ninja village in the ninja world that can fight against 2, 3, or even 4 enemies at the same time. Moreover, with the help of his girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina, his perception ability has become extremely secretive, and it is impossible for the Hidden Mist Village to discover his perception. You know, his perception is derived from the perception method passed down by the Uzumaki clan. However, Minato Namikaze had never considered one problem, that is, the Hidden Mist Village also has the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, his perception in secret had already been discovered by the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 302. At this time, the young version of Minato Namikaze, who had not yet experienced the baptism of the Third Ninja World War, was quite satisfied with the completion of his mission to the Hidden Mist Village. In any case, his mission on this mission was basically completed successfully. It's time to go back to the village and report the mission to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Konoha also needs to make preparations in advance to welcome Seiji, the fourth Mizukage. If they don't give enough cards at that time, wouldn't the rest of the ninja world laugh at their huge Konoha for not even knowing the etiquette of welcoming? After all, although this Chunin exam was called a joint one, it was not hosted with other villages. It was only named a joint one because all 5 major ninja villages participated. Konoha has not really declined yet, and on the surface it still firmly occupies the top spot in the ninja world. They don't need to jointly host the so-called Chunin exam with other villages. The day after Minato Namikaze left the Hidden Mist Village, Kingxi once again came to the home of the third Mizukage Bing. The candidates who would go to Konoha to take part in the joint Chunin exams this time had already been decided when Kyoji agreed to participate. Because this joint Chunin exam is not just an ordinary exam to select and promote Chunins, there are many profound meanings behind it, and the candidates who take part are more important based on quality rather than quantity. Therefore, Seiji's 3 disciples, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and the 3 disciples of the third Mizukage Bing, Mei Terumi, Uzumaki Kana, and Hoshigaki Kisame, these 6 little guys are the best candidates. Moreover, Kingxi had no plan to send out more people. In his opinion, sending these 2 teams was enough. When he came to ask the third Mizukage Bing for advice, he had already told him about this matter. Of course, Terumi Mei, Uzumaki Kana, and Hoshigaki Kisame, who were nearby at the time, also heard it. When Bing heard Kingxi say that the Hidden Mist Village would participate in the joint Chunin exam, he realized that his 3 disciples, who were just genin but whose strength had long surpassed that of genin, would be sent to Konoha to take the exam. Therefore, he wanted to have a friendly sparring session between Kingxi and his 3 disciples and give them some pointers. After all, he knew Kingxi's current level of strength. So, Kingxi came to visit again today. As for Kingxi's 3 disciples, they were currently carrying out an A-level mission in the capital of the Water Kingdom under the leadership of Captain Yahiko. They didn't know at this time that they would be rearranged by Kingxi as genin to participate in the joint Chunin exam. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had already become Chunin at the beginning of this year, and after they completed a sufficient number of missions, they would naturally be promoted to Jonin. After all, they had already reached the required strength a long time ago. The official book, the Book of Soldiers, shows that the Jonin are directly selected by the Kage of each village, and are basically selected from the special Jonin. Not only are there requirements for strength, but there are also certain requirements for the number of high-level missions performed. Of course, the third Mizukage Bing could also personally spar with his disciples, but facing the 3 disciples whose strength had grown a lot, if he wanted to achieve the effect of sparring, his strength and fighting style would not be suitable. Moreover, in a 1-on-3 situation, and among them is the 6 tails Jinchuriki Mei Terumi, he basically has to use all his strength. However, if he goes all out, it will not be a sparring match but a real battle. Although he has Uzumaki Konoha's physical healing, the power of ninjutsu cannot be controlled in time after all. But King C is different. King C has the 6 paths level strength that is enough to crush everything, which makes him completely at ease in sparring. Lord Mizukage. The 3 of them greeted King C respectfully. Ching Si nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. The future of the Hidden Mist Village is growing vigorously. I'll give you 5 minutes to adjust and discuss tactics. Once you're ready, just launch the attack. Go all out and don't worry about hurting me. Ching Si slowly walked to the center of Bing's training ground and spoke calmly. Yes. Mei Terumi, Uzumaki Konoha and Hoshigaki Kisame responded at the same time. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle broke out in an instant. Water style, explosive water wave. Hoshigaki Kisame started with a large-scale water jutsu, trying to create a comfortable combat environment first. Countless waves rolled violently, and under the precise control of Hoshigaki Kisame, all rushed towards Kyoji's position. King C looked at the exploding water wave used by Kisame and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. King C had not paid much attention to Bing's 3 disciples in recent times. Now it seems that the third Mizukage Bing's ability to train disciples is really good, and Hoshigaki Kisame is worthy of being the most talented person in the history of the Hoshigaki clan. With his feet lightly stepping on the ground, King C's figure slowly floated up into the air, avoiding the impact of the waves. It was just a sparring match to instruct the younger generation. Ching Si had no intention of using the power of the Samsara Eye, otherwise, once the sealing technique absorption seal was used, the 3 little guys would have surrendered right on the spot. Ching Si in mid-air put his hands together and the chakra in his body began to flow slowly. However, just as King C was about to launch a ninjutsu, a golden chain, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, came flying towards him from the side. Sealing technique, Diamond Seal. It was Uzumaki Konoha who made the move, and this was the tactic that the 3 of them had already discussed. Chapter 303. Start with Hoshigaki Kisame's water jutsu to force Kyoji to defend or fly into the air, then Uzumaki Konoha uses the Vajra seal to connect, using the characteristics of the sealing technique to block Kyoji's range of movement, and finally, Terumi Mei delivers the final blow. This is the first battle plan discussed by the 3 of them. King C sensed the Vajra blockade attacking from the side, and his eyebrows raised. With his powerful perception ability, he instantly understood their tactics. So, he pretended to be helpless and loosened his clasped hands, flying in the opposite direction of the attacking chains. However, the next second, 3 chains extended from behind Uzumaki Konoha below, and then under her control, they wrapped around King C from different directions. This time, a hint of approval flashed across King C's face. This Vajra blockade was really mastered by Uzumaki Konoha. Although he could have performed the ninjutsu before being affected by the Vajra seal, and with his body of the Otsutsuki clan, he didn't need to worry about the impact of the sealing technique performed by Uzumaki Konoha, whose strength had not yet reached the level of Kage, but again, this was a sparring match with guidance after all, and Kyoji needed to control his own strength to a reasonable level. Otherwise, if he crushed them directly, not only would the guidance be lost, wouldn't it be too much of a bully for these 3 kids? The 4 chains waving wildly in the air compressed King C's moving space. At this time, the figure of Terumi Mei appeared in another direction. Hai Yunjo Ziu, Mei Terumi flipped her hands and completed the 5 seals in an instant. Melt Escape Monster Melting Technique. With the blessing of the 6 Tails Chakra, a huge amount of corrosive mucus splashed towards King C like an overwhelming force. Kyoji smiled softly, with a strange look on his face. The moment Terumi Mei appeared, Kyoji had already noticed her, but he did not take any further action. Instead, he let Terumi Mei complete her ninjutsu. However, King C's eyes had quietly changed into pure eyes at this time. The hand seals of the dissolving monster technique, the path of the dissolving chakra running in Terumi Mei's body, and the essence of the dissolving chakra were all clearly seen by King C at this moment. So, while Mei Terumi was forming seals, CG also started forming seals a little later than her. A scene that shocked the person involved, Mei Terumi, and everyone else present happened. Kyoshi, whose space for escape was blocked by the Vajra blockade, faced the dissolution release used by Mei Terumi and used the same dissolution release as well. Melt Escape Monster Melting Technique. Mei Terumi's killer move was easily broken by CG in an unexpectedly dramatic way. The shocked Mei Terumi did not move for a long time, just standing there blankly. In her understanding, although the Mizukage she respected was very powerful, even the six-tailed rhinoceros in her body was scared, but he did not have any bloodline limit of escape technique. Although the Mizukage had indeed spread the practice of the jutsu-type bloodline limit within a certain range, and several jonin had already initially synthesized several bloodline limits that the Hidden Mist Village did not originally have. But, the dissolution release that she used just now was exactly the same. It was obviously something that the Mizukage-sama learned on the spot. Could it be that the Mizukage-sai technique also has the ability to copy ninjutsu like the Sharingan, and can it even copy ninjutsu with bloodline limits? In fact, after Kingxi reached the 6 paths level, although he still had a long way to go to reach the level of bloodline net by fusing 7 attributes of chakra, the bloodline limit formed by the fusion of 2 attributes of chakra was no longer difficult for Kingxi, who had fully mastered the nature changes of all attribute chakras and could produce his own truth-seeking ball. Therefore, after understanding the nature of the chakra of the dissolution release and how the chakra of the dissolution release ninjutsu works, Kyoji can easily replicate the same ninjutsu as Mei Terumi. Moreover, this is not a copy of ninjutsu like the 3 Megatama Sharingan, but an extreme insight, coupled with Kyoji's profound understanding of all attribute chakras. After all, the Sharingan does not have the ability to copy bloodline limit ninjutsu. Of course, Kingxi should be able to replicate bloodline elimination like dust release, but he may not be able to do it instantly like he can see through the bloodline limit. Kyoji fell back to the ground, stepping on the water jutsu that had not yet completely receded, and roughly told the secret to Mei Terumi, Kana Uzumaki, and Kisame Hoshigaki, as well as the third Mizukage Bing who was watching the battle not far away. These things were no big deal to Seiji, and they were not considered secrets to him. After all, as a 6 paths level warrior, he rarely used ninjutsu when fighting opponents of the same level. Moreover, those present were either the current top brass of Kirigakure or the future top brass of Kirigakure, so it wouldn't hurt to tell others about it. After getting the answer from Ching Si, the 3 of them calmed down and attacked Ching Si again. This time, the 3 of them used the second set of tactics they had discussed. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki used water jutsu in sync. Their movements were exactly the same, and they completed the hand seals at almost the same time. 2 ferocious water dragons quickly took shape in the void with the help of the water vapor in the air and the water left over from the water explosion that had not yet seeped into the ground, and then rushed towards Kingxi from the left and right at the same time, roaring. The 2 water dragons were majestic and carried endless power. They pounced on Kingxi with their fangs and claws bared. Their bodies were sparkling with crystal water light, and their scales were distinct and lifelike, as if real dragons had descended to the earth. Seeing this, Kingxi smiled helplessly and couldn't help but think of a scene he had seen in his previous life. Wow, the water dragon bomb was made so exquisitely. Isn't this the same as when Kakashi Hatake had to carve a dog head on it when he used the earth flow wall? I really don't know who these 2 little guys learned from. Just because they have such a huge amount of chakra, can they really do whatever they want when using ninjutsu? Is that right, Hatake Kakashi? Putting his hands together, Kingxi gently stomped his right foot on the ground. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. A brown earth wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Kingxi in front of him. For Kyoji, who has his pure eye open, the earth flow wall is not only to block the water dragon bullet, but also to block the vision of Mei Terumi, Kana Uzumaki, and Kisame Hoshigaki. But at this moment, something surprising happened to Kingxi. Chapter 304. The 2 ferocious water dragons, controlled by Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki respectively, collided with each other as if by mistake before they could attack Kyoshi. However, the next second, the 2 water dragons merged together, and a water dragon appeared that exuded even more powerful power and was even larger in size, almost 3 times the size of the original water dragon. Then, under the joint control of Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki, it slammed head first into the earth flow wall that Seiji had just performed. The moment the new water dragon appeared, Kingxi already knew that the earth flow wall he had just cast would definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the water dragon, so he quickly continued to add several new earth flow walls behind it. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the entire venue, and water vapor and fog rose up in an instant. Kyoji really didn't expect that a simple water dragon bullet technique could be used to this extent by Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki. The power of the new water dragon bomb formed by the fusion has increased exponentially, almost reaching the limit of A-level ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, the walls of earth and flow were quickly shattered by the water dragon bombs, and finally, they hit King Si, who had released a vast ocean. The water dragon wrapped King Si's body in it, and then continued to rush forward with him. King Si smiled indifferently. He really wanted to see what the three of them would do next. At this time, Uzumaki Kana's figure appeared on the path where the water dragon was rushing away. Then, at the moment the water dragon dissipated, she stepped forward and slapped King Si on the body. Sealing technique, seal of self-karma binding. In an instant, black sealing runes like ribbon patterns began to spread from the place where Uzumaki Kana hit King Si to King Si's entire body, and soon covered King Si's body. I succeeded. Uzumaki Kana said secretly. As she retreated, she shouted to her two friends with excitement in her voice, Ming. Kisame. Do it. Very good. Mei Terumi and Hoshigaki Kisame were also very happy. The second set of tactics they designed actually succeeded in temporarily trapping their invincible Mizu cage. Then, the next step is the decisive blow. Water style, water prison technique. Hoshigaki Kisame clapped his hands, and the water splashed on the ground by the water dragon bomb instantly churned up under his control, forming a spherical water prison around King Si, binding him tightly inside. Boiling style, skillful mist technique. Mei Terumi, who was standing next to her, slightly opened her red lips after forming a seal and spit out a highly corrosive acid mist from her mouth. Then, under her precise control, it quickly penetrated into the water prison. In a blink of an eye, with the cooperation of Hoshigaki Kisame and Mei Terumi, the acid mist penetrated into the water prison, but it did not corrode the water prison as well. The setting of boiling style, skillful mist technique is that the user can adjust the concentration and power of the acid mist by adjusting the amount of chakra. Combined ninjutsu, corrosion water ball. After the acid mist entered the water dungeon, it quickly dissolved into the water, like a huge sponge absorbing all of the mist. As the acid mist was completely absorbed into the water, the originally clear and transparent water immediately became turbid and extremely corrosive, as if it had turned into a deadly liquid that could easily corrode anything. There was a constant sizzling sound at the intersection of the water dungeon and the ground. It was the sound of strong acid corroding the ground. This highly corrosive liquid seeped out from the bottom of the water dungeon and quickly reacted chemically when it came into contact with the ground, making the originally solid ground fragile. As time went by, the ground began to sink, forming a huge pit. This pit became deeper and deeper, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world, and the corrosive liquid in the water dungeon continued to flow out, exacerbating the damage to the ground. There was a creepy sizzling sound, as if countless small insects were gnawing at one's ears. Ching Si, who was also trapped in the water dungeon, had his bones covered with white smoke and tiny cracks appearing on his body due to the extremely corrosive nature of the liquid. These cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, making the originally hard bones become fragile. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the bones, and finally, they collapsed completely. The corpse bone vein defense covering King Si's body had been completely corroded. It seemed that his body would be exposed to the corrosive liquid in the next moment, but King Si's expression did not change at all. That's a good idea, but how can you be sure that the one you trapped is my real body? Along with a bang, King Si's chuckle came from another direction, and the expressions of the three people suddenly froze. At the same time, King Si's figure in the water prison completely turned into a handful of white smoke and dissipated. It's the shadow clone. It turned out that when King Si was using the earth flow wall to block the water dragon bomb, he had already taken advantage of the fact that the three people's vision was blocked and quietly created a shadow clone, while his real body used the earth escape technique to sneak silently into the ground. Among the three, Uzumaki Kana did have a very strong perception ability, and even had a buggy Kagura heart's eye, but under Seiji's deliberate concealment of his aura, coupled with the fact that the chakra on the field was extremely chaotic due to the flying ninjutsu just now, she did not notice when Seiji, who was hit by the water dragon bullet and the sealing technique, was replaced by a shadow clone. King Si didn't give the three people time to react. He instantly moved close to Uzumaki Kana and hit her on the back with his palm. Chapter 305. Among the trio, Uzumaki Kana's ability is the most troublesome. Although her strength is not the strongest, she combines the abilities of perception, treatment, and sealing, and is truly the core of the three-person team. Therefore, the first person King Si has to deal with is her. In a team fight, if there is a nurse, of course you should kill the nurse first. Uzumaki Kana was startled. Although her senses detected Seiji's movements, her body's reaction speed could not keep up. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame showed extremely strong fighting qualities. He quickly recovered from the failure of his attack and used water-style, water flow whip when Kyoji just made a move. Then, before Kyoji could attack Uzumaki Kana, he pulled Uzumaki Kana back and narrowly avoided Kyoji's attack. Pa pa pa! Kingxi clapped his hands softly and praised, "Kisame! You're great!" But before Kisame could answer, Kingxi's figure had disappeared from the spot and then appeared in front of Kisame. Kingxi said words of praise, but his attack was not gentle at all. It seemed like a light punch, but when Kisame was hit, it was as if he was hit hard and flew backwards in a spin. Kisame! Mei Terumi and Kana Uzumaki beside them watched as CG appeared in front of them in an instant and knocked Kisame away at a speed that they could not react to, and they couldn't help but exclaim. However, Kyoji had no intention of showing any mercy to the ladies. He tapped the ground with his right foot, twisted his body slightly, and then kicked Mei Terumi and Kana Uzumaki respectively, sending them flying. Immediately afterwards, Kyoji flashed and caught up with Uzumaki Kana who was kicked away by him. His goal was very clear, which was to make Uzumaki Kana lose the ability to continue fighting first. Kingxi stretched out his right hand with his palm open, and a wisp of light blue chakra flame rose from each of his 5 fingers in turn, and then pressed down on Uzumaki Kana's abdomen. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. It is rude not to reciprocate. Just now, Uzumaki Kana used a sealing technique on his shadow clone, so of course he had to return a sealing technique. This time, he was using magic to defeat magic. Uzumaki Kana remained calm in the face of danger, and the golden chain emerged from behind her again, sweeping towards CG. Sealing technique, diamond seal. The flying golden chains were swinging wildly and irregularly, blocking Kingxi and preventing him from getting close to Uzumaki Kana and casting the 5 elements seal technique on Uzumaki Kana's body. However, this is exactly what Kingxi wanted. He knew that although Uzumaki's ability Vajra Seal could not be considered a passive ability, it was almost the same. Its activation speed was very fast and could be called instant. But for Uzumaki Kana, who has a special physique called physical healing, ordinary attacks cannot make her withdraw from the battle. Therefore, the 5 elements seal in Kingxi's hand was actually prepared to fight against the Vajra blockade. Although for Ching Si, who is at the 6 paths level, he can actually break the chains of the Vajra blockade directly with a wave of his hand, but the same thing still applies. This is just a guiding competition. Ching Si will control his strength to a certain level and will not use those super standard abilities. Kingxi's palm met the waving golden chain and grabbed it. The sealing fire of the 5 elements seal spread upwards instantly, causing Uzumaki Kana's control of the Vajra seal to be delayed for a short moment. Normally, the 5 elements seal cannot counter the Vajra seal. After all, the Vajra seal is a sealing technique that is powerful enough to suppress the tailed beasts, while the 5-star seal can only suppress the runaway Jinkraki, even if the 5 elements seal is performed by CG, who has suppressed his strength. Of course, if Kingxi was performing this under normal circumstances with the strength of the 6 paths level, that would be a different story. The 5 elements seal in the original work was performed by Orochimaru in the second Chunin exam in the Forest of Death to suppress the 9 tails chakra leaked by Naruto. The strength of the 5 elements seal is unknown, but judging from its performance, it should not be as strong as the 4 symbol seal and 8 trigram seal, or maybe different seals are targeted at different situations. However, what Kingxi needs is just this brief moment. In a battle between strong men, this fleeting, extremely short flaw is enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Pure eyes, pressure. An invisible pressure pressed towards Uzumaki Kana, shocking her to the point where she was unable to make any movement. Uzumaki Kana, who had just recovered from the interference of the 5 elements seal, was controlled again. As for why Kyoji didn't use coercion directly to control Uzumaki Kana, it was because of his eye technique ability. Due to his frequent use and irregular guidance of ninjas above the Jonin level in the Hidden Mist Village, its general manifestations were no longer a secret to the top leaders of the Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, the 3 people who are disciples of the 3rd Mizukage Bing are on guard against his eye techniques. After successfully controlling Uzumaki Kana again, Kyoji accelerated in the air to catch up with Uzumaki Kana who was still flying backwards, and was level with her body in the air, his pure eyes fixed on Uzumaki Kana's red pupils. Pure eyes illusion. A strange chakra silently invaded Uzumaki Kana's brain, trying to make her sink into the beautiful dream woven by CG. However, Kingxi miscalculated this time. Uzumaki Kana certainly knew where her weaknesses lay. Although she was not very proficient in illusions, sealing techniques were her forte and her signature skill. She had already set up sealing techniques in her mind to guard against illusions. Therefore, Kyoshi's illusion failed, and Uzumaki Kana also restored her body's ability to move through the sealing technique in her mind. Although this illusion of Kingxi is a kind of pupil technique of the pure eye, or a basic ability application, after all, the pure eye is not an eye specialized in illusion. Perhaps, only pupil technique illusions of the Manjiki Sharingan level such as Tsukuyomi and Kota Amitsukami can invalidate the seal in Uzumaki Kana's mind and make her fall into the illusion. On the other side, Hoshigaki Kisame had stopped rolling, and the same happened to Mei Terumi. Her feet left 2 deep marks on the ground, absorbing the force of Seiji's kick. However, when the two saw that their teammate Uzumaki Kana was about to encounter Kyoshi's poisonous hands, they immediately became anxious, because they also knew that the highest priority in a team battle, of course, was to protect the nurse from harm. Dark red-tailed beast chakra penetrated her body, and Mei Terumi directly jumped over the tailed beast coat state and entered the half-tailed beast state. At the same time, she created a large amount of boiling chakra in her body in one breath, and then exploded it instantly. Boiling release, unparalleled power. White steam rose from the dark red-tailed beast coat. Mei Terumi, who had entered the half-tailed beast state, suddenly increased her speed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Seiji and punched him. Kingxi's eyes lit up. Not bad, he actually learned the moves of the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, who is known as the Steam Ninja. Kingxi sighed in his heart, but his hands did not slow down at all. He dodged the heavy punch from Terumi Mei by moving sideways, then grabbed a chakra tail behind her with his backhand and was about to throw Terumi Mei back. However, before Kyoshi could throw Mei Terumi out, the dark red-tailed beast chakra on Mei Terumi's body had already turned into blue-purple. The palm of Kingxi's hand that touched the chakra tail suddenly made a sizzling sound, and white smoke from corrosion continued to emerge. Ninjutsu, Hiruma. Mei Terumi's body became extremely soft in the half-tailed beast state, and like a snake, she coiled around and strangled Seiji. At the same time, her body was continuously secreting a highly corrosive liquid. Kingxi's expression remained unchanged. He was not surprised by this. Vulpix was his old rival, and he was very familiar with Vulpix's various abilities. So he released the hand that was holding Mei Terumi's tail, and a faint light flashed in his pure eyes. Young name is Viguna. During this competition, Kingxi finally used his pure eye technique for the first time and disappeared from Terumi Mei's sight. However, Mei Terumi was not surprised at all either. She had already anticipated the way her own Mizukage might respond to her attack, and the use of Shoname Biguna was completely within her expectations. Therefore, Mei Terumi responded by releasing a boiling release, skillful mist technique, and combined with the corrosive liquid generated by the Hiruma just now, she reduced the corrosiveness near her body to the extreme that she could achieve at this stage. The shrunken Seiji looked at Terumi Mei's response and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in his heart. It was a perfect way of responding. Kyoshi returned to his original size, and despite the corrosion of the skillful mist technique, he used the eye technique Takamaji Ehara. Several yin-yang black sticks suddenly appeared and nailed into the swinging tail behind Terumi Mei. In the half-tailed beast state, Mei Terumi's body suddenly stiffened. Under the influence of the yin-yang release black rod, the dark red chakra instantly lost the destructive and tyrannical aura of the tailed beast chakra. The color began to gradually fade and eventually dissipated completely. Mei Terumi's half-tailed beast form was directly knocked back by Seiji's move. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had fallen behind, had also caught up, and together with Uzumaki Kana, who had regained her ability to move, they launched an attack on Kyoshi. Mei Terumi, who had just been forced to exit the half-tailed beast state, took advantage of the brief moment when Seiji was temporarily stopped by Uzumaki Kana and Hoshigaki Kisame to enter the half-tailed beast state again. After all, Seiji's yin-yang release black rod just now only nailed her chakra tail, not her body. The three men continued to attack Kingxi. The dull sound of collision could be heard from time to time, echoing throughout the entire venue. The chakra overflowing in the air became more and more chaotic because of the fights between the three men. At this moment, Ching Si seemed to sense something and said lightly, "Okay. Let's stop here today." At the same time, when Kingxi opened his mouth, his eyes changed into the Rinnegan that shone with sky blue light, and the repulsive force burst out directly. Shinra Tenzen. The three people who were besieging Ching Si were suddenly thrown away by a huge and unstoppable repulsive force. Then, Kingxi flashed and caught up with the flying Terumi Mei, and activated the sealing technique absorption seal to absorb all the 6 tails chakra on her body. Then, Kingxi dodged again and caught up with Uzumaki Kana, who was flying backwards at a high speed in the air. The evil sealing seal technique was directly imprinted on Uzumaki Kana's body, blocking the chakra in her body. Sealing technique. Sealing evil seal is a kind of sealing technique that uses a curse seal to seal chakra. Hitaki Kakashi once used it to seal Uchiha Sasuke's curse seal, and Yui Kurane also used this trick to seal the Ito in Kurama Yakumo's heart. Then, Kingxi stayed where he was, stretched out his right hand, activated the Tianyan of all things, and used gravity to suck back Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been bounced out. Then he used the water prison technique to trap Hoshigaki Kisame inside. Kyoshi used his true strength and launched 3 consecutive attacks within a breath, defeating Mei Terumi, Kana Uzumaki, and Kisame Hoshigaki in an instant. Next second, the huge figure of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost appeared. Lord Mizu Cage. Lord Third Cage. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon first greeted the 2 Mizu Cage present respectfully. Then he looked at Kingxi and told him the purpose of his visit. Director Amato asks you to go to the laboratory. I've been a bit busy with work lately, traveling a lot, flying around a lot, so my update schedule is a bit unstable, please forgive me. Chapter 306. In the Hidden Mist Village, inside the Science and Technology Laboratory under the Ministry of Education. The laboratory director, Sanzu Amato, was reporting to Kingxi at this time. A fisherman on the northern border of the Land of Water, while fishing, caught a dark-colored jar-like object with a strange pattern on it. The fisherman originally thought it was a container for storing things and took it back home. However, when he got home, he found that this jar-like object could not be opened at all, so he wanted to smash it in anger. However, to the fisherman's surprise, no matter how hard he tried, the jar-like object was very hard and could not be broken. At this time, the fisherman realized that this thing might be a treasure, so he sold it to the caravan that came to the fishing village to collect fish. And it just so happened that this caravan was a specialized fishery trade caravan under the Ministry of Finance. The head of the caravan thought that this thing might be an ancient artifact, so he bought it and brought it back to the village. This matter was later discovered by Elder Yuanshi by chance, so he sent it to me, hoping that I could study the reason why this thing could not be destroyed. For a long time at first, I didn't make any progress in my research on this thing. Until just now, when I was conducting an experiment on the corpse that Mizu Kage-sama gave me, I found that this thing that looked like an ancient artifact actually reacted with the remaining chakra in the corpse. It was as if it was activated by the chakra in the corpse, and began to flicker with a faint green light. And it flickered for almost a full minute before it went out again, returning to its original unresponsive state. In Boruto, the noble phantasm plough was dug out from the sea by the archaeological team of Konoha village and is called an ancient relic. After listening to Sanzu Amato's report, Kingji immediately became interested. Of course, he knew what the corpse Amato was talking about was. It was the corpse of Otsutsuki Tachibana, the third elder of the Otsutsuki clan branch on the moon, which he had brought back from the moon before. Although most of the corpses of the moon Otsutsuki clan entered the stomach of the 10 tails, CG still kept the corpse of Otsutsuki Tachibana for research. As the third elder of the lunar Otsutsuki clan branch, Otsutsuki Tachibana's bloodline is relatively outstanding among the lunar Otsutsuki clan branch. Moreover, he can resonate with the giant Rinnegan and communicate with it to borrow its power. Therefore, even though Otsutsuki Tachibana's body became dilapidated due to the battle, its research value is still very high. Amato, where is the so-called ancient cultural relic you mentioned? Kingxi asked. After listening to Amato Sandu's description, he had some uncertain guesses in his mind. In the innermost laboratory, please follow me, Lord Mizu Cage. Sanzu Amato replied respectfully. Sure enough. Kingxi looked at the dark earthenware jar-like object on the table in front of him with a look of realization. He recognized what the object in front of him was. In Otsutsuki Ishaiki's memory, there was an introduction to this thing. A treasure belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, named Plough. The noble phantasm Plough is said to have been controlled by a legendary tribesman named Otsutsuki Shive. It is a powerful artifact with the ability to travel through time and space at will. However, the Plough has disappeared for thousands of years along with Otsutsuki Shibat, and I didn't expect it to appear in the ninja world. In Otsutsuki Ishaiki's memory, this Otsutsuki Shiba may have reached the realm of the supreme Otsutsuki god among the Otsutsuki clan. After all, the ultimate goal of every member of the Otsutsuki clan is to continuously devour chakra fruits and become a true god. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki was not sure whether Otsutsuki Shibuya had really reached the realm of the Otsutsuki god, because that was just a rumor within the clan that had not been confirmed. But what he can confirm is that this legendary Otsutsuki Shibuya had indeed swallowed countless chakra fruits and used the wedge many times to reincarnate and revive. His strength had long surpassed the level of ordinary Otsutsuki clan. The boundary between life and death is not so clear for the Otsutsuki clan who has the unreasonable ability of wedge, and Otsutsuki Shibuya is an Otsutsuki who has eaten countless chakra fruits. It is very likely that this legendary existence is really, as Otsutsuki Momoshiki guessed in a casual chat a long time ago, that he has completely transcended the concept of life and death and left or crossed the dimension they are in. Thinking of this, King C's body suddenly stiffened, and he realized a serious problem. The Otsutsuki treasure plow controlled by Otsutsuki Shibuya appeared in the ninja world. This means that the legendary Otsutsuki Shibuya once stayed on the planet where the ninja world is located. It is even possible that this ninja world was the nursery of Otsutsuki Shibuya in the distant past, and it was also the place where Otsutsuki Shibuya crossed the dimension and completed the so-called ascension. After Otsutsuki Shibuya ascended to heaven, his treasure plow was left behind in the ninja world. Then, as the ninja world changed, it sank into the sea. It was not until recently that it was salvaged by fishermen from the land of water that it finally saw the light of day again. However, this also explains why the ninja world has such abundant energy and can be regarded as the top nursery in the universe. An existence that is extremely close to the god of Otsutsuki, or maybe even the god of Otsutsuki, gave up his physical body and ascended to a place across dimensions. When a whale falls, all things come to life. Sorry, there was a small problem. I'll update one chapter first. Last night was truly a magical journey. We were flying to Beijing, but couldn't land due to heavy fog, so we turned to Jinan. There were too many planes in the sky over Jinan, so after circling a few times, we were arranged to make an emergency landing in Hohhot. After a lot of back and forth, we took off at 10 p.m. and landed at 3 a.m. Chapter 307. However, this also leads to another question. According to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Shibuya abandoned his physical body and ascended to leave this dimension. So, where did the body left behind by Otsutsuki Shibuya go? It won't completely dissipate and turn into nutrients for the growth of the ninja world, right? King C's thoughts were running wild like a wild horse. As time passed, he stood still like a sculpture, seemingly lost in deep thought. It seems that there are many deeper secrets in the land of ninja world. Ishiki Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki were not the first Otsutsuki to come to ninja world. The first Otsutsuki who really visited ninja world, planted the sacred tree, and harvested the chakra fruit should be Shivei Otsutsuki. As for the body left behind by Otsutsuki Shibuya after his ascension, Kyoshi believed that it must still be buried deep in some corner of the ninja world, silently waiting to be discovered by the right person. After all, the bodies of real Otsutsuki clan members can still retain some activity even after thousands of years. Even the bodies of the Otsutsuki clan who have consumed the chakra fruit of the sacred tree can resist the erosion of time and can still exist intact in the world after being baptized by the long years. What's more, this is a person who is extremely close to the Otsutsuki god, or even the body left by the Otsutsuki god. Of course, having said that, now that King C has learned about this, he will naturally take on this destined person. Amato Sanzu, who was standing by, saw the expression of his Mizukage changing constantly, and knew that Kyoshi should know the origin of the cultural relic and its purpose, so he slowly retreated and left the laboratory to Kyoshi. Sanzu Amato has always been a very rational and sensible person. There are some secrets that he should know. He knows that given the character of his own Mizukage, he will not hide them from him. However, he also knew very well that his own Lord Mizukage would never tell him things that he shouldn't know. After a long time, King C slowly came back to his senses. He temporarily put these thoughts aside in the depths of his mind and decided to continue exploring later. After all, figuring out how to use the treasure plow in front of him was what he should do now. After all, although CG knew about the noble phantasm plow and its general use from the memory he inherited from Otsutsuki Ishiki was not clear about how to use the noble phantasm plow and other more in-depth information. King C stretched out his hand towards the noble phantasm plow in front of him, and the chakra slowly penetrated his body and poured into the interior of the noble phantasm plow. As Kyoshi continued to input chakra, a soft green glow gradually emerged on the surface of the treasure plow. Then the next second, the treasure plow and the chakra belonging to Kiyoshi's Otsutsuki clan produced a strong resonance, and its appearance changed 180 degrees, turning into a turtle that looked extremely ancient but extremely exquisitely crafted. I am the noble phantasm, plow. The turtle spoke mechanically, his voice without a trace of emotion, as if it were a preset chakra intelligence. Please allow me to introduce the precautions when using it. Confirm the operation process now. If the order is wrong, it will affect the use. The turtle continued in a serious tone, Otsutsuki. Suddenly, the turtle seemed to have fallen into some kind of procedural error, and kept repeating the same words, Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki. Kingxi's expression suddenly turned bad. Damn it, this treasure plow was set up with identity recognition. His chakra could indeed activate it, but his identity could not be verified smoothly. In other words, he had no way to use it at present. The Otsutsuki time-space teleportation treasure plow is set to be activated only by the Otsutsuki clan, and has the ability to automatically identify the identity of the Otsutsuki clan. Kingxi is currently a wild Otsutsuki and is not in the identity authentication library of the treasure plow, but once an Otsutsuki successfully activates it, others can also use the treasure plow to teleport. The setting comes from episodes 128-136 of the Boruto anime, and it is said that this plot was personally written by Kishimoto. At the same time when Kiyoshi input chakra to awaken the treasure plow, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was hiding in the land of water to collect intelligence on the ninja world, simultaneously looked in the direction of the hidden mist village. This aura is the lost treasure of the clan, plow. Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression first showed a hint of confusion. He did not expect that the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, which had been lost for thousands of years, would appear in the ninja world. But in an instant he was ecstatic. He was very clear about the abilities of the treasure plow. In this day and age with Ching Si around, if he doesn't reveal his trump card and use his ability to transform, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. But once he has the treasure plow, everything will be completely different. He can go back to the era thousands of years ago and snatch the chakra fruit that was originally eaten by Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, the location where the breath just came from seems to be the hidden mist village where the Otsutsuki CG exists. So how to get the treasure plow seems to require careful planning. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki also thought of what CG thought about Otsutsuki Shibat, but he was not too interested in the possible surviving body of Otsutsuki Shibat. After all, he was not like Otsutsuki Ishiki, whose knowledge of the noble phantasm plow was all hearsay. When it comes to his knowledge of the noble phantasm plow, his understanding is far superior to that of Otsutsuki Ishiki, and he truly knows the detailed usage of this noble phantasm plow. With the treasure plow in hand, in the future he can also swallow the chakra fruit like Otsutsuki Shive, and finally get a glimpse of the realm of the supreme Otsutsuki god. Chapter 308. We need to make some plans and get the treasure plow as soon as possible. No, it should be returned to its rightful owner. Plow originally belonged to our Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Urashiki's neurotic mutterings continued to be heard, and finally, dissipated with the wind. At this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki simply threw aside what he had said to Kiyoshi before. In front of the noble phantasm plow, he did not recognize Kiyoshi as his clan member. Meanwhile, after many unsuccessful attempts to use his noble phantasm plow, CG left it in the lab and angrily returned to the Mizu Cage building. However, he personally set up a perception barrier and a defense barrier in the laboratory where the noble phantasm plow was stored, trying to use the noble phantasm plow to lure out Otsutsuki Urashiki who was hiding in the ninja world. Kiyoshige believed that Otsutsuki Urashiki must be able to sense the aura of the noble phantasm plow, and that Otsutsuki Urashiki, who also understood the power of the noble phantasm plow, would definitely not miss the opportunity to obtain the noble phantasm plow. Therefore, Kiyoshige will take the initiative to create an opportunity for Otsutsuki Urashiki at that time, an opportunity that will allow Otsutsuki Urashiki to take the initiative to come to the hidden mist village to obtain the treasure plow. Water Shadow Building. Yahiko led the team to successfully complete the A-level mission in the capital of the Water Kingdom. He has now returned to the village and is submitting a mission report to the mission department. At this time, the Mizukage's assistant, Karatachi Yagura, walked in. As the head of the mission department, as soon as Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan entered the mission hall, a ninja immediately went to inform him. Brother Yagura. Yahiko greeted him energetically when he saw Yagura. Nagato and Konan, who were standing nearby, heard Yahiko's voice, turned their heads to look at Yagura, and greeted him with a smile. Yagura nodded and said to the three of them, "It seems that your mission went smoothly. After the follow-up settlement of the mission is completed, remember to go to the Mizuki's office. Your teacher has something to talk to you about." "Okay." Yahiko nodded, and agreed on behalf of Nagato and Konan. It just so happened that he had been planning to visit his teacher in the Mizuki's office later. He had been out on a mission for more than half a month, and the three of them missed their teacher a little. So, when Kiyoshi returned to the Mizuki's office, he happened to meet Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who had just finished settling their tasks and came to the Mizuki's office to look for him, but because he hadn't returned yet, they were chatting with the Mizuki's secretary, Chino Hoshimi. Ching Si was also very happy to see his three little disciples. The unhappiness he had just felt for not being able to handle the noble phantasm plow disappeared in an instant. "Teacher. Do you have another important task for us? Under the leadership of my uncle Yahiko, no task can be difficult for us." Yahiko showed a happy smile on his face when he saw Kiyoshi coming back, but he returned to his old ways in the next moment and shouted with some excitement. However, this is not surprising. In front of his teacher, Yahiko has always been like this and has not changed much since he was a child. Moreover, since the three of them were promoted to Chunin this year, they have completed several S-level missions in succession under the leadership of Yahiko. In addition, they have just completed an A-level mission perfectly. Therefore, Yahiko is now a little bit arrogant. "Yahiko." Konan pulled Yahiko's sleeve and whispered, "Be respectful to your teacher." Kingsley sat in his seat and watched with amusement the little actions between Konan and Yahiko. These two childhood sweethearts were now only one layer of window paper away from breaking. Immediately, Kingsley looked at Nagato again. Nagato was a taciturn person, which gave him a headache. Growing up with Yahiko, a lively person, he still couldn't change his taciturn character. Moreover, Yahiko and Konan often fed him dog food in front of him. Didn't he feel anything? After being pulled back by Konan, Yahiko regained his serious look, but he still looked at CG with excitement. "I looked at the data from the mission department, and your team has done very well in completing its missions recently." Kingsley first praised the three of them. "Ha ha ha! You're so flattering! You're so flattering!" Upon hearing his teacher's praise, Yahiko's tail immediately stood up again. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled foolishly, "Could it be that you called us here today to promote us to Jonin?" When Nagato and Konan heard Yahiko's guess, their eyes lit up. If that was the case, then it was really great. If they remembered correctly, their promotion speed should have created the fastest record for promotion from Genin to Jonin in the Hidden Mist Village. Of course, this excludes Kingxi. After all, Kingxi did not go through the two stages of Genin and Chunin. He was directly granted the title of Jonin by the third Mizukage Bing. Kingxi shook his head, denying Yahiko's guess, then he suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "Although your strength and the completion of the mission have reached the standard of Jonin, I'm sorry, I called you here this time to inform you that from today on, you are Genin." "Ah! Genin!" Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were instantly stunned. Did they hear it right? Their teacher demoted them back to Genin? What? Teacher? Yahiko couldn't accept it and asked hurriedly, "We didn't make any mistakes, why did you demote us?" Nagato and Konan also had numb expressions on their faces, but due to their personalities, they did not say anything, but their eyes expressed the same meaning. Ching Si looked at the three people who had lost control of their expressions and laughed secretly in his heart, but his expression showed no trace of it. "Look, they are anxious again." "Ah! No." Yahiko realized instantly that he shouldn't have questioned his teacher, so he quickly made up for it with an extremely solemn expression, "I just think that if the teacher promotes us to Jonin, we can complete more difficult missions for the Hidden Mist Village." Chino Hoshimi, who was standing behind Siji, almost laughed out loud when she saw Yahiko's Sichuan opera face changing. This little guy Yahiko is really a real funny guy. Seeing the smile in Kingxi's eyes, Xionan realized that the teacher must be teasing the three of them, so she quickly changed the subject and helped Yahiko to make amends. "Yahiko, don't be so unruly all the time. How many times have I told you to address people by their titles when you're working? You should address them as Mizukage-sama." Kingxi was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Chino Kizuna, with an indescribable weirdness in his eyes. This conversation sounded so familiar, could it be that you taught him? When Chino Kizuna looked at Kiyoshi's eyes, She instantly knew what Kyoji was thinking, so she turned her head slightly with a guilty conscience, avoiding Kyoji's sight. Indeed, Konan has a very good relationship with the older sister, China no Hojiki. China no Hojiki often teaches Konan how she used to discipline her little brother Yagura. Stop joking and get down to business. Kingsley turned around and had no intention of teasing the three people anymore. He told them everything about the Chunin exam and the village's arrangements. After Kyoji finished speaking, the expressions of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan suddenly became serious. As expected, there was an extremely important task for them to carry out. We understand. The three said in unison, their faces full of seriousness. It is our duty to restore the glory of Kirigakure. The glory of Kirigakure will begin with this Chunin exam. Very good. Kingsley nodded with satisfaction. The morale is commendable. Yahiko and Konan can go back now. Nagato will stay for a while. In fact, Kingsley had no other intention in letting Nagato stay, he just wanted to provide 2 insurances for Nagato. Although Nagato is now very powerful, and with the support of the various abilities of the Rinnegan, even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can touch it, but that is the Rinnegan after all. Once it is exposed, the forces that covet the Rinnegan will probably use any means to get it. Moreover, when he is away from home, Kingsley cannot always look after Nagato. Once he is surrounded, Nagato's life may be in danger. Especially this time they are going to Konoha village, which has the most heritage in the ninja world. The appearance of the Rinnegan must be no secret to Konoha. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen may not take action due to his status and the fear of causing diplomatic problems, but Kingsley is sure that his old friend from the Hidden Mist village, the assistant Hokage and the first Nabekage Danzo Shimura, will do it 100%. Therefore, Kyoji must have prepared an extra trump card for Nagato, just in case. The Samsara Eye now belongs to his disciple, Otsutsuki CG, Nagato. No one can take it away, not even Uchiha Madara, the original owner of the Samsara Eye. As for the talisman-like secret hand that Uchiha Madara once left in the Rinnegan, when the elder brothers began to gradually become familiar with and use the various abilities of the Rinnegan, it had already been found and directly solved by Kingsley. Transcription seal. This was originally the eye technique of the Sharingan. Kingsley has known the principle of its operation over the years. Moreover, Kingsley has further improved it on this basis, and sublimated this passive ability of automatically unlocking the seal and performing the eye technique after meeting the conditions, so that the person being transcribed can actively control the sealed eye technique by himself. So, with Nagato's cooperation, Kyoji used his Rinnegan to seal a dojutsu in each of Nagato's left and right eyes. Among them, Nagato's left eye was sealed by CG with a Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion whose power was roughly controlled at the Super Shadow level, while Nagato's right eye was sealed with Takamaji Ehara, a pupil technique that can be used for space transfer. He can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. In this way, Nagato's safety during this trip to Konoha village can be said to be basically worry-free. Soon, it was the end of June and the joint Chunin exam was getting closer. All the large and small ninja villages participating in the joint Chunin exam have now set off one after another and embarked on the road to Konoha. On the other hand, Team Yahiko and Team Meiterumi from the Hidden Mist village have also set off for Konoha under the leadership of their leader, Tenshin Otsutsuki. Here, we have to talk about Kingji's bad taste. Originally, Kingji wanted to let the Mizukage assist Yagura Karitachi or the third Mizukage Bing to lead the team to Konoha, but his idea was dissuaded by other high-ranking members of the Mist village. However, the idea of the Kirigakure top leaders is not wrong. Although the overall strength of the Kirigakure village has now surpassed that of the Konoha village, and they are already qualified to overturn the table without fear of challenges, they should still play it safe before being exposed. If the Mizukage were to assist Yagura Kiruta or the third Mizukage Bing to go to Konoha, not to mention other ninja villages, Konoha would most likely explode. What does the Hidden Mist village want to do? Are they planning to destroy Konoha village? 2 Jinkraki, or 2 generations of Mizukage, gathered in Konoha village. This threat is too great for Konoha village. It is hard to say whether it will provoke an extreme reaction from Konoha, but Konoha village will definitely refuse the leader of the Hidden Mist village from entering the village. This will result in at least one of Kirigakure and Konoha being humiliated. Whether it is Konoha village or the Hidden Mist village, it is not a good thing to lose face in front of the other ninja villages, so it is better not to let such a thing happen. Therefore, the final result of the discussion among the top leaders of Kirigakure was to send out Otsutsuki Tenshin who had the Byakugan. After all, the top leaders of Kirigakure rejected Seiji's previous proposal, so they would have to take their own Lord Mizuki's ideas into consideration next time. That's right, Kyoji later realized that letting Yagura or Bing lead the team didn't seem feasible, so he came up with the idea of letting Otsutsuki Tenshin, who has the Byakugan, lead the team to Konoha. Kingji really wanted to see how Konoha village and the Hyuga clan would react when they saw Otsutsuki Tenshin's Byakugan. Moreover, when he arrived in Konoha village later, he still had the idea of visiting the Hyuga clan. After all, after he controlled Kagaya Musashi, the communication channel and token between the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan fell into his hands. Chapter 309. The fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village personally visited the Hyuga clan of the Konoha village. Just imagine what kind of dark thoughts those Konoha high-ranking officials had. However, this is exactly what Seiji wants. In terms of making trouble for Konoha, he is quite professional as he has a lot of experience in cooperating with the first-generation Nabekage Shimura Denzo. On the one hand, he could use this to disgust Konoha, which could be considered an overt strategy of sowing discord. On the other hand, Kyoji also had some ideas about the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan has the same system of main family and branch family as the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, but they are much more cruel to their clan members than the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. After all, the lunar Otsutsuki clan is at most different in name and inheritance of techniques and knowledge, but they did not come up with a so-called bird-in-a-cage curse seal to protect the Byakugan like the Hyuga clan did. Perhaps the original purpose of the bird-in-a-cage curse was to protect the outflow of the Byakugan, an extremely powerful bloodline limit that has a lower transplant threshold than other eye-based bloodlines. However, with the evolution of time, the bird-in-a-cage curse has gradually evolved into a tool for the main family to enslave the branch family, and even to control the life and death of the branch family. Therefore, for the branch families of the Hyuga clan, except for those members with slave nature deep in their blood and those who have been tamed by the main family, the rest of the branch family members all hate the bird-in-a-cage curse and those main family members who are arrogant and domineering in their daily lives. And this is also Kingsee's goal. You know, the strength of the branch members of the Hyuga clan is not weak. While most members of the main family stay within the clan, it is the branch families that provide the support, whether it is carrying out missions or going to the battlefield. However, under the control of the bird-in-a-cage curse seal, the Byakugan of the branch family members were restricted. Not only could their field of vision not reach 360 degrees, but their subsequent growth potential was also suppressed by the curse seal. Moreover, the inheritance of the Hyuga clan was all in the hands of the main family. Unless specially allowed, the branch family members would not be able to learn powerful physical techniques such as 8 trigrams Return of Heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms that the Hyuga clan was famous for in the ninja world. However, even in this situation, there are still many members of the branch family who are capable of fighting at the Jonin level and have rich fighting experience. On the other hand, as for the main family, except for a few individual members, most of the others can be called paper bluffs. They have great strength and master advanced physical skills, but when it comes to actual fighting, they are extremely lame. Of course, the main family members who have mastered the bird-in-a-cage curse do not need to fight personally, according to their cognition. After all, everything is done by the slaves of the branch family. The number of people in the main Hyuga clan is definitely smaller than that of the branch family, but they are not limited to the Hayashi lineage. The few old guys who decided to let Hayashi die instead of Hayashi are all elders of the main family. However, these situations of the branch family were not a big problem for Kingsey. He was sure that he had a way to break the bird-in-a-cage curse. He also knew most of the inheritances held by the main family of the Hyuga clan, and knew more than they did. Moreover, Kingsey also had a method in his hands that could make the Hyuga clan's Byakugan even better. Of course, it is definitely impossible to reach the level of Seiji's Rinnegan. Even for an ordinary Rinnegan, it is not very realistic considering the current situation of the Hyuga clan. However, at least it should not be a problem for them to reach a level close to Otsutsuki Tenshin's Byakugan. Therefore, the branch of the Hyuga clan became the best backup members of the Otsutsuki clan in the Hidden Mist Village. After all, in addition to being the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Seiji was also the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan in the Hidden Mist Village. Although there is now one more Otsutsuki Tonari in the clan, there are still only 4 people, which is still too few for a family. You mean the Hitaki clan of Konoha village? The Hyuga clan of Konoha and the Otsutsuki clan of Kirigakure are both descendants of the bloodline of Otsutsuki Hamura's Byakugan. In fact, the Hyuga clan was simply established by some members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon who returned to the ninja world from the moon through the space channel. Therefore, for those members of the branch family who hate the main family, it is no big deal to abandon the Hyuga surname and return to the original Otsutsuki surname. After all, 1,000 years ago, they were one family. And this is one of the reasons why Kyoji asked Otsutsuki Tenshin to lead the team to Konoha. After all, nothing would be more convincing than a real example appearing before your eyes. And secretly looking for opportunities to contact those hateful members of the Hyuga clan's branch family was an extra secret mission that CG assigned to Otsutsuki Tenshin. Otsutsuki Tenshin, who set out from the Hidden Mist Village to Konoha, and the two genin teams who were taking part in the joint Chunin exam, have now set foot on the land of the Fire Country. Because this visit was a formal dialogue between ninja villages, and Kyoji had already informed Konoha through letters the approximate time and route of their arrival from the Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, when the ship carrying Otsutsuki Tenshin and his party arrived in the Land of Fire, the Konoha ninjas who had been waiting at the port immediately came to greet them. In terms of etiquette, Konoha's performance this time can be said to be impeccable. For every ninja village that came to participate in the joint Chunin exam, no matter how big or small, there were special ninjas waiting at the border to receive them. The person responsible for receiving the group from the Hidden Mist Village was still the jonin from Konoha Village, Minato Namikaze. Not long ago, Minato Namikaze went on a diplomatic mission to the Hidden Mist Village. Not only did he successfully complete his overt mission, he also performed his secret mission very well. He brought back general information about the overall strength of the Hidden Mist Village to Konoha, allowing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to have a clearer understanding of the current situation in the Hidden Mist Village. So, this time when receiving the group from the Hidden Mist Village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once again gave this task to Namikaze Minato, who had dealt with the Hidden Mist Village before. However, what Minato Namikaze didn't know was that the information about the Hidden Mist Village that he brought back was intentionally exposed by the Hidden Mist Village to his perception, and it was far from the real situation. Moreover, what Minato Namikaze didn't know was that he would soon encounter a shock that would subvert his cognition. When Minato Namikaze saw the leader of the Hidden Mist Village, Otsutsuki Tenshin, his calm heart was instantly stirred up by thousands of waves. He seemed to be in a violent storm, and a voice kept echoing in his mind, "How is this possible?" He widened his eyes and looked in disbelief at the deep and mysterious pure white eyes of Otsutsuki Tenshin in front of him, as if an invisible force had captured his attention and made him unable to look away. His body was in a state of stiffness for a moment, as if he was under the sealing technique, seal of self-karma binding, and he could not move. His mind was also blank, and the two completely unrelated words Hidden Mist Village and Bun kept echoing in his mind. At this time, Minato Namikaze had completely forgotten how he should react when receiving the group from the Hidden Mist Village. Even the most basic courtesy was thrown out of his mind. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Questions kept circling in his mind again and again. Minato Namikaze was extremely confused and totally dazed. As time passed, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a little awkward. After a moment, Minato Namikaze came back to his senses from his shock as if he had just woken up from a dream, and realized his previous gaffe. So he quickly adjusted his mood, temporarily put Otsutsuki Tenshin's white eyes behind his mind, smiled apologetically at the people from the Hidden Mist Village, and began to greet them. However, the turmoil in his heart caused by that pair of pure white eyes still could not calm down for a long time, and the appearance of Otsutsuki Tenshin's eyes was always lingering in his mind. And no matter how he tried to convince himself in his heart, he had to admit in the end that it was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Otsutsuki Tenshin noticed something strange about Minato Namikaze. He turned his head slightly and his eyes met Minato Namikaze's, who happened to be looking at him. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stop. Immediately, the corners of Otsutsuki Tenshin's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He was very satisfied with Namikaze Minato's shocked expression. At this time, he couldn't help but look forward to what kind of reaction the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hyuga clan would have after they received the news after he arrived in Konoha village. At the same time, just as Otsutsuki Tenshin led Yahiko's team and Mei Terumi's team set foot on the land of the Fire Country and headed to Konoha village under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, who was in charge of reception at Konoha village, Otsutsuki Urashiki also quietly entered the Hidden Mist village through the bloodline network Yomi Hirasaka. When Otsutsuki Urashiki was collecting intelligence in the capital of the Land of Water, he learned that Otsutsuki Seiji, the fourth Mizukage, was about to go to the land of fire across the sea to watch the joint Chunin exam at the invitation of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha village. So, after learning the exact time of Kyoji's departure, Otsutsuki Urashiki went directly to the Hidden Mist village. However, what Otsutsuki Urashiki would not have thought of was that, while it was true that Seiji was heading to Konoha village, the time when he was leaving for Konoha village was fake news that he deliberately announced to the public, in order to give Otsutsuki Urashiki an irresistible reason to show up and come to the Hidden Mist village to obtain the noble phantasm plough. So, when Otsutsuki Urashiki entered the Hidden Mist village, Kyoji was leisurely handling government affairs in the Mizukage's office, while silently waiting for him to take the bait. Therefore, as soon as Otsutsuki Urashiki used the bloodline network Yozen Hirasaka to enter the Hidden Mist village, Seiji immediately noticed the spatial fluctuations generated by Yozen Hirasaka. However, he did not take the initiative to use his perception to lock onto Otsutsuki Urashiki for the time being. After all, once Otsutsuki Urashiki discovered that he was still in the Hidden Mist village, he would probably turn around and run away. Moreover, he had already left a backup plan in the laboratory that could detect Otsutsuki Urashiki's movements. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who thought that Kyoji was not in the village, opened his Byakugan and spread his perception unscrupulously in the Hidden Mist village. After all, in Otsutsuki Urashiki's cognition, these inferior creatures in the Hidden Mist village could not possibly detect him. Soon, he sensed the noble phantasm plough within the barrier in the laboratory of the Hidden Mist village. A space vortex that looked like black pixel blocks appeared behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly floated backwards into Yomi Hirasaka, and then appeared in the laboratory the next second. At the same time, Seiji in the Mizukage's office couldn't help but change his expression. The barrier he set up in the laboratory was triggered. In other words, Otsutsuki Urashiki took the bait. Looking at the turtle on the table in front of him, Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes revealed an unstoppable fiery look. Finally, Otsutsuki Urashiki stretched out his right hand and placed it above the treasure plough, and chakra slowly flowed out. The turtle's chakra resonated with Otsutsuki Urashiki's chakra, and a soft green glow began to emerge continuously. I really have to thank this Otsutsuki Seiji. Urashiki exclaimed, this mechanism, I am the only one who is qualified to open it. Wake up! Plough! Authorized to start. A mechanical voice came from the turtle's mouth. I am the treasure, plough. Please allow me to introduce the precautions when using it. Now confirm the operation process. If the order is wrong, it will affect the use. Lord Otsutsuki Urashiki. Chakra needs to be filled when using it. After filling, please set the movement. Hat. You're taking so long. Otsutsuki Urashiki chuckled, then sighed, that's why turtles are so slow and annoying. Chapter 310. According to what he learned from the clan, Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly used the treasure plough to set the coordinates of time and space movement, and then he officially started it without any hesitation. In this era with the existence of Kyoji, it is still difficult for Otsutsuki Urashiki to plan the 10 tails, plant the divine tree and obtain the chakra fruit. Therefore, he needs to use the treasure plough to move through time and space, go back 1,000 years ago, and then snatch the fruit of the sacred tree from Kagaya Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who knows something about the abilities of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the girl who betrayed the Otsutsuki clan, is still very confident that he can easily suppress her. Chakra flowed rapidly in Otsutsuki Urashiki's body like a rushing river, and then rushed madly into the treasure plough. However, it is still far from enough to fill up the treasure plough and perform a time and space movement spanning 1,000 years. The time span is really too long, and the chakra required for time and space movement is also extremely huge. Time passed slowly, and as the energy inside the treasure plough gradually became full, the surface of the treasure plough also lit up with a pale yellow light, and it became brighter and brighter. Can you please be quicker? Urashiki was a little impatient. Why was the movement of this noble phantasm plough so slow? In such a short period of time, he had already input almost 1/20th of his total chakra. He really didn't know how Otsutsuki Shive could endure it back then. While Otsutsuki Urashiki activated his treasure plough, Seiji in the Mizukage's office also began his action. Let's go. Yagura. It's our turn. Kyoji came to the next door and brought his younger brother, Yagura Karitachi, who served as the Mizukage's assistant, and then used the eye technique Takamagahara and went to the laboratory located at the edge of the Hidden Mist village. In order to deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki, CG specially prepared the battlefield in the laboratory. After all, the laboratory was located in a remote part of the village. In addition, with the 7 ninja swordsmen waiting near the laboratory in advance and the barriers they had prepared and could be cast at any time, it would not have any negative impact on the village. Just as Otsutsuki Urashiki was constantly infusing chakra into his treasure plow, Kyoji's figure gradually became clearer and appeared not far behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was concentrating his attention on the treasure plow, suddenly changed his expression. He also sensed the spatial fluctuations appearing behind him. Otsutsuki Urashiki suddenly turned around and looked at Kiyoshige, who appeared in front of him with a grim expression. At this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki had realized that he had fallen into Kiyoshige's despicable and shameless calculations. However, the timing of Kiyoshige's appearance was very clever. If Kiyoshige appeared when Otsutsuki Urashiki just entered the laboratory and came into contact with the noble phantasm plow, then even if Otsutsuki Urashiki was already close to the noble phantasm plow, he would immediately choose to retreat and make new plans. However, Kiyoshige appeared at the moment when Otsutsuki Urashiki was charging the chakra of his treasure plow, and Otsutsuki Urashiki had already consumed a considerable amount of chakra, which put Otsutsuki Urashiki in a difficult position. If he gave up charging and retreated directly, it would mean that the control of the noble phantasm plow would fall into Qingxi's hands, and he would give it up on his own initiative. But if he did not give up charging, it would mean that while protecting himself, he would have to allocate part of his defense to protect the noble phantasm plow. The blue-green chakra flame rose up the moment Kyoji appeared, covering Kyoji's body. The Samsara Eye chakra mode was directly activated, and then Kyoji appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki in the next moment, and then struck out with a palm. 8 trigrams mountain destroying palm. At the same time when CG erupted with the Samsara Eye chakra mode in the laboratory, a blue-green chakra beam shot up into the sky through the barrier covering the laboratory. The other 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, except for Biwajozo, who was seriously injured and had not yet fully recovered, who had already been scattered far away with the laboratory as the center, began to make hand seals at the same time. 6 light blue chakra beams shot up into the sky at the same moment, and then at the moment of the final seal, they all turned into blood red. Ninja Technique 6 Red Sun Formation. A red, transparent hexagonal barrier with a blazing flame suddenly rose up with the laboratory as the center, covering an area of about 10 kilometers in radius. Afterwards, when they saw the 6 Red Yang Formation rising, the Mizukage assistant Karatachi Yagura, the 3rd Mizukage Bing, the Anbu Chankan, and the newly promoted cage-level powerhouse Terumi Hiroshi under the guidance of CG, who had been waiting near the laboratory, also began to make seals under the communication of Yagura. Ninja Technique 4 Red Sun Formation. 2 scarlet barriers, one large and one small, were deployed with the laboratory as the center, and this was the perfect preparation made by Qingxi. On the one hand, the 4 Red Yang Formation superimposed on the 6 Red Yang Formation can completely ensure that the aftermath of his battle with Otsutsuki Urashiki is completely confined within the barrier and will not spread and affect the Hidden Mist village. After all, the 4 Red Yang Formation alone can withstand the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails. Although it is only a 10 tails in an incomplete state, no matter how incomplete it is still a 10 tails that is comparable to the super cage level, or even the ordinary 6 paths level. Then add in a stronger 6 Red Yang Formation, and when 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, even if Qingxi uses all his strength to perform the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, these 2 superimposed barriers can resist it for a moment. On the other hand, both the 4 Red Yang Formation and the 6 Red Yang Formation, although they are both inherited from the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, have also been modified by Qingxi in subtle ways. It can be said that these 2 barrier techniques were specially prepared by Qingxi for Otsutsuki Urashiki. In order to counter Otsutsuki Urashiki's bloodline Nat Yozen Hirasaka, CG specially improved the 4 Red Yang Formation and the 6 Red Yang Formation. On the basis of its original superb defensive power, it also added a certain degree of interference with the ability of time and space. In other words, although Otsutsuki Urashiki can still use the bloodline Nat Yozen Hirasaka, the speed of its activation, even in the state of the Red Megatama Samsara Eye, will still be slowed down a lot. Sorry, I had a team building at work today and drank a little too much, so I'll update 1 chapter first, and I'll work hard on the 2nd chapter and try to finish it during the day. Chapter 311. Otsutsuki Urashiki sensed Kyoji's attack and his body reacted immediately. He dodged sideways and reached out from behind to pull out his red fishing rod and whipped it towards Kiyoshi. Kingxi had no intention of retreating. He tapped the ground with his toes and twisted his body sideways in mid-air, easily avoiding the red fish hook that Otsutsuki Urashiki swung at him. Under Kingxi's light step, the ground sank instantly, and gravel flew everywhere, forming a deep pit with a diameter of about half a meter. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. The translucent chakra beam hit Otsutsuki Urashiki's face directly. This time, Otsutsuki Urashiki could no longer maintain the calm attitude to continue inputting chakra into the noble phantasm plow. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes changed instantly, turning into blue Rinnegan, and at the same time an inexplicable aura spread out from Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes. Go back in time. 1/10 of a second before the chakra beam of the mountain-breaking strike was about to hit him, accompanied by a strange wave, Otsutsuki Urashiki let go of the red fishing rod in his hand, grabbed the plow floating beside him, forcefully broke through the roof of the laboratory, and flew into the sky at high speed. After all, whether it is the 4 red yang formation or the 6 red yang formation, they can escape from the range of their coverage from high above after flying to a certain height. This is the best way of response chosen by Otsutsuki Urashiki after he went back from the present time point to the time point a few seconds ago and experienced countless mountain-breaking attacks. However, the best way is to use the bloodline Nat Yosen Hirasaka to transfer directly with the noble phantasm plow. However, during countless times of time reversal, Otsutsuki Urashiki was shocked to find that the space nearby was disturbed by the red barriers outside, and the speed at which he activated Yomi Hirasaka was much slower than before. Although, the level of the bloodline network is extremely high, so high that even after being improved by Ching Si and having 2 kinds of barriers that can be superimposed on each other and have a restrictive effect on time and space, it is impossible to completely restrict it. However, under the effect of the barrier, the speed at which Otsutsuki Urashiki launched Yomi Hirasaka was greatly reduced. This made it impossible for him to dodge Kingxi's attack in time. There was a strong sense of spatial hysteresis, as if the entire space was fixed. During Otsutsuki Urashiki's experience of going back in time, when he used Yomi Hirasaka to open a space channel to move in time and space, he felt like he was stuck in a deep quagmire or swamp, and felt extremely heavy, difficult, bound and imprisoned. In a battle between 6 paths level Otsutsuki, being slower by even a second would expose a huge flaw, and it was the kind of flaw that was enough to pose a fatal threat. Perhaps 1 second is nothing for an ordinary ninja, and it may not even be enough time to seal and release ninjutsu. However, for CG, this 1 second is enough for CG to launch several attacks on Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki, holding the noble phantasm plow in his hand, flew quickly into the sky. At the same time, the chakra in his body continued to flow into the noble phantasm plow. At this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki was not willing to get entangled with CG anymore. He had already snatched the treasure plow and started it successfully. In other words, he only needs to wait for the treasure plow to be fully charged, and then he can get rid of Otsutsuki CG, who is as annoying as a piece of taffy to him, and return to the era 1,000 years ago. Kiyoshi looked up and saw Otsutsuki Urashiki breaking through the roof of the laboratory and escaping into the sky. He did not continue to chase him, but slightly restrained the chakra aura rising from his body and stood where he was. At the same time, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Otsutsuki Urashiki was rising higher and higher. He felt a little confused as to why CG didn't continue to chase him. The other party didn't seem like someone who would give up so easily. However, the next moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki knew why Kiyoshi didn't catch up. Just as he was about to exceed the height limit that the 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation could reach and successfully escape from the range of the barrier, the clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. An extremely huge shadow stood above Otsutsuki Urashiki's head like a towering mountain, covering him, and emitting a suffocating, oppressive and extremely terrifying chakra wave, like a surging tsunami, oppressing Otsutsuki Urashiki like an overwhelming force. Endless pressure spread out, and it seemed that even time and space were distorted by its powerful force. The air around it also became heavy, as if it could condense into substance at any time. This is the Angkor fortress that had been ambushed and prepared for a long time in the sky. It is also a gift that CG had prepared for him when he knew that he would fight with Otsutsuki Urashiki. As Kingxi formed the Mi seal with his hands, all the air ninjas in the Angkor fortress, including the living puppet Cheneng under Kingxi's Rinnegan, had their chakras drained away in an instant, and even their physical strength or vitality was drained away by more than half at this moment. The next moment, a thick purple-black chakra beam roared like a giant dragon, with unparalleled might, and blasted straight towards Otsutsuki Urashiki in the air. Chapter 312. This is the chakra cannon in Angkor Fortress, which was built by the Sky Ninja village with all the most advanced chakra technology in the village. It is the strongest attack that can be launched in an overloaded state. According to Kingsee's estimation, its power is slightly stronger than the power of the tailed beast ball released by the complete 9 tails controlled by Uchiha Madara in the battle at the Valley of the End. Moreover, more importantly, this shot can be said to be the crystallization of technology. The chakra fluctuation when it is charging is much smaller than that of ninjutsu. If you don't perceive it carefully, you can't detect it at all before it explodes. In addition, the Angkor Fortress was already located at a high altitude, and there was thick cloud cover before, so Otsutsuki Urashiki had no advanced defense or psychological preparation for this cannon. The rapidly approaching purple-black chakra beam continued to enlarge in Otsutsuki Urashiki's azure Rinnegan until it finally hit him. Otsutsuki Urashiki's blue samsara eye kept flashing with dim light, and he activated time rewind to the extreme. However, the range of this shot was too large. When Otsutsuki Urashiki's bloodline net Yomi Hirasaka was restricted and could not be activated quickly, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had experienced countless reincarnations, had already realized that he had no way to avoid this shot. At the moment the attack was about to hit him, Otsutsuki Urashiki's breathing couldn't help but stagnate for a moment, and then, accompanied by an explosion of extremely violent chakra fluctuations, Otsutsuki Urashiki's body seemed to be pushed by a powerful impact force, and fell straight into the depths of the earth. The ground began to shake violently, as if the entire earth was about to be torn apart. Boom! After a deafening roar, a powerful force burst out from the chakra cannon, and the ground instantly sank, forming a bottomless pit. The diameter of this huge pit is tens of meters and the depth is immeasurable, as if it was caused by a huge meteorite. The surrounding broken soil and rocks were also blown away by this powerful impact, and scattered everywhere like raindrops. However, these broken soil did not fall to the ground as usual, but were instantly broken into countless tiny particles, and then quickly vaporized and dissipated into nothingness. The chaotic chakra was released wantonly, and the area around the huge pit was now in a mess. The originally flat ground became rugged, with cracks and gullies everywhere, as if it had experienced a doomsday disaster. The Kirigakure laboratory was almost completely destroyed by this attack. However, Kyoji was of course well prepared for this. After all, this was the battlefield he had chosen long ago to fight against Otsutsuki Urashiki. All the information, valuable instruments, and experimental materials stored in the laboratory had long been transferred to other places by Sanzu Amato. Cough cough cough. After a long while, the disheveled figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki emerged from the deep pit. His iconic white Otsutsuki robe had been dyed dark red by his blood after being kanonied away. It became extremely dirty and tattered. Fortunately, this shot was a pure chakra attack, and therefore could be absorbed by Otsutsuki Urashiki's red light fish basket. However, because the amount of chakra contained in this shot was too huge, the red light fish basket's absorption efficiency was still unable to achieve full effect. Although it absorbed a lot of chakra, the remaining ones still caused Otsutsuki Urashiki to suffer serious injuries. Although the Otsutsuki clan is very strong and can withstand most ninjutsu, they still cannot withstand this kind of saturation attack with extreme chakra overflow. Kingsea floated up and stood in the air, looking at Otsutsuki Urashiki not far away. Urashiki, are you satisfied with this gift? Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at CG angrily, his blue eyes flashing with anger, fear, and other emotions. He didn't expect that he would be pecked in the eye by a goose after hunting geese all day. He was actually tricked by CG, a wild Otsutsuki, to such an extent. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki was still hesitating at this time. Although he wanted to transform directly and use his extraordinary strength to kill CG, the wild Otsutsuki who dared to plot against him, the remaining bit of rationality stopped him. After all, for him who has the treasure plow in his hand, everything else is secondary. As long as he waits until the treasure plow is successfully charged, then everything will come to an end. A hint of fierceness flashed across Otsutsuki Urashiki's cold eyes, and then he reached into the red fish basket at his waist, took out all the chakra he had collected in recent days, and then released it madly towards Kingsea. In order to buy time to charge the noble phantasm plow, Otsutsuki Urashiki, no way. A hint of surprise flashed across Kingsea's eyes. This Otsutsuki Urashiki is really courageous. These are probably all the chakras he collected after coming to the ninja world. However, I can only say that it is somewhat useful, but not much. Brilliant sky blue light lit up in Kingxie's eyes, and blue-green chakra aura also synchronized on Kingxie's body. 9 truth-seeking jades appeared behind Kingxie, then formed a row, spinning rapidly and came in front of Kingxie, gradually merging into a brilliant golden sword. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Facing Otsutsuki Urashiki's fierce covering attack, Kiyoshi went straight for the ultimate. Along with a flash of dazzling golden light, all the overwhelming ninjutsu disappeared into thin air in an instant with this sword. This was the result of Seiji's conscious control of power. Although the 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation restricted Otsutsuki Urashiki's bloodline network Yomi Hirasaka, at the same time, it also made Seiji's attack somewhat restrained. If Kingji used all his strength, he might be able to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki, but the barriers of the 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation would definitely be destroyed. Moreover, Kyoji was not so confident that he could kill Otsutsuki Urashiki with one blow. When he fought with Otsutsuki Urashiki for the first time, Kyoji discovered that when Otsutsuki Urashiki was in the blue Rinnegan state, there was a faint trace of time fluctuation every time he responded to his attack. So, he just carefully observed the entire process of Otsutsuki Urashiki performing time rewind in the blue Rinnegan state. Therefore, he now had a basic guess about Otsutsuki Urashiki's ability in terms of time. Therefore, once Otsutsuki Urashiki survives the Golden Wheel Tensei explosion, without the barrier that disrupts the space, CG will no longer have any other means to continue to close the door and beat the dog against Otsutsuki Urashiki. After breaking Otsutsuki Urashiki's covering attack with one sword, Kingji took advantage of the situation and burst out with extremely fast speed, instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki, and then hit him with a heavy palm. God Air Attack. A giant translucent chakra fist whizzed out and headed straight for Otsutsuki Urashiki's face. The power was so terrifying that even the surrounding space began to show unstable cracks. Otsutsuki Urashiki was startled for a moment. The space shock caused by Seiji's divine air strike made him have some bad guesses. But the next moment, when he used time rewind to find a way to deal with it, he relaxed again. At the beginning, Otsutsuki Urashiki thought that Seiji had also achieved the Kekii net like him. After all, this move looked too similar to the ultimate physical technique of the Kekii net ability, 80 God's air attack that he knew about in the clan. But then he quickly came to his senses. This was just an attack of a giant chakra fist, which was only similar in appearance to the 80 God's air strike. It couldn't be the bloodline network. And there was a high probability that it was achieved by eating the chakra fruits produced by the sacred tree planted in the ninja world. The bloodline network was achieved by Kaguya Otsutsuki, who used her own bloodline network ability 80 God's air strike as a model, and left behind this inheritance. Kaguya Otsutsuki's 80 God's air strike is marked as a bloodline net ability in the Book of Formations, and it should be mastered by other Otsutsuki, just like Yozen Hirasaka. So, Otsutsuki Urashiki breathed a sigh of relief, and after confirming that this attack was not the ability of the bloodline network, he immediately dodged it according to the best response method he found in time rewind. He took the initiative to meet Seiji's divine sky strike, and then at the moment of being hit, his entire body turned into countless red paper cranes and dissipated in front of Seiji. It is the Otsutsuki Urashi style 1000 paper cranes instant body. Kyoshi was a little surprised by this. With the insight of the Rinnegan, he could clearly see that Otsutsuki Urashiki was still continuously pouring chakra into the treasure plow. Even with such distraction, Otsutsuki Urashiki was still able to easily avoid his extremely swift attack. Thousands of red paper cranes flew in all directions in the air, and finally gathered again into the figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki at the side and rear hundreds of meters away from Seiji. Amsubami Ryasi Mi. Otsutsuki Urashiki pulled out the red fishing rod and swung it towards Kyoshi. Suddenly, countless red fishing hooks emerged from the void and shot towards Kyoshi. The moment Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared, Seiji locked onto him through the Samsara Eye, so when Otsutsuki Urashiki launched his attack, Seiji also moved. Facing the dense red fishing hooks in the air, Kingji used Shinra Tensei to prop up a repulsive protective shield and rushed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's position at a high speed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Otsutsuki Urashiki hurriedly flew backwards in the air, but Seiji had already predicted his move. Takamagahara Meteorite. 4 pitch-black giants appeared silently above Otsutsuki Urashiki, and then suddenly grew larger as they fell at high speed, smashing down on Otsutsuki Urashiki with an irresistible force. Otsutsuki Urashiki was caught off guard and was hit directly by this wave of attacks from Seiji. Although he had already noticed the appearance of Okara-ten, he could not make up his mind to stop using his own chakra to charge the treasure plow, which made his reaction, which could have been made in time, a little slow. Puff! Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was smashed to the ground by Dai Shakutan, couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. The powerful aura of the Six Paths level that he exuded all the time also suddenly weakened a lot. Not long ago, Otsutsuki Urashiki had been hit by an overloaded chakra cannon from Angkor Fortress. Although he used the red light fish basket to absorb a lot of chakra contained in that cannon, he was still seriously injured. However, as the battle continued, Otsutsuki Urashiki's injuries had recovered a lot under the effect of his Blue Rinnegan's Eye technique Time Rewind. However, just as Otsutsuki Urashiki's injuries had begun to improve, he was once again hit hard by Seiji. The injury caused by Uhaten to Otsutsuki Urashiki was much more serious than that caused by the chakra cannon. After all, Uhaten was a creation of yin-yang release, and yin-yang release was one of the powers that was enough to threaten the Six Paths level. Looking at Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was pressed to the ground by the Okashura-ten, Kingsee's mind moved, and the 9 truth-seeking jades behind him quickly flew towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. Take advantage of his illness. Kill him. Kyoshi is about to put an end to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Update the protagonist's current character attribute card. Name, Otsutsuki Seiji. Age, 25, born on February 19, 2 in Kirigakure. Height, 185 cm. Weight, XNUMX kg. Ninja registration number, 005666. Strength, 6 paths level, chakra volume 1.96 columns. Chakra attributes, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, yang. Abilities, wind escape mastery, lightning escape mastery, water escape mastery, fire escape mastery, earth escape mastery, yin escape mastery, yang escape mastery, yin and yang escape mastery, melting escape mastery, boiling escape mastery, ice escape mastery, seeking the way jade. Bloodline limit, corpse vein, pure eye, samsara eye chakra mode. Chapter 313. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was lying on the ground under the pressure of Dai Shakutan, looked at the 9 truth-seeking jades rushing towards him and suddenly felt scared to death. He knew clearly how terrible the power of the truth-seeking jades was. Feeling the fatal threat, Otsutsuki Urashiki used the Blue Rinnegan's Eye technique Time Rewind. He found that there was no better way to deal with it except switching to the red Megatama Rinnegan and paying a certain price to forcibly activate Yomi Hirasaka. So he decisively changed his eyes into red Megatama Rinnegan in an instant. 2 seconds later, Yomi Hirasaka was finally successfully activated before the truth-seeking jade arrived. Along with the appearance of a black square pixel-shaped space vortex, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was lying on the ground, and Okara-ten, who was pressing on him, were teleported to the edge of the 6 red yang array barrier by Yomi Hirasaka. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki wanted to escape from the barrier directly, Seiji did not give him enough time. When the internal space of the barrier was affected, it would take about 5 seconds to launch the long-range Yomi Hirasaka. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki consumed a large amount of chakra and further aggravated his injuries by forcibly launching the Yomi Hirasaka, which only teleported him out of the 4 red yang formation, but still within the range of the 6 red yang formation. However, it was too early for Otsutsuki Urashiki to be happy. At the moment when Yosen Hirasaka was launched, Seiji gave up using 9 Dayu orbs to attack various parts of Otsutsuki Urashiki's body at the same time, and instead concentrated his energy on 1 Dayu orb. When the space portal opened and teleported Otsutsuki Urashiki and Osaka-ten together, the Dayu orb instantly accelerated and rushed into the space vortex together. So, as soon as Otsutsuki Urashiki came out of Yosen Hirasaka, he was horrified to find that a black sphere as black as ink had also moved in with him. However, since Otsutsuki Urashiki was already very far away from Seiji at this time, it had long exceeded the effective distance of 70 meters at which he could control the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, the truth-seeking ball had already been lost under Seiji's control and could no longer attack Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki was not aware of this, and in a panic he tried his best to escape from Okara-ten's suppression, and then began a battle of wits and courage with the truth-seeking jade. A dramatic scene happened. When the track tattoo's ball spun back to Seiji's position, Otsutsuki Urashiki happened to dodge in this direction. So, by coincidence, the track tattoo's ball brushed past Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead and instantly melted half of the protective horn on Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead. Otsutsuki Urashiki felt a pain in his forehead, and then his body stiffened and he spit out blood again. His horn is broken. At this time, King C had already chased after him at a high speed in the air. He and Kaihudeyu were running in the opposite direction. After catching it, he threw it towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. Because Otsutsuki Urashiki used Yomi Hirasaka to directly escape from the four red yang formation, Yagura, Bing, Ken, and Terumi Hiroshi, who were notified by Seiji, had already stopped maintaining the four red yang formation barrier. Therefore, the disturbance caused by the barrier to the surrounding space was much weaker than before. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki still couldn't activate Yomi Hirasaka instantly at this time, the speed of activation was already much faster. A black square pixel-shaped space vortex appeared in front of the Tao-seeking jade and then swallowed the Tao-seeking jade directly. However, this was exactly what Seiji wanted. Seiji certainly knew that without the restrictions of the four red yang formation on time and space, the activation speed of Yomi Hirasaka would be greatly increased. Therefore, the attack of this truth-seeking jade was precisely to allow Otsutsuki Urashiki to use Yomi Hirasaka. Kiyoshi, who was originally following the truth-seeking ball and approaching Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly, suddenly stopped in the air. With a smile on his face, he pointed his right hand towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. A blinding white light burst out before the space vortex of Yomi Hirasaka completely dissipated, and with a loud bang that shook the earth, the Seeking Truth Jade was directly detonated by King C and Yomi Hirasaka. Boom! Inside the barrier, both the sky and the earth seemed to be shaking. A violent shock wave swept through everything around it. At the center of the explosion, the space channel that was about to close was suddenly torn apart, and a huge crack appeared. This crack is like a ferocious mouth, swallowing the surrounding light and energy. Darkness and light are intertwined, as if it is the boundary between two worlds. Countless fragments and particles are flying in it, forming a chaotic, disordered and distorted space vortex. The space vortex keeps spinning, as if to draw everything into it. From Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes, several lines of blood and tears instantly flowed down like a spring, like a rushing stream, sliding down his cheeks with endless pain. His originally pale face was instantly dyed red, as if it had been burned by a blazing flame. The bright red color was particularly eye-catching in contrast to the pale skin, just like a strange flower blooming in hell. Yomi Hirasaka was exploded in the space channel by Seiji's truth-seeking ball, causing Otsutsuki Urashiki to suffer a serious backlash. He instantly fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His injuries, which had not yet been recovered by using time rewind, were made even worse. Within a short period of time after the battle broke out, Otsutsuki Urashiki was injured by Kiyoshi for the third time, and this time the injury could be said to be particularly serious. Ching Si, who was standing in the air not far away, did not expect that the truth-seeking ball that exploded in Yomi Hirasaka could produce such great power. The spreading space storm delayed his subsequent attack a lot. This also gave Otsutsuki Urashiki some time to catch his breath. However, soon, when the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, Kiyoshige immediately launched a continued attack on Otsutsuki Urashiki. 5 truth-seeking jades appeared above Kiyoshige's outstretched palm, and then began to rotate at high speed under his control. The speed of the Tao-seeking jade was getting faster and faster, turning into an unclear afterimage, and finally it became one. A layer of emerald green light as crystal clear as jade gradually shone, and became more and more dazzling. Then, a bright silver halo appeared around the shining green light, and Ching Si's majestic and indifferent voice also resounded throughout the world at this moment. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes. In the crystal-like bright silver halo, oppressive chakra fluctuations were transmitted, and the next moment, a huge tornado pressure like a towering pillar was rapidly emitted. A silver light flashed across, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to be constantly twisted and shattered. A dazzling silver-grey light streaked across the sky like a meteor chasing the moon, and the tornado roared and rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for Otsutsuki Urashiki. Wherever the silver wheel reincarnation explosion passed, the space seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand and began to twist and deform again, as if it would shatter at any time. The terrifying chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air become hot, as if even time and space were shocked by this silver light at this moment, and fell into a moment of stagnation and panic. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had not yet fully recovered from the serious injury, looked extremely weak at the moment, but he still managed to raise his head after sensing that this attack was enough to pose a strong threat to his life. The Megatama Samsara eye, which was originally flashing with a strange red light, now reflected the silver light clearly in his eyes like a mirror. The silver light that was getting closer and closer kept shaking and interweaving in Otsutsuki Urashiki's red Megatama Rinnegan, as if two completely different forces were colliding and competing with each other. Yomi Hirasaka fell into a cooling state for a while and could not be used. Feeling the invisible pressure getting closer and closer, Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes flashed a trace of anxiety. At this time, he was already a little panicked. Otsutsuki Urashiki forced himself to calm down. Even if he was attacked and could not use his space-time ability to transfer, he was not powerless to resist. He still had the blue Samsara Eye's pupil technique time rewind. The red faded, and blue instantly filled the entire eye socket, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes switched back to the blue Rinnegan. Then, Otsutsuki Urashiki followed the best way he had found to deal with it. He deflected his body in an extremely strange posture, and then burst out with chakra and leaped hard, allowing the wind pressure of the silver wheel reincarnation explosion to brush the edge of his body and hit the ground not far below. Endless silver light burst out, a violent mushroom cloud rose up in an instant, and everything around was destroyed. Endless silver light burst out suddenly from the place where the ground was hit like sharp swords, with a violent and resolute attitude. Then, the violent mushroom cloud rose up in an instant at an astonishing speed like a huge monster. Under the cover of the light and mushroom cloud, everything around was like fragile glass, and was easily destroyed. The remaining parts of the laboratory that had not been destroyed seemed to be turned into dust at this moment and swept away by the strong wind. The lush trees not far away also disappeared in an instant, leaving only charred tree stumps. The earth and the red barrier in the distance were also trembling, as if they were bearing unimaginable pressure. Countless cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Otsutsuki Urashiki fell to the ground, looking with lingering fear at the mushroom cloud not far behind him. The color was dark and deep, and it seemed that the shadow of death was quietly spreading. Suddenly, he let out a painful and tragic howl. It turned out that because of the strange posture of Otsutsuki Urashiki's jumping, the silver wheel reincarnation explosion passed by the bottom of his right leg, and it was at that moment that a powerful wave swept past in an instant, just like a violent hurricane slamming into a solid city wall, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's entire right leg was shrouded in the terrifying silver light. A sense of nothingness began to spread rapidly. The muscles, bones, blood vessels and other tissues in Otsutsuki Urashiki's right leg, which were originally full of vitality and energy, were completely drained away in that instant, leaving only an empty void. Otsutsuki Urashiki's right leg is missing. Although dodging Seiji's silver wheel tensei explosion at the cost of losing his right leg was the best result Otsutsuki Urashiki could find among thousands of time rewindings, the severe pain still made Otsutsuki Urashiki almost go crazy. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki no longer had time to think about it. Even if it was painful, he had to endure it at this moment, because the next wave of attacks from Seiji was coming. It's over. Kingji thought to himself. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had lost a leg, would never be able to dodge his attack. The truth-seeking jades formed a row again in front of Ching Si, spinning and merging together, and then a long sword shining with golden light appeared. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Kingsi stretched out his hand, grasped the golden sword, locked the position of Otsutsuki Urashiki with his Rinnegan, and then slashed it down with force. Dazzling golden light filled Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes. Having seen this move of Seiji not long ago, Otsutsuki Urashiki knew clearly that in his current situation, even if he gave up everything, he would not be able to take this move. Therefore, he finally made up his mind. He couldn't hold back anymore. If he hid anything, he would hide himself. Otsutsuki Urashiki made up his mind and picked up his red light fish basket without hesitation, and swallowed it together with the chakra fruit in it that should have been handed over to the clan. The next moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki's face turned rosy in an instant, and a wisp of white steam emerged from his body. In the blink of an eye, he recovered from his serious injury, and even his lost right leg grew back. At the same time, Otsutsuki Urashiki's originally weakened aura rapidly expanded at this moment, quickly reaching the previous level, and then continued to increase rapidly. The chakra in Otsutsuki Urashiki's body flowed rapidly, and a faint red light flashed in his eyes. Then, the black pixel-shaped space vortex of Yomi Hirasaka appeared in front of him. Chapter 314. The golden light cut through the sky and instantly reached in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, it was completely swallowed up by the Yomi Hirasaka performed by Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had returned to normal. After eating the red fish basket, Otsutsuki Urashiki not only recovered from his injuries, but also gained tremendous strength. Although this is not Otsutsuki Urashiki's most powerful transformation form, it is also one of Otsutsuki Urashiki's important trump cards. Moreover, at this time, the chakra in the bodies of the ninja swordsmen who maintained the 6 red yang formation barrier had been almost consumed by the aftermath of the continuous attacks. The barrier of the 6 red yang formation is already somewhat shaky, and the interference with time and space is becoming weaker and weaker. Therefore, both Otsutsuki Urashiki and Seiji can easily use their time and space abilities. As for Otsutsuki Urashiki's strongest transformation, it requires him to eat both of his Rinnegan before it can be activated. Without a large amount of chakra dan or chakra fruit to recover, he can only use that transformation once, and that was prepared for Otsutsuki Kagaya 1,000 years ago. When Kingji sensed that Otsutsuki Urashiki's aura was increasing rapidly, he felt something was wrong. He really didn't expect that Otsutsuki Urashiki actually had the means to recover from his injuries instantly. Takamagahara. Kyoshi's figure became blurred, and the next second he appeared on the Oguraden near Otsutsuki Urashiki. Then he stomped his feet heavily, and his body rushed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki like a cannonball. At the same time, when Golden Wheel Tensei explosion was swallowed by Yozen Hirasaka, Seiji had already arrived in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and swung out with a whip kick. Snapped! There was a sound of air explosion, and the next second, Otsutsuki Urashiki raised his hand to block Kyoshi's heavy kick, turned sideways, and swung the red fishing rod in his hand towards Kyoshi. Young name is Viguna. The Samsara eye glowed slightly, and the pure eyes pupil technique was instantly activated. Seiji's figure instantly disappeared from Otsutsuki Urashiki's sight, and then reappeared after dodging the attack of the red light fishing rod. Boiling release, unparalleled power. This was the method of using the boiling release that Seiji had learned from Mei Terumi not long ago. Under his control, the chakra in his body reached boiling point in one breath, and then all burst out in an instant. A large amount of white steam rose from his body, and he punched Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki placed the red fishing rod in front of him to block, but he underestimated the power that Seiji unleashed after the boiling release, and was directly knocked away by this unmatched force. Kyoshi stopped where he was and did not continue chasing. Instead, he stretched out his hand and aimed at Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was knocked away by him. All things are attracted by heaven. Otsutsuki Urashiki's flying figure suddenly stopped, and then was pulled back at a faster speed by the powerful gravity. Damn it! Otsutsuki Urashiki cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that even after he ate the red light fish basket and his strength increased greatly, he was still easily ravaged by Kyoshi like a toy. It seems that if he doesn't take out his last trump card and perform the final transformation, he is indeed no match for Kyoshi, the wild Otsutsuki. However, due to his personality, Otsutsuki Urashiki still hadn't made up his mind to eat his own Rinnegan for the final transformation. After all, if he transformed here, then after traveling through time and space back 1,000 years ago, he would not have enough means to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Moreover, he could also feel that the charging of the treasure plow hanging on his waist was about to end. He just had to endure this short moment. A cold light flashed across the red Megatama Samsara eyes, and Otsutsuki Urashiki tried hard to adjust his posture and also aimed his hand at Kyoshi's position. Shinra Tenzen. The surging repulsive force was like a violent torrent. In an instant, with Otsutsuki Urashiki's body as the center, it exploded violently forward with unstoppable force and collided fiercely with the gravity emitted by Seiji. Boom! When these two forces of completely opposite nature collided with each other, it was as if two stars had the most violent collision in the universe, and suddenly an earth-shaking roar broke out. Under the shock caused by the collision, the bodies of Kyoshi and Otsutsuki Urashiki retreated at the same time, and each retreated about 200 meters before stopping. Across a long distance, Seiji and Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at each other, and then moved at the same time in perfect tacit understanding. Amsubami Ryasi me. Otsutsuki Urashiki swung out his red light fishing rod again, and suddenly, dense red light fish hooks appeared in the void and then bombarded towards Kingsi. Young name Biguna May Rain. Kyoshi used his eye technique, and countless miniature yin-yang escape black sticks were released from the Takamaji Ahara space. They were then restored to their original form through Shayanabai Kona and attacked Otsutsuki Urashiki in response. The red fishing hook seemed to be carrying a blazing flame, spinning rapidly in the air like a twinkling star. Every time it collided with the yin-yang black stick, it burst out with brilliant light, as if it was going to set the entire sky on fire. The yin-yang black stick exuded a mysterious black aura, like a winding poisonous snake, dancing flexibly, and started a fierce and thrilling aerial battle with the red light fish hook. The two kept colliding with each other in the air, and the sound of the collision echoed around like thunder, shaking the surrounding air slightly. The red light on the red fish hook became more and more intense, as if it was going to swallow up all of the yin-yang black stick, while the black light on the yin-yang black stick also became deeper, as if it was going to dye all of the red fish hook with its dark color. The continuous collisions produced a large amount of smoke and dust, and the sky above the battlefield became darker and darker. There was a hint of surprise in Kingsee's eyes. After recovering from his serious injury, Otsutsuki Urashiki's strength had indeed become much stronger. The red light fish hook he emitted before would shatter at the touch of his attack, but now it can entangle with his yin-yang release black rod for a long time. However, even if Otsutsuki Urashiki has become more powerful, to him it is still like old lady Yu scolding old lady Wang, which is a little worse. Takamagahara. Kyoshi used time-space teleportation again and appeared on the other side, closing the distance between him and Otsutsuki Urashiki. For CG, as his strength continues to increase and the Otsutsuki bloodline continues to grow, the time and space abilities of his eye technique Takamagahara are also becoming stronger and stronger. And when he reached the 6th path level, the time for time-space teleportation, which originally took some time to activate, was shortened to about 1 second. Moreover, he was no longer restricted by the need for pupil power marking for time-space teleportation. As long as Kingsee's perception could cover an area, he could now move through time-space at any time. However, the existence of the eye power mark is not meaningless. When used, the speed of space teleportation to the place where the eye power mark is located is much faster than without the eye power mark. Although there is still some gap between it and the instant activation of Otsutsuki Urashiki or Otsutsuki Kagaya's Yomi Hirasaka, it is enough for CG to use it at any time in battle. Moreover, after he obtains the chakra fruit of the divine tree and eats it and completes the bloodline net, his ability will most likely transform into the bloodline net Yozen Hirasaka. A sky blue light lit up, and a large amount of pupil power gathered in his eyes. Kingsee stretched out his hand towards Otsutsuki Urashiki, then opened his 5 fingers in the air. Earth Explosion Star. Suddenly, the ground below Otsutsuki Urashiki, which had seemed extremely solid, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand and began to tremble violently. The trembling spread out like waves, and every vibration seemed to tear the earth in two. Immediately afterwards, the ground seemed to have suffered a violent impact, and fine cracks appeared. These cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, covering the ground in an instant. Then, the cracks became wider and deeper, as if the earth was groaning in pain. With a dull sound, the ground finally couldn't bear the weight and began to break apart. Countless pieces of gravel of varying sizes flew up rapidly, drawing irregular arcs in the air, colliding and rubbing against each other, making crisp and sharp sounds. The power of the Samsara Eye was exerted to the extreme by Kingsee at this moment. Then Kingsee opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and clenched them hard in the air towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. Countless pieces of debris rushed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki, as if they wanted to completely swallow him up in this endless sea of stone. In the blink of an eye, a huge rock sphere appeared in the air and trapped Otsutsuki Urashiki inside. Another way to perform Chibaku Tensei comes from Uchiha Sasuke's battle against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. It does not require the creation of a highly concentrated chakra gravity black ball in advance. The target is directly used as the core of the technique to perform the technique. Otsutsuki Urashiki was caught off guard. Clearly, he and CG were using the red light fish hook and yin-yang escape black stick to fight each other, but who would have thought that the other party would not keep his patience and actually launch a sneak attack. As a result, Otsutsuki Urashiki was caught off guard and was directly hit and firmly suppressed by the Chibaku Tensei. Director Kingji breathed a sigh of relief. This should finally be over. He was still very confident in the power of Chibaku Tensei. Since he had been suppressed inside, Otsutsuki Urashiki would not be able to use Yomi Hirasaka to escape. After all, Chibaku Tensei could be said to be the most powerful and comprehensive sealing technique. However, Kingsee was still too happy too early. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was trapped in the Chibaku Tensei, did not sit still and wait for death. Otsutsuki Urashiki is very clear about the effect of Chibaku Tensei. Although this is just an ordinary Chibaku Tensei and not the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei that is powerful enough to make a 6 paths level Otsutsuki unable to resist, it is more than enough to trap him for a period of time. And this period of time is enough for CG to launch several attacks on him that are enough to threaten his life. Of course, Otsutsuki Urashiki also knew how to crack Chibaku Tensei, so he immediately detonated his weapon, the red light fishing rod. Boom! An extremely violent explosion suddenly erupted inside the huge rock sphere floating in the air. I saw dazzling rays of light shooting out from the sphere like sharp swords, instantly illuminating the originally dark sky around it. The lights intertwined to form gorgeous and strange patterns, as if it was the most violent art display in the world. As the sound of the explosion continued to echo, cracks began to appear in the rock sphere, just like an ancient city wall gradually crumbling under the erosion of time. These cracks spread rapidly, as if they were about to tear the entire sphere into countless pieces. As a large amount of rubble continued to fall off the huge rock sphere of Chibaku Tensei, the blood-soaked figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki also appeared. Although he successfully destroyed the Chibaku Tensei, the red light fishing rod exploded right in front of him. Of course, he could not escape and was seriously injured. Damn it! How can a wild Otsutsuki be so strong? Otsutsuki Urashiki said hatefully, with endless resentment emanating madly. The blue Rinnegan's eye technique time rewind was activated, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's injuries recovered quickly. Suddenly, an unstoppable smile appeared on the corner of Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth, and he stopped inputting chakra into the treasure plow. The charging of the time-space teleportation treasure plow was finally completed at this moment. The treasure plow lit up with a bright yellowish light, and the invisible space-time fluctuations were centered on the treasure plow and continued to radiate to the surroundings. The space-time channel was about to be completed. Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately switched his eyes to the red Megatama Samsara Eye and was about to activate Yomi Hirasaka. However, although the disturbance to space caused by the 6 red Yang formation barrier was no longer a concern at this time, the space-time fluctuations constantly emitted by the treasure plow restricted Otsutsuki Urashiki from using Yosen Hirasaka. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki had no choice but to take the treasure plow from his waist, hold it in his palm, and at the same time quickly retreat in the opposite direction of CG. After all, he didn't want this annoying Otsutsuki CG to go back 1,000 years with him. Chapter 315. Of course, Kyoji also saw this scene, and he knew that this was a sign that the space-time channel of the noble phantasm plow was about to be completed. So, knowing that something was wrong, he hurriedly wanted to lock onto Otsutsuki Urashiki and stop Otsutsuki Urashiki's actions. Although he didn't know in which era Otsutsuki Urashiki set the time and space movement of the noble phantasm plow, it was not a good thing for him anyway. However, the space-time fluctuations emitted by the noble phantasm plow also restricted Seiji's Takamaji Ehara, making it impossible for him to successfully lock onto Otsutsuki Urashiki and teleport directly to the vicinity of Otsutsuki Urashiki. So, Kingji had no choice but to burst out his chakra and quickly chase after Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, there is a considerable distance between him and Otsutsuki Urashiki after all. Therefore, even though Kyoji's flying speed is faster than Otsutsuki Urashiki's, he cannot catch up with Otsutsuki Urashiki in time. The bright pale yellow light that was originally just flickering seemed to have reached a certain limit, and in the blink of an eye it suddenly lit up like a bright star. The bright yellow light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the smoke and dust that were floating everywhere, and instantly illuminating everything around the battlefield shrouded in darkness. Then, the light seemed to be injected with endless power and began to expand at an astonishing speed. It was like a greedy beast, constantly devouring the surrounding space and gradually expanding the originally narrow range. Soon, as time passed, the light became brighter and brighter, gradually forming a huge ball of light with a diameter of about 1 meter, emitting a dazzling bright yellow light. And just as the ball of light had just taken shape, it suddenly changed. The light began to twist and flow, like a lively ribbon dancing in the air, and then in the next moment it expanded into a shining bright yellow halo. No, or it would be more accurate to call it a light gate. The space channel for space-time movement has officially been formed. Don't even think about running. Urashiki! Kingxi shouted angrily. Ultimately, he miscalculated Otsutsuki Urashiki's ambush this time and failed to achieve his intended goal. Of course, this is also because Otsutsuki Urashiki's vitality is too strong, and he has many hidden means. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki was an Otsutsuki who had once eaten the chakra fruit. Although Kyoji did not hold back at all and used almost every method he could, he still failed to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki and turn him into food for his little 10 tails. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at Seiji, who was approaching quickly but still far away, and smiled evilly. "Oh my! I'm so sorry, Lord Seiji. We'll say goodbye now." As the words fell, Otsutsuki Urashiki leaped back lightly and entered the light gate directly, his figure disappearing in the bright yellow light. When Kiyoshige saw that Otsutsuki Urashiki had entered the light gate and that the light gate had begun to shrink, he immediately became anxious. If he let Otsutsuki Urashiki escape, who knows how much stronger he would be after traveling through time and space and coming back. Then, all of Kingxi's remaining pupil power, like a flood that broke through a dam, began to flow towards his eyes frantically in an almost crazy manner. The brilliant sky blue light shone, and the samsara eye was pushed to the extreme by him for a moment, and the ability of the pure eye to interfere with time and space burst out with all its strength. At this moment, all the surrounding time and space were affected by the Rin-Egan, filled with a suffocating feeling of oppression. The space seemed to be slightly distorted, and the passage of time seemed to have slowed down and stagnated slightly. The bright yellow light gate, which was gradually dimming and shrinking, was also affected by the effect of the samsara eye, and the process slowed down a lot. Kingxi took this opportunity and rushed in before the light gate completely disappeared. In the colorful space, Kingxi's figure floated down. Is this the passage for time and space travel? Kingxi looked around, then set his sights on the noble phantasm plow floating in the air, and thought to himself, this damn turtle. But where is Otsutsuki Urashiki? At this time, footsteps were heard, and Otsutsuki Urashiki came over from the other side, with a little doubt in his tone. You followed me in too? People who keep pestering others are really annoying. Otsutsuki Urashiki was very puzzled. With the speed at which the light gate closed and the distance between him and Seiji just now, there was no way the other party could arrive before the light gate closed. This was not good. This damn Otsutsuki Seiji was going back 1,000 years ago with him. Didn't that mean the chakra fruit of the divine tree had nothing to do with him? Humph! Ching Si sneered and said disdainfully, you came to the hidden mist village to steal my things, and you still think you're right. The word steal is too harsh. This thing originally belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. Although you are also an Otsutsuki, I guess you can't use it, otherwise you wouldn't just leave it there. Otsutsuki Urashiki retorted. Haha. That's what you say. Kyoji was too lazy to continue arguing with Otsutsuki Urashiki. After all, it was meaningless. In the final analysis, fists were the real hard truth. Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't say anything else, but took action directly. He understood the principle that he who strikes first will gain the upper hand, while he who strikes later will suffer. Amsubami Ryasi me. With a wave of his hand, countless red light bullets shot towards Kingxi at a high speed. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki no longer had the red light fishing rod as his weapon, he only lost a medium of attack. He could still use the moves he could use. It's the same old thing. Ching Si murmured, then stretched out his right hand forward. Shinra Tenzen. The powerful repulsive force exploded in a targeted manner, deflecting all the incoming red light bullets. The next moment, Kiyoshige appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and punched him hard. Before figuring out the general situation of this space-time channel, Kingxi didn't dare to use any powerful techniques, for fear of damaging the channel and causing unexpected situations. A gleam of light flashed in the blue reincarnation eye, and Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly found the best way to deal with it through time reversal. So he raised his arm and blocked Kyoji's heavy punch, then pulled out one of his arms and punched Kyoji in return. Shakebone pulse dance of Karamatsu. White bone spurs suddenly emerged from Kingji's shoulders and chest, blocking Otsutsuki Urashiki's fist, and then he kicked him. This time, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not make the same joke as he almost mistook God of Air Strike for the 80 God of Air Strike of the Kekii network. Having collected a lot of information about Seiji in the ninja world, he knew that Seiji had an ability called Corpse Vein which was similar to the jointly killing Ashbones of the Kekii network. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki was not surprised by the hard bone spurs that suddenly appeared on Kyoji's body. Of course, he had already seen this scene during the time travel back process. So, Otsutsuki Urashiki instantly retracted his fist and at the same time retracted his feet to avoid Seiji's kick. It has to be said that in close combat, the unreasonable ability of time rewind can be said to have taken the lead. It was not surprising that Kingsee's kick missed the target. He had some understanding of Otsutsuki Urashiki's eye technique time rewind. If he could resolve it so easily with just 2 simple physical confrontations, then wouldn't all his efforts just now have been in vain? In this space-time channel, Kiyoshige and Otsutsuki Urashiki were fighting each other frantically. Their figures shuttled back and forth like ghosts, so fast that they turned into 2 blurred after-images. It was impossible to capture their true trajectories. One could only see streaks of light and shadows interweaving, like 2 nimble dragons, constantly exuding a fierce momentum. It's too early. Otsutsuki Urashiki was extremely anxious. Although it seemed that he and CG were fighting against each other in this constant fight, he knew his own business. He could only achieve this kind of fighting based on the eye technique time rewind. If he didn't have this ability, he would probably be defeated within 5 rounds when facing CG, who inherited Otsutsuki Urashiki's physical technique. Moreover, more importantly, both his chakra and eye power have been consumed a lot after the continuous battles, especially his eye power. The blue Samsara Eye's eye technique time rewind consumes a lot of eye power, not to mention that he is using it almost all the time during the physical battle with Kingsea. Therefore, even if his eye power can recover on its own and the recovery speed is not slow, it can't keep up with the current consumption rate. If he continues to waste time like this, sooner or later he will be killed by Ching Si because of his insufficient pupil power and inability to use time rewind. A barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed across Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes. He couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He had to do something. About 10 seconds later, Otsutsuki Urashiki took the initiative to expose a flaw and took a whip kick from CG. He used the force to retreat rapidly, while CG continued to chase Otsutsuki Urashiki. It's too early to leave the portal at this time. But it doesn't matter, let's give it a try. Otsutsuki Urashiki said in his heart, and at the same time his eyes changed, the blue Rinnegan instantly switched to the red Megatama Rinnegan. Yomi Hirazan. A black pixel-shaped space vortex instantly appeared right in front of Kiyoshi's pursuit. However, for Kiyoshi, who had the ability to see through the fluctuations of time and space, Otsutsuki Urashiki's plan was of no use. With a high degree of control over his physical condition, Kiyoshi was able to easily break the opportunity that Otsutsuki Urashiki had worked so hard to create by making an emergency stop for a moment. However, due to the Yomi Hirasaka performed by Otsutsuki Urashiki, the channel of time and space movement seemed to have a slight ripple suddenly on the calm lake. The time and space flow that was originally orderly and like a straight road suddenly showed a slight and subtle sign of disorder. It was as if a precision machine that was originally running harmoniously suddenly had a key gear gently moved by an invisible hand. Although it was just a small action, it triggered a series of unpredictable changes afterwards, making this space-time movement channel no longer as stable and smooth as normal, but exuding a sense of instability. When Ching Si sensed this phenomenon, his expression changed slightly, but he didn't have any good solution. After all, he did have limited knowledge about the so-called time travel treasure plow. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression remained unchanged. Although he failed to trick Kiyoshi, the disorder of time and space was within his expectations. A hidden murderous color quickly flashed across Otsutsuki Urashiki's red Megatama Samsara Eye, and then Otsutsuki Urashiki directly and actively increased the vibration of Yomi Hirasaka on the space-time movement channel, completely disrupting the entire space-time. Kingsea raised his eyebrows and instantly understood Otsutsuki Urashiki's idea. He was exhausted and wanted to make both sides lose and then rely on luck. The yellow light emitted by the turtle floating in the air, which is the treasure plow, is getting dimmer and dimmer, which means that this journey through time and space is about to reach its end. However, at this time, the vibration of the entire space-time also reached its peak. Ching Si looked at the illusory cracks that continued to appear around him, and he understood in his heart that this space-time movement channel would probably not last until the end. Therefore, a sharp light flashed across Tsuneyashi's eyes, and Kingsea directly magnified it. Anyway, it had come to this, and he certainly couldn't let Otsutsuki Urashiki have an easy time. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A dazzling golden light flashed across the sky, adding a touch of beauty to the colorful space. However, this beauty was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 316. This is Kingsea's Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion with all his strength. If it were in the outside world, its power would be enough to shatter a star with one blow. Under the joint efforts of Otsutsuki Urashiki and CG, the entire space and time was shattered with a dull and shocking sound, as if the fragile crystal was hit hard by a huge hammer. The shattering sound seemed to be able to penetrate endless time and space, echoing in every corner, as if it was the death knell of the end of the world. Countless fragments of time and space flew around like a meteor shower, each piece flashing with strange light, and those originally closely connected gaps in time and space were now exposed like hideous wounds. Darkness and chaos began to spread quietly from these cracks, as if to devour everything in time and space. At the treasure plow, the yellow color had completely dimmed. The destruction of the space-time movement channel caused the treasure plow to suffer a backlash, and it directly fell into a state of looping and freezing. Neither Kiyoshige nor Otsutsuki Urashiki were spared when the space and time were violently turbulent like a raging wave. The fluctuations caused by the shattered space and time were like an invisible giant hand, pulling and twisting the two of them fiercely, making it impossible for them to keep their balance. The terrifying shock wave produced by the explosion in the channel swept over, like thousands of blazing flaming blades, fiercely hitting the two men, causing them to fall from two different directions into the endless abyss of time and space, rapidly falling towards the unknown depths of darkness. However, at the last moment, Kingsley received the noble phantasm plow that was blown near him due to the explosion of time and space into the space of Takamaji-Ehara. In this way, no matter which era he returned to, as long as the noble phantasm plow was repaired, Kingsley could use it to return to the time before he traveled through time and space. After all, the noble phantasm plow has been fully activated and started by Otsutsuki Urashiki, and there is no need to rigidly confirm whether the person using it has a registered identity in the Otsutsuki clan. Because the channel was broken and time-space turbulence occurred, Kingsley was lost after falling out of the time-space movement channel and into the abyss of time and space. Here, there is no concrete, perceptible concept of time at all, as if the entire world has fallen into eternal silence. Chaotic and disordered, with no up or down, left or right, Kingsley, who was seriously injured and fell into a coma due to the explosion of time and space, was like a rootless duckweed, drifting in the turbulence of broken time and space. His body was like a broken puppet, and every wound seemed to be silently telling the horrific and tragic explosion of time and space that had just occurred. The endless flow of blood flickered with a strange luster in the dim turbulence of time and space, as if it was a forgotten remnant in the long river of time. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Kingsley finally opened his eyes. In the turbulence of time and space, both time and space are in a state of complete chaos, and this situation also suppresses Kingsley's body's ability to recover, causing him to always be in a state of severe injury with his chakra and eye power basically exhausted. After Kingsley regained consciousness, he certainly tried to use the little remaining eye power to break out of the space-time turbulence through the eye technique Takamaji-Ehara. However, he found that he could not determine the location he wanted to teleport to through perception. The space-time coordinates under the influence of the space-time turbulence were changing all the time. Moreover, a mysterious feeling kept reminding Kingsley that if he really forced himself to do so, he would most likely end up dead. You know, even ordinary ninjas will occasionally have this kind of mysterious intuition, or you can say it's the body's spontaneous perception of danger. This intuition often carries a hint of prophecy and always plays an important role at critical moments. So, let alone Kingsley, whose strength has reached the 6 paths level and whose life level is completely different from that of ordinary humans. Therefore, Kiyoshi finally gave up the option of using Takamagahara to escape the turbulence of time and space. After all, although Takamagahara is an ability related to time and space, in fact, it can only cross space and has nothing to do with time. And even though Kingsley is still safe and sound in the turbulence of time and space, and his injuries have not worsened, that is only because Kingsley has not done anything to disrupt the already chaotic space and time. He is just drifting around following the turbulence of time and space. And once Ching-Si made any move, the chain reaction it triggered, as well as the already extremely violent space-time turbulence, could crush Ching-Si's body into powder in an instant. In the turbulence of time and space where there is no concept of time, I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, in the direction of the turbulent fluctuations of space and time, a very distant colorful light entered Kingsley's field of vision. Ching-Si, whose consciousness was originally as drowsy as if falling into a fog, seemed to be struck by a sudden lightning. His seriously injured body suddenly shook, his eyes became clear, and he suddenly broke free from the chaotic and confused state and woke up completely. An indescribable feeling of joy overflowed into Kingsley's heart. He realized that this white light might be the exit of a certain space-time node, and it was also his hope to escape from the turbulence of space-time. The remaining pupil power circulated, the samsara eye slowly opened, and Kingsley's eyes were locked on the distant colorful light. Getting closer and closer. If nothing unexpected happens, Kingxi will soon be pushed by the turbulence of time and space to the location where the colorful light is. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, then there will most likely be an accident. Just when Kingxi was about to be sent into the colorful light by the turbulence of time and space, suddenly, his whole body shook violently, a look of fear appeared on his face, and then he instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kingxi's keen perception allowed him to sense an indescribable terrifying gaze, which was now falling on him. The key point is that Kingxi didn't even know where this gaze came from. It was as if this gaze was everywhere in this broken time and space. Kingxi was under tremendous pressure at this moment. If the owner of this gaze wanted to attack him, he would probably not have any power to resist. The gap is really too big. Kingxi's whole body was stiff, not daring to move, fearing that his actions would bring down a thunderbolt strike from this unknown powerful being. However, he could clearly sense that that gaze had been lingering on him and had not left. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Even in this turbulence of time and space where the concept of time had been lost, Kingxi could clearly feel the time passing by every second. Time seems to be constantly twisting, and space seems to be constantly changing. There has never been a moment that makes Kingxi feel so unbearable. Finally, Kingxi's body was pushed by the turbulence of time and space and sent into the shining colorful light. At the same time as entering the colorful light, Kyoji's body, having freed itself from the suppression of the Otsutsuki physique by the turbulence of time and space, slowly stretched out and began to recover quickly. Kyoji also sensed the gaze that was staring at him, which dissipated at the same time. The tense nerves relaxed instantly as if a rope was suddenly untied, and the fear that had been tightly wrapped around my heart also disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Kingxi fell into a coma. However, before he fell into a coma, Kingxi vaguely heard a faint humming sound, as if it came from another distant time and space, across countless time and space. Otsutsuki, clan? It's been so long. What Kingxi didn't see was that after he entered the colorful light, in that endless space and time, densely packed eyes with aqua blue brilliance and charming luster lit up at the same time. Endless pupil power vibrated in the endless space and time, accompanied by an almost inaudible sigh, Almighty. Afterwards, as if nothing had happened, everything returned to calm. The broken space and time here was slowly repairing itself, and the power of the space-time turbulence was gradually exhausted. Ninja World. Millennia ago. Ancient times. 30 years ago when Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world. The space-time transmission black hole, which was so distorted that it seemed to devour all order, was like a giant beast lurking in the depths of darkness, suddenly appearing in the endless sky like a ghost. Its black vortex was so deep that it seemed to be able to absorb the soul. It was as if some unknown power had deliberately torn a crack in the sky, and an extremely palpitating and oppressive atmosphere emanated. The surrounding space seemed to be disturbed by this sudden black hole of space and time. The air currents were swirling wildly, as if trying their best to avoid the terrifying gravity. Strange rays of light flickered on the edge of the black hole, as if they were the residual light left after countless stars were annihilated in an instant, or like the strange light that came out when the gate of hell slowly opened. A creepy feeling arose spontaneously. Suddenly, a ghostly white figure seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, and suddenly fell out from the deep and dark black hole like a meteor, and fell straight to the ground from the sky like a sharp arrow at an extremely fast speed. It was Kingxi who rushed out from the turbulence of time and space but fell into a coma because of that terrifying existence. Boom! Kingxi's body slammed to the ground with a resolute and heavy attitude. With the loud impact, the ground seemed to be hit hard by a huge hammer. A deep pit suddenly appeared, as if the earth was suddenly torn open. Dust flew up, covering everything around, as if it was a sudden sandstorm, causing chaos. After a long time, Kingxi woke up from his coma. Lying in a deep pit, he looked at the sky with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. Where am I? Kingxi muttered to himself, then he stood up and lowered his head, constantly looking at his body and the tattered white robe on his body. What is going on? Even my body is different. So my soul has traveled through time and space, and I didn't inherit the memories of this body. At this time, CG, due to unknown reasons, has completely lost all his previous memories in the ninja world, including the memories of Otsutsuki Ishiki. The only things left are the memories of his 24 years living on Blue Planet and a name that is completely different from his previous life, CG. Kingxi climbed out of the deep pit easily without much effort. Through the simple exercise just now, he could clearly feel that there was an extremely powerful force hidden in his body. However, he did not have any memories of this body, so he could not use it at this time. It can be said that now he is just a human with a very strong body and great strength. Time passed, and soon half a year had passed. During this time, Kingxi has found the gathering place of humans and has gained a preliminary understanding of this world. The world at this time had not yet formed the concept of a complete country. Humans lived scattered in gathering places, and most of them were in the form of tribes. Compared with the era in which Kingxi lived in his previous life, this place can probably be called the ancient times or the primitive times. Moreover, one thing worth noting is that there is no moon at night in this world. Another year passed, and Kingxi had become very well known in this non-tribal gathering place. At the same time, in the process, he also gained a deeper understanding of this world. Chapter 317. There seems to be a gap in the history of this world. Judging from the information collected so far, humans, as the rulers of this world, seem to have appeared suddenly. All historical records stop about 1,000 years ago. But in the history before that, there is no trace of it at all. Normally, even if we do not have the ability to conduct archaeological research and verify the origin of mankind, there should at least be myths and legends similar to the previous life about Nuwa creating humans or God creating humans. Just like in historical records, Kingxi had seen some vague rumors about talking animals, as well as the god of death or the Pure Land. However, as for how humans appeared in this world, everything came to an abrupt end about 1,000 years ago. Moreover, after coming to this world for so long, Kingxi has never found how to use the power hidden deep in his body. It was only by chance that he heard travelers passing by this gathering place talking about how they had met humans with extraordinary fighting abilities in distant places. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in a flash. During this long and eventful decade, there was originally a tacit understanding of peaceful coexistence between the various gathering places. However, as time went by and interests gradually expanded, this tacit understanding became as fragile as glass. Due to the ambitions of some ambitious people and the huge benefits that could be obtained by unifying all the gathering places, the war broke out suddenly in the end. All the gathering places nearby, whether they existed in the form of tribes with common ancestors and surnames passed down from generation to generation, or in the form of scattered people of all shapes and sizes with different personalities who gradually gathered together for survival, were all caught in an unstoppable vortex. Fierce battles like a storm broke out like a tide across this vast land. All the gathering places seemed to be ignited by the invisible flames of war. They seemed to be caught in an endless life and death struggle, and began the never-ending, mad beast-like attacks and ruthless crusades against each other. Some settlements, relying on their powerful military force and sophisticated equipment, rampage on the battlefield like ferocious lions, bringing tremendous pressure to other settlements. Some settlements, relying on clever strategies and a spirit of unity, set numerous traps like cunning foxes, making it difficult for the enemy to defend themselves. In the early stages of the war, those gathering places that were like a pile of loose sand and not in the form of tribes were the first to bear the brunt of the war and became the fat prey that all parties scrambled for. The place where Kingxi was located was seen as a gathering place for a mob by other tribes, and of course it was also involved in this chaotic war. Fortunately, however, Kingxi exists in this gathering place. At the most critical moment when the gathering place was about to be breached, Kingxi stood up like an angry lion. Facing the invading enemies, he had no fear at all, only passion and determination. No matter whether it was the brave general in heavy armor or the fierce soldier holding a spear, they were as fragile as paper in front of Kingxi who had no weapons and was barehanded. Kingxi wielded his pair of iron fists, killing gods and Buddhas. Every attack was deadly powerful, making the enemy terrified. His speed was astonishingly fast, and his figure shuttled freely in the enemy's formation, as elusive as a ghost. Those enemies who tried to stop him were beaten to a pulp and screamed in pain under his mountain-like momentum and fierce attacks. Wherever he passed, the enemies fell under his fists like harvested wheat. Kingxi used his incomparably strong physical strength that seemed to be made of steel to single-handedly carve out a bloody path in the enemy's formation, frightening the enemy so much that they finally fled in all directions. The entire battlefield fell into silence in an instant, and Kingxi stood like an unshakable mountain in the center of the bloody battlefield, with countless broken limbs and arms left all around him. After that, Kingxi unified this gathering place with his personal strength that could rival thousands of enemies, his strong tactics and extraordinary personal charm, and officially embarked on the magnificent road of hegemony and unification that was full of hardships and challenges. Countless people with lofty ambitions came to join him and were willing to work for him. Soon, all the surrounding gathering places were conquered one by one under Kingxi's offensive, and then joined his army, becoming part of his territory from then on. Finally, in the 12th year after Kingxi came to this world, Kingxi unified all the nearby settlements and established a country with the settlement where he was originally located as the capital. Because this is the first country in the history of thousands of years, Qing named this country Zuzhiguo based on the word Ziu in his past life memory, which symbolizes the beginning, origin, and creation of all things, and also represents origin, inheritance, and eternity. As the founder of the country and the ruler, Kingxi was honored as the son of heaven by everyone in the Ziu country, from top to bottom, because of his achievements, his strange appearance that seemed to be born from the will of heaven with 2 horns on his head and had hardly changed in more than 10 years, and his extraordinary strength that far exceeded that of ordinary humans. At the same time, in a place far away from the ancestral country, a powerful unified country called the other country also rose. In the next 8 years, the ancestral country and the other country continued to develop at a high speed, their territories continued to expand, and finally they completed the border connection. So, in the 8th year after the founding of the ancestral country, which was also the 20th year since Kingxi came to this world, the war between the ancestral country and the other country broke out. Although Kingxi's personal strength is extremely strong and he can charge into the battlefield alone, the other country also has ways to deal with it. They have found a lot of powerful practitioners who have cultivated a skill called natural energy from somewhere. Although these practitioners are no match for Kingxi in one-on-one combat, they can unite to stop Kingxi's wreak havoc on the battlefield. Therefore, the ancestral country's invincible war model lost its effect. The powerful offensive that had been led by Qing and made the enemy terrified and defeated at the first blow now became slow and weak, as if it had fallen into chaos. Without Kingxi, the arrow, the army of the ancestral country seemed to have lost the pillar of its soul, and could only tie with the army of the other country on the battlefield. The two sides were in a stalemate on the battlefield, attacking and defending each other. The soldiers of the ancestral country launched fierce charges again and again, trying to break through the defense line of the other country, but they were always blocked by the other side's tenacious defense. The soldiers of the other country were not to be outdone. Relying on their sophisticated weapons and skilled tactics, they also brought tremendous pressure to the army of the ancestral country. No matter whether it was the ancestral country or the other country, no one could find the key to break through the other side's defense line. So, in the end, the ancestral country and the other country shook hands and made peace, and peace was restored again. However, what makes people happy is that in this war, Kingxi, with his extraordinary talent and learning ability, through many battles with practitioners who have mastered natural energy, has initially mastered the practice and application of natural energy. 10 years passed peacefully. Suddenly one night, at the border between the ancestral country and the other country, accompanied by a strange flash of light and a roar that resounded throughout the world, a huge tree towering into the sky appeared overnight. It was like a towering mountain, piercing the sky. The thick trunk seemed to be able to carry all things in the world, and every texture was like a mark of vicissitudes engraved by the years. The next morning, when the first wave of explorers sent by the ancestral country and the other country arrived under the tree and stood in the distance of the giant tree, they seemed like insignificant ants, so small and so fragile. Even the bravest warriors would feel a deep sense of powerlessness under the shadow of this giant tree. The huge tree crown is like a giant parasol, blocking out a large area of the sky. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, forming patches of mottled light and shadows, as if telling the long years and endless stories that this giant tree has experienced. Finally, after many investigations, even Kingxi went there personally. Neither the ancestral country nor the other country could find the reason for the appearance of this giant tree. So, all the people in the two countries regarded it as a gift from God to them, and affectionately called it the sacred tree. 1 month after the sacred tree appeared, on a quiet night, Kingxi was lying on the benchboard, looking up at the starry sky. He vaguely remembered that this was the favorite thing to do by someone who was very important to him. Because there is no moon in this world, and the light from the twinkling stars in the sky is not enough to illuminate the entire world, the nights here are extremely dark. Suddenly, a dazzling white light broke into Kingxi's field of vision, like a meteor flashing with strange light, dragging a long tail, like a sharp sword cutting through the deep and quiet night sky, and floating towards Kingxi's direction. Kingxi suddenly became interested. He had been in this world for 30 years and had never seen such a strange sight. The place where the white light ball landed happened to be not very far from him. So he stood up and called the guards, and they chased after the white light ball along its trajectory. Finally, the ball of white light slowly landed in a forest outside the capital of the Zuzi kingdom. When Ching Si and his guards arrived, they were stunned by what they saw. In the ball of light, a beautiful girl with delicate features slowly walked out. A white robe as soft as a veil fluttered gently in the breeze, as if blending into the surrounding air. The blue-white hair cascaded from the top of the head to the ankles like a gorgeous waterfall, sparkling with a mysterious and charming light. The two short wooden horns growing on the top of her head are like two precious ornaments meticulously carved and inlaid on her forehead, slightly curved upward, exuding a simple and solemn atmosphere. Not only does it not destroy the overall beauty of the girl, but it adds a strange cuteness. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as white jade, as if it could be blown away. Every line was so exquisitely outlined, as if it was carefully carved by God. Although her skin was slightly pale, it did not diminish her beauty, but instead added a sense of ethereality. Her temperament was as cold as ice, as if nothing in this world could move her heart. Only her pure white eyes, like two bright stars, emitting a cold and pure light, were particularly eye-catching. At this moment, King Si seemed to be struck by an invisible electric current. He felt that his heart, which was usually as calm as a stagnant pool of water, was now beating slightly like a dormant volcano. Although the beating was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible, it seemed to cast a bright star in his dead world, instantly breaking the long-standing peace and silence, like a ripple that accidentally appeared in the long river of time, slowly spreading out. An inexplicable throbbing feeling filled King Si's heart. At this time, King Si finally knew what kind of world he had come to. He was not unfamiliar with the person in front of him. This was clearly the ancestor of Chakra in the Naruto world, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki's current appearance is slightly different from the image he saw in the video in his previous life, he believes that he should not be wrong. The setting of Zukuo country is based on the 680th episode of the anime Naruto Shippuden, and has been modified to a certain extent. The story and image of Kaguya Otsutsuki's first appearance were also modified to a certain extent based on the settings of the Naruto Shippuden animation and comics. Chapter 318. So in this sense, the giant tree that everyone calls the sacred tree is truly a sacred tree. And the power system called natural energy belonging to this world that he has initially mastered is the immortal technique in the Naruto world that he saw in his previous life. However, this was not good news for King Si. His knowledge of Naruto in his previous life was limited to the clips in those short videos. As for the development of the Naruto world and the subsequent plot, he was basically completely in the dark. Not to mention that the era he lives in is the ancient times thousands of years before the plot begins. All kinds of thoughts came to mind and kept circling in King Si's mind. At this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Was his own image too similar to Kaguya Otsutsuki? The same double horns on the head, the same pale skin color, and the tattered white robe he was wearing when he just woke up from a coma, which was very similar to the one worn by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Originally, King Si had deep doubts and confusion about his body. After all, he had been in this world for 30 years, but his appearance had basically not changed at all. Therefore, at this moment, King Si had deep doubts about the true identity of his body. Could it be that the body he inherited after traveling through time was that of an Otsutsuki? But, in his impression, shouldn't the real Otsutsuki have Byakugan? The guards on the side also noticed that there seemed to be some unknown relationship between their emperor and this mysterious girl who fell from the sky. Therefore, they tactfully retreated to a distance, leaving the space to their emperor and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at Seiji, who looked exactly like a member of the Otsutsuki clan. A hint of nervousness flashed across her white eyes, and a flood of perception suddenly surged over her. Although some time ago, because she didn't want to become the sacrifice for the Ten Tails larvae to transform into the divine tree, Kaguya Otsutsuki impulsively used the ability Ashbone possessed by her lineage to sneak attack her teammate Otsutsuki Ishiki and fed Otsutsuki Ishiki to the Ten Tails, but at the same time, she was also severely injured by Otsutsuki Ishiki's desperate counterattack, and her strength was reduced to only 1/10 of what it was. Killing the Ashbones together belongs to the bloodline net. At this time, Kaguya Otsutsuki has not yet eaten the chakra fruit to achieve the bloodline net, so at this time, she should not have the terrifying ability of killing the Ashbones together. Before eating the chakra fruit, Kaguya Otsutsuki's strength had just reached the threshold of the 6 paths level. She was an absolute weakling among the 6 paths level, or could be called a 6 paths level goalkeeper. Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki was not very good at fighting. Therefore, she was seriously injured and had not yet recovered. The strength she could exert at this time was only about between the cage level and the super cage level. Therefore, originally Kaguya Otsutsuki did not want to show up in the ninja world so early, but should continue to hide in the original space constructed by her special ability to quietly recover from her injuries, and then use her extraordinary strength of the 6 paths level to conquer the entire ninja world by herself. After all, no matter how weak the 6 paths level is, it is still the 6 paths level, and it is already in existence beyond the level of ordinary creatures. Moreover, although she and Otsutsuki Ishiki had just arrived on this planet not long ago and did not have a detailed understanding of everything about this planet, but in the long history of the Otsutsuki clan planting trees in the starry sky, there has never been a planet that could give birth to a strong man with the strength of the 6 paths. Therefore, Otsutsuki, whose strength has reached the 6 paths level, has no rivals in the universe and can be called the synonym of invincibility. However, what Kaguya Otsutsuki never expected was that the energy of this planet was too abundant. In just 1 month, the sacred tree absorbed energy that would take decades or even hundreds of years to absorb on other planets. It was not far from blooming and bearing fruit and producing chakra fruits. Therefore, Kaguya Otsutsuki had no choice but to show up in the ninja world. After all, both the sacred tree and the chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree were too important to her. She was afraid that when she focused her energy on recovering from her injuries, some powerful creature would suddenly appear in this world, steal the chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree and eat it when she was not paying attention. Kaguya Otsutsuki carefully sensed Seiji's breath, and after a moment, she slowly withdrew her perception. At this time, she had confirmed that the aura emitted by Kingxi did indeed belong to the Otsutsuki clan, but it was something she had never seen in the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, the other party could not have been sent by the clan to hunt her down. Perhaps the other party was just an Otsutsuki clan member who came to this planet accidentally and did not carry the 10 tails. After all, she knew the auras of those tribesmen who were stronger than her very well. As for Kiyoshi, he was of course keenly aware that Kaguya Otsutsuki was sensing him, but he did not care about it. He even hoped that Kaguya Otsutsuki could recognize his identity so that he could know and understand himself better. After all, if the body he traveled through really belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, then it would be great news for him. You know, the Otsutsuki clan is the ceiling of the bloodline ceiling in the Naruto world. However, what Kiyoshi didn't know was that the traces and aura of Otsutsuki Ishiki that he originally carried on his body had changed to a certain extent after he came here 1,000 years ago because of the natural energy he mastered. This was also the reason why Otsutsuki Kaguya did not detect any familiar aura on Kiyoshi. So, Kaguya Otsutsuki relaxed her mind a little, her nervousness disappeared, and she walked slowly towards Seiji. After all, according to her perception, Seiji gave her the feeling that he had not reached the 6 paths level, and she could handle it now. For the Otsutsuki clan who have a long life, Otsutsuki Kaguya, who looks like just a girl, is actually just an innocent girl who is naive and inexperienced in the world among the Otsutsuki clan. However, despite this, Kaguya Otsutsuki was still very cautious at this time because she was always on guard against the Otsutsuki clan sending people to capture her because she had attacked someone of the same clan. So, she decided to test Seiji one last time. Around Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes, countless tiny veins were wriggling faintly, and faintly visible blue veins bulged silently. White eyes, open. White eyes, pressure. The white eyes that were originally as calm as lake water now had a faint light flickering in them, as if a dormant volcano had its fuse suddenly lit. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from her eyes, and endless pupil power swept over like a violent torrent. The invisible waves carried a huge pressure as strong as Mount Tai, and suddenly descended on Kingxi. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki's injuries are far from recovered, she can still exert normal power with this relatively basic Byakugan technique used only for testing. Suddenly under the pressure from Kaguya Otsutsuki, Kiyoshi's originally straight legs were like being hit hard by an invisible hammer. They instantly lost strength and his knees bent involuntarily, as if his entire body was about to be crushed to the ground by this pressure. But the next moment, stimulated by the aura emitted by the Byakugan of the same origin, Kingxi's eyes instantly bloomed with a dazzling aqua-blue light, just like the sparkling waves of clear spring water in the sun, or the cold light cast by the purest moon in the night sky, exuding an incomparable mysterious atmosphere. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki's pressure retreated at an incredible speed like a tide, as if it had been wiped out by an invisible hand, as if the powerful sense of oppression that Seiji had just felt was just an illusory dream. At the same time, Kingsley's deep blue eyes seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist. In this vagueness, it seemed that a fragment of memory was vaguely emerging in his mind. However, just like the fleeting clouds and smoke, the traces of memory were fleeting. Kingsley only felt as if he had had a short and vague dream. The things he just remembered receded like the tide, and he forgot them completely. Kingsley's heart skipped a beat. A strong sense of disharmony surged quietly in his heart like an undercurrent, as if he was groping forward in a dark maze. He tried hard to capture the source of this disharmony, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find where this disharmony came from. This is... Kaguya Otsutsuki stopped performing the eye technique the moment she saw Seiji's eyes change. She recognized it, the legendary eye of destiny and hope. As far as she knew, there should be no one in the Otsutsuki clan who possessed the pure eye. So it was obvious that this strange Otsutsuki who appeared here for no apparent reason was definitely not someone sent by the clan. So, Kaguya Otsutsuki instantly became excited, as if she had found a way to fight against the Otsutsuki clan members who would come here to look for her in the future. Kingji looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes. If his eyes had not changed in time under the stimulation of Otsutsuki Kaguya's white eyes, he would have knelt down to Otsutsuki Kaguya just now. Who are you? What's your name? Kingsley asked, suppressing his anger. Although he had some guesses about Kaguya Otsutsuki's identity, he also needed to confirm it. Moreover, he has not yet figured out how to use chakra. He only relies on his body and the natural energy he has mastered. It is very likely that he cannot beat Kaguya Otsutsuki. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful Kaguya Otsutsuki is, he will definitely go up and punch her. Kaguya Otsutsuki slowly walked in front of Kingsley, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's cold voice reached Kingsley's ears. My name is Kaguya, and I am the guardian of the sacred tree. After hearing this, Kingsley understood instantly. It was confirmed that this was the world of Naruto, and the person in front of him was indeed the Otsutsuki Kaguya he had imagined. After a slight pause, Kaguya Otsutsuki continued, her tone carrying a barely perceptible eagerness, stranger tribesman, what about you? Kingsley was stunned, his wish came true, it turned out that the body he inherited really belonged to the Otsutsuki clan. My name is Kingsley, and I'm the emperor of the ancestral country. Kingsley hesitated for a moment, but still chose to tell the truth. After all, Kaguya Otsutsuki was so frank, and it would not be good for him not to tell the truth. After all, he still needed to rely on Kaguya Otsutsuki to figure out many things, and he had nothing to hide. Kyoji brought Kaguya Otsutsuki back to the capital of the ancestral country. Along the way, he asked Kaguya Otsutsuki a lot of questions about the Otsutsuki clan, and Kaguya Otsutsuki answered all his questions one by one as long as she knew them. The impression that Seiji had from the fragments he saw about Kaguya Otsutsuki in his previous life was gradually, bit by bit, changing during the course of his conversations with her, just like the land moistened by the spring rain. At first, Seiji still had some doubts and caution in his heart. After all, from what he knew in his previous life, Kaguya Otsutsuki was the big boss of the Naruto world. But as the communication deepened, he gradually discovered that the innocence and purity revealed in the pure white eyes of the girl in front of him seemed to be able to filter out all the complexity of the world. At this time, Kingsley, whose pure eyes were not closed yet, could clearly sense that Kaguya had nothing to hide from him, and could easily see through Kaguya's heart. It was like a pure lake, without a trace of impurities. Her heart was pure to the extreme, which made Kingsley involuntarily develop a strong desire to protect her, an impulse to hold her tightly in his arms and not let her get hurt. As for what Kaguya Otsutsuki said, that she had been sacrificed out of fear not long ago, and that she impulsively attacked and killed her teammates, Seiji unconsciously ignored it, because, with the perception of his pure eyes, he knew that what Kaguya said was true. Moreover, in Kyoji's opinion, Kaguya Otsutsuki's behavior of rising up in resistance because her life was threatened was correct. Even in the rule of law society in her previous life, it could at most be considered excessive self-defense. After all, you don't need so many reasons to like someone. Just starting with appearance is enough. Chapter 319. After returning to the capital of the ancestral country, Kingji asked the guards to arrange a place for Kaguya Otsutsuki to rest, while his own thoughts began to wander. What is certain now is that his name, according to the memories of the original owner remaining in his mind, should be Otsutsuki Seiji. After all, his name in his previous life was Seiji, so it is obvious that the name Seiji does not belong to him. However, according to Kagaya Otsutsuki, his eyes are the pure eyes called eyes of destiny and hope, which are rare in the Otsutsuki clan. But there is no member of the Otsutsuki clan who possesses the pure eyes, so he is most likely a wild Otsutsuki, or an Otsutsuki who wandered in the ninja world and awakened the pure eyes by chance. As for the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki didn't know as much about it as he did. The only thing that was certain was the local power system in the ninja world, that is, natural energy, which was considered to be a relatively powerful power system in the entire universe. Natural energy can be said to be everywhere in the ninja world, and its quantity is terrifying. In addition, the quality of natural energy simply crushes the energy of other planets that Kagaya Otsutsuki has learned about. Therefore, in the ninja world, the divine tree can produce chakra fruits at an extraordinary speed. According to Kagaya Otsutsuki's estimation, it would take about half a month to less than a month for the sacred tree to produce the chakra fruit. The next day, early in the morning, Seiji saw her in an open space not far from Kagaya Otsutsuki's residence. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki was slightly tilting her head back, revealing her delicate yet fragile jawline. The morning sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto her neck, as if coating her snow-white skin with a layer of light golden glow. A gentle breeze blew gently, and the hair that fell like a waterfall fluttered with it, inadvertently brushing across the enchanting neck, as light as a feather, as if it had also brushed across Kingsee's heart, causing ripples. Kingsee stared at this scene, and for a moment he couldn't help being a little dazed. Kagaya just stood there quietly, like a beautiful painting. At this time, Kagaya Otsutsuki seemed to have sensed something, turned around and looked at Seiji. As for Kiyoshi, the moment his eyes met Kagaya Otsutsuki's pure white eyes, he immediately looked away, with a hint of blush flashing across his cheeks. The 24 years in his previous life were fine, after all, he had never had any close contact with any girls. But he has been in this world for 30 years, especially since Kingsee is the ruler of the ancestral country. It can be said that he has basically seen all kinds of women. Even his ministers often present him with various so-called beauties in different ways. However, Kingsee, who has extremely high standards, has never met any woman who meets his aesthetic standards, and has never had the slightest attraction in his heart. Until, he met Kagaya Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Kagaya took light lotus steps, her graceful and ethereal figure like an orchid blooming in the clouds, and walked towards Seiji slowly and unhurriedly. As she approached, an extremely elegant fragrance quietly and synchronously drifted away like a veil. The smell seemed to be there and not there, yet close yet distant, like a mountain spring flowing through the petals, or a breeze blowing through the stamens in the early morning, lingering in Kingsee's nose. The feeling of freshness instantly spread, as if it could penetrate into every pore of his body, making him feel relaxed and happy, reaching the deepest part of his soul, bringing him an unprecedented feeling of tranquility and pleasure. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her beautiful face seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo, like a fairy in the morning mist, hazy and mysterious. A sacred and dignified temperament emanates from Kagaya Otsutsuki, as if all the hustle and bustle of the world has nothing to do with her. As she walks, there is a sense of ethereal and otherworldly air, and she always exudes an innate nobility and elegance. Kingsee stood there blankly, his body stiffened slightly involuntarily, as if he was a silly goose, his eyes were dull and a little erratic. The nervous heartbeat was beating violently in Kingsee's chest like a war drum, and each beat seemed to break through his chest, making him almost clearly feel the sound of blood rushing in his veins. The rapid and powerful rhythm seemed to be telling of Kingsee's deep inner anxiety, as if countless small hands were scratching at his heart, making it difficult for him to remain calm. Kingsee was well aware of the abnormality in himself, but his body could not keep up with his brain's reaction and he was unable to make any effective movements. However, Kingsee could clearly feel that an arrow carrying sweetness and happiness had quietly shot into his heart at some point. At this moment, Kingsee seemed to understand the true meaning of love at first sight. This is probably what it feels like to be in love. Kagaya Otsutsuki came to Seiji and slowly stood in front of him. Her white eyes seemed to contain endless mystery and depth as she just looked at Seiji quietly. Kingsee turned his head away, not daring to look Otsutsuki Kagaya in the eye, but then he felt something was wrong. This was his territory, how could he fall into such a disadvantage? So he plucked up his courage and looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya calmly. However, within a few seconds, under the gaze of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was pure and without any other emotions, Seiji was defeated. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably again, and a shy blush gradually appeared on his cheeks, gradually spreading to his ears and neck. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at how Seiji's face suddenly changed from pale to blushing in a very short time, and her white eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. She didn't understand what was wrong with Seiji. Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a little curious and close to Seiji, a member of the tribe. Not only because he had the pure eye known as the Eye of Destiny and Hope within the tribe, which gave her the confidence to fight against the newcomers from the tribe later, but also because his temperament or personality was completely different from that of other Otsutsuki tribe members she knew. The Otsutsuki that she was familiar with in the clan, the older seniors, had profound knowledge and proud attitude accumulated over their long lives. Their eyes always seemed to be slightly raised with a look of disdain, as if nothing in the entire universe was worthy of their attention. Her peers of the same age are all proud of their identity as members of the Starry Sky Otsutsuki clan. They look so arrogant, as if the entire universe should revolve around them. As for the very young generations, although they have not yet fully developed into those cutting-edge people, they also have a certain sense of self-importance. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan are arrogant and look down on others, as if their Otsutsuki clan is the most noble and powerful existence in the universe. Even calling them gods is not an exaggeration. In their eyes, all other things are ants and inferior creatures that can be despised and ignored at will. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki also has these characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, she is still simple in character, naive, and still retains a basic awe for all things in the universe. Therefore, when communicating with Seiji last night, Kagaya Otsutsuki keenly discovered the difference between Seiji and those Otsutsuki. Although they are all Otsutsuki, the feeling that Seiji gave her was extremely special. In comparison, Seiji gives Kagaya Otsutsuki the feeling that he is more like a human rather than the god that the Otsutsuki clan claims to be. This does not refer to the Otsutsuki god. Many members of the Otsutsuki clan believe that they are gods compared to ordinary humans. Kiyoshi. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at Kiyoshi, who was blushing, opened her red lips slightly, and spoke in a cold voice that went straight into Kiyoshi's heart. "What's the matter with you coming to see me?" "Ah." When Kingxi heard Kagaya Otsutsuki's voice, he suddenly came back to his senses. Reason returned to his mind. For his performance in front of Kagaya just now, Kingxi secretly gave himself a 0. "By the way, Kagaya, this is it." Kingxi described his own situation to Kagaya, and then asked Kagaya, "Can you teach me how to master the power of chakra?" Kagaya Otsutsuki was a little surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that Seiji, as an Otsutsuki, had lost not only his memory before appearing in this world, but he couldn't even use the basic power of their Otsutsuki clan, which is chakra. Not to mention that the only eye technique he mastered, the pure eye, was suddenly revealed yesterday because of her test. So, after a short silence, Otsutsuki Kagaya made a decision. In the future, she would still need Kiyoshiki's power to help her deal with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki, who might come to capture her and bring her back to the clan for trial. It was imperative to strengthen Kiyoshiki's strength. Moreover, after meeting Kingxi, a member of the clan, for less than a day, she inexplicably felt a sense of closeness and goodwill towards him. Kishimoto clearly pointed out in the original work that Kagaya Otsutsuki knew that it was the 3 golden grapes who came to capture her. Kagaya Otsutsuki nodded, and immediately stretched out her hands to Seiji. "Then, let's feel it together." Kingxi looked at the soft hand that Kagaya Otsutsuki stretched out, hesitated slightly, and then bravely grasped it. "Ching Si, stand up." Ching Si encouraged himself in his heart, "Otherwise, when will I be able to marry her home? As long as she is brave enough, Kagaya can take maternity leave every day." Doghead.jpg. The moment their hands touched, an electric current ran through their bodies at the same time, quickly spreading along their arms, as if igniting a ball of blazing flame, making their bodies instantly tense up. Every nerve seemed to be awakened by this sudden stimulation, and at the same time, an unprecedented wonderful feeling surged in their hearts. Their heartbeats quickened at the same time, their fair skin blushed slightly, and an ambiguous atmosphere suddenly appeared between them. Immediately afterwards, the chakra in Kagaya Otsutsuki's body quickly flowed into Kiyoshi's body, and came into contact with the huge chakra in Kiyoshi's body that had been dormant for 30 years. The next moment, the chakras of the two were closely connected together, and through the connection of the chakras, they saw each other's memories and inner thoughts at the same time. A long time. The two separated, and the chakra connection was broken at the same time. With the help of Kagaya Otsutsuki, CG finally mastered how to use chakra. Now, he finally looks like an Otsutsuki, and finally has the power to protect the pure and clean girl in front of him. Your memory. The blush on Kaguya Otsutsuki's face faded, and she returned to her cold look. She chose her words carefully, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In fact, she couldn't really put it into words, but she vaguely felt that Seiji's memory gave her a feeling of disharmony. It seems to have been erased. Ching Si nodded. Actually, after all these years, he had already noticed something was wrong. There was probably something wrong with his memory. He didn't know who had tampered with it. After all, when he saw certain things, he could always vaguely remember something, and he also felt that he should have forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it clearly. Moreover, last night, when his pure eye appeared automatically due to the stimulation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakugan, this strange feeling of disobedience became even stronger. Thinking of this, Kingsley couldn't help but feel a heavy pressure. He had never heard of any existence that could tamper with memories in the ninja world in the past 30 years, at least. At the moment, he was far from enough. However, the other party probably has some plans for him. As long as his strength continues to grow, he will be able to solve this mystery sooner or later. Chapter 320. Half a month has passed in a flash, and there is only about a week left before the time when Kaguya Otsutsuki judged that the sacred tree will bear the chakra fruit. During this half-month, Kiyoshi basically handed over all the government affairs of the ancestral country to his ministers, and he only took control of the general direction. Under the leadership of Kiyoshi, Kaguya Otsutsuki quickly integrated into this world. The so-called god qualities of the Otsutsuki clan in Kaguya Otsutsuki are becoming increasingly weaker, and like CG, she is becoming more and more like a real human being. When Kaguya Otsutsuki first arrived in the ninja world, she exuded the typical aloof temperament of the Otsutsuki clan, which was as cold as ice and kept strangers away. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki still has a noble and unspeakable temperament, she also has a bit of worldly air. Just like those ordinary human girls in the motherland, she has a special liking for those beautiful flowers that are delicate and fragrant. Whenever she sees them swaying gently in the breeze, she can't help but smile with joy. Kaguya Otsutsuki also loves those lively, smart, and cute little animals. When CG takes her to the wilderness outside the city to play, she often can't help but reach out and gently stroke their soft fur. The gorgeous and dazzling clothes in the King's Palace always easily captured her heart, making her linger in front of the dazzling wardrobe and carefully select the clothes that best set off her noble temperament. Finally, there is the refreshing, picturesque scenery, which is also what she is obsessed with and yearns for. Her favorite thing is for Kingsley to take her for a stroll in the fields outside the city, and indulge in the beautiful scenery given by nature. The relationship between Kaguya Otsutsuki and CG is rapidly heating up, and her closeness and affection for CG are gradually becoming deeper and deeper. Night. Kingsley lay quietly in bed, but he had no desire to sleep at all. He tossed and turned, trying to find a position that would allow him to fall asleep. However, all his efforts seemed in vain. As soon as he closed his eyes, Kaguya Otsutsuki's beautiful face would immediately appear in his mind. Every smile of hers, every look in her eyes, even the way she slightly frowned, were so clearly imprinted in Kingsley's mind, as real and tangible as if they were right in front of him. Otsutsuki Kaguya's every smile and frown, as well as every little bit of their interactions over the past few days, were like a movie that was playing on a continuous loop and could not be erased from his mind no matter what. The irritated Kingji forced himself to erase the image of Kaguya Otsutsuki from his mind, suddenly sat up, then got up, dressed, and went directly to Kaguya Otsutsuki's residence. He has made up his mind. His thoughts and ideas did not allow him to wait any longer. When they arrived at Kaguya Otsutsuki's residence, CG was surprised to see Kaguya Otsutsuki looking up at the starry sky in the yard. Is Kaguya like this every night? Kingsley waved to a guard stationed nearby and asked. He keenly sensed that something was wrong. Is Kaguya Otsutsuki worried about something? Although through the chakra connection, CG saw the memory and inner heart of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and learned about Otsutsuki's Hiki and the sacred tree from Otsutsuki Kaguya, he did not know that after the Otsutsuki clan learned of Kaguya's treasonous behavior, they would definitely send their clansmen to hunt down Kaguya. And Kaguya Otsutsuki was also afraid that after learning about the powerful strength of the three golden grapes, CG would become timid and choose to retreat, creating a gap between them and her, thus destroying the relationship between her and CG that had been hard won. You know, although she knows Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki, for the Otsutsuki clan, things like emotions are completely unnecessary. So, there will definitely be a big battle between her and the three of them. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki have both eaten the chakra fruit and have the Rinnegan. Even if she eats the chakra fruit that is about to mature in the ninja world, she has no confidence that she can compete with them at the same time. More importantly, after coming to the ninja world, Kaguya Otsutsuki's mentality towards the various emotions that she once disdained began to slowly change. Something that had been hidden deep in her heart for a long time seemed to be quietly touched. Especially the feeling that had developed between her and Kingsley, which even she herself could not describe or explain, was tightly entangled in her heart, making it difficult for her to let go. So, Kaguya Otsutsuki temporarily concealed these things from Seiji. Yes. Lord Tianzi. When the guard saw Kingsley coming, his body instantly stood up straight and answered, Lady Kaguya keeps this posture and looks up at the sky every night. It's as if someone will come to greet her. This guard was one of the guards who went to investigate outside the city with Seiji. Therefore, he knew the truth that Kaguya Otsutsuki fell from the sky. I understand. Kingsley was silent for a moment and nodded. At this time, a breeze blew gently, like an invisible gentle hand, gently touching Kaguya Otsutsuki's long hair that fell like a waterfall. Under the night, Kaguya Otsutsuki's blue-white hair flashed a faint light, as if it was given life. The soft long hair sometimes fluttered slightly, sometimes gently lifted up, and sometimes gently hung down like silk threads. Kingsley walked forward gently and stood beside Kaguya Otsutsuki. They stood shoulder to shoulder and looked at the bright and magnificent starry sky together. Won't you feel cold in the night breeze? Kingsley asked softly, breaking the silence. At the same time, he took off his coat and put it on Kaguya Otsutsuki. Of course, Kyoshi knew that with the physical condition of the Otsutsuki clan, there was no need to worry about these things. Even if Otsutsuki Kaguya had been seriously injured before and had not recovered yet, ordinary weather could not do anything to her. But this was just his way of expressing his concern for Kaguya Otsutsuki. Moreover, he needed to find a topic to talk to Kaguya Otsutsuki step by step, and then in the end, express his feelings to her. After all, even if Seiji had never been in a relationship in his past life or this life, he knew that he couldn't just start off without any preparation and directly ask Kaguya Otsutsuki if she was willing to be with him as soon as they met. Kaguya Otsutsuki did not answer, but turned her gaze to Seiji, her eyes wavering slightly. Kingsley felt the gaze of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and he suppressed his inner throbbing and did not look at her. Instead, he looked at the sky and continued to talk to himself, is the glittering world above the distant starry sky always so beautiful, peaceful, and flawless? Whenever night falls and everything is silent, when I look up at the vast starry sky, I always feel a little incredible. In the pitch-black space, such a magnificent and brilliant light can emerge. Can I go to your hometown one day? Kingsley murmured with sigh. In the endless dark night sky, countless bright stars shine like gems inlaid in it. They are bright or dim, far or near, interweaving into a colorful picture. Kaguya Otsutsuki hesitated for a moment but still did not answer. Before she resolved the situation she was facing, she didn't know if she would have the chance to return to her hometown with Seiji, which was the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan. Kingsley didn't care when he saw this. He was very perceptive and had already guessed vaguely what the knot in Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart was. He also knew that if he couldn't untie Kaguya Otsutsuki's knot, then there would probably always be a vague gap between him and her. Therefore, Kingsley continued to test her with his words, while turning his head to look at Kaguya Otsutsuki. I heard from the guards that you look up at the stars every night. Are you worried about something or waiting for other tribesmen? When Kaguya Otsutsuki heard Seiji's question, she couldn't help but frown slightly, and her white pupils flashed with an obscure luster. Did he guess it? And because Seiji had been staring at Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes after asking the question, he clearly saw the fluctuations in Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes and confirmed her inner guess that Otsutsuki Kaguya was waiting but also deeply worried. It doesn't matter even if that's the case. After confirming the source of Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart knot, Seiji decisively launched an offensive, directly throwing a straight shot. Kaguya. No matter what happens. Please remember. I will always be by your side. Feeling Seiji's worried but eager gaze, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt endlessly moved and a trembling sensation surged in her heart. Seiji. Then, silence fell between the two. After a moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki finally made up her mind. Since Kyoji treated her like this, she should no longer hide anything from him. In the future, she and he will face it together. So, she told Seiji everything about the future arrivals of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki, as well as their strength levels and their respective abilities. After hearing this, Kyoji couldn't help but feel a little bit tricky. With 3 powerful Otsutsuki, it was no wonder that Kaguya was worried and panicked. However, when he heard the name Otsutsuki Urashiki, he always felt that this name was familiar, and had a very familiar feeling, but when he thought about it carefully, it was just like before, he couldn't remember anything. However, he immediately put all of this behind him. After all, this was not his main purpose for coming here tonight. By the way, Kaguya, do you have any wishes? Kingxi changed the subject a little awkwardly. When Kaguya Otsutsuki heard Seiji's stiff change of subject, she chuckled inwardly and couldn't help but relax a little. But then she saw the unconcealed emotion in Seiji's eyes, and she couldn't help but realize something in her heart, and a trace of expectation quietly emerged. My wish is peace without any disputes. Peace? What a wonderful wish! Kingxi sighed, and then he looked at Kaguya's pure white eyes solemnly. Then, Kaguya, are you willing to let me work with you for this peace without disputes in the days to come? Upon hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki's heartbeat slowed down a beat, her cheeks flushed slightly, and an indescribable emotion surged into her heart like a tide. The touch and happiness intertwined together, turning into crystal clear tears that soaked her eyes, and then slid down her cheeks uncontrollably. At this moment, time seems to have frozen. Kaguya Otsutsuki took a deep breath, and without letting Kingxi wait too long, she opened her red lips and said the words that Kingxi had been waiting for, I do. After talking it out, the relationship between the two naturally became more sublimated. When Kingxi heard Kaguya Otsutsuki's answer, he felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. He turned around and took a step forward, opening his arms without hesitation and hugging Kaguya Otsutsuki's soft body. The two faces got closer and closer. Kingxi stared at Kaguya Otsutsuki's cherry-red lips, then slowly closed his eyes and gently pressed his lips against Kaguya Otsutsuki's lips. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have come to a standstill, leaving only the subtle yet passionate, warm and affectionate kiss between the two. Kyoji could feel the softness and warmth of Kaguya Otsutsuki's lips. The touch was like a gentle spring breeze blowing through his heart, making him completely intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Kaguya Otsutsuki's soft body was trembling slightly, as adorable as a flower swaying in the wind. Although she was a little surprised by Seiji's sudden kiss, she did not resist at all, because her heart was actually full of expectations that she herself had not even realized. Chapter 321. At this moment, ripples were constantly appearing in the depths of Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart, just like a stone was thrown into the calm lake, stirring up circles of indescribable emotional fluctuations. The kiss lasted for what seemed like an eternity. For a long time, the lips are divided. Seiji and Kaguya Otsutsuki hugged each other and looked at each other, their eyes filled with complex emotions including shyness, surprise and a hint of indescribable sweetness and love. After the relationship was officially established, Kaguya Otsutsuki let down her guard and there was no need to continue looking at the starry sky as usual. So, she prepared to go back to the house to sleep and get some rest before going out to play with Seiji tomorrow. Watching Kaguya Otsutsuki return to the room, Seiji secretly followed her and entered the room. How about sleeping together? Kingxi said shamelessly. He was ready to make persistent efforts and take Kaguya down tonight. Hearing Seiji's shameless remarks, Kaguya Otsutsuki's fair little face, as white as mutton fat jade, seemed to be gently brushed by the sunset in the sky, and was quietly stained with a shy blush. This blush was like the first blooming of peach blossoms in spring, delicate and charming, forming a sharp contrast with her usual cold, elegant and luxurious image. It has been quite some time since she came to the ninja world, and Kaguya Otsutsuki certainly understands what this means. At this moment, she was just like a young girl who had just fallen in love. She could hardly conceal the shyness and panic in her heart. However, because her back was facing away from Kingxi, Kingxi did not see the scene. Seeing that Kaguya didn't answer, Kingxi took the courage to gently wrap his arms around her slender waist from behind. The moment he touched Kaguya's body, he seemed to be able to feel the warmth emanating from her skin. Seiji leaned his head closer to Kaguya, closed his eyes slightly, and gently sniffed the faint fragrance emanating from her hair. Under Kyoji's persistence, Kaguya Otsutsuki finally agreed to Kyoji's request. The two of them, whose emotions had not yet completely calmed down, lay on the bed, saying sweet words to each other, but not long after, Seiji stretched out his sinful hands to Kaguya. "Take your hand away. Otherwise, go back to your room and sleep." Kaguya angrily scolded Kingxi. "What's wrong with this guy? He should just sleep when he wants to, why is he touching her?" It's okay. I just want to hold you in my arms while I sleep. I promise I won't do anything else." Kingxi responded with a smile. In the end, Kingxi succeeded. He agreed to hold her while she slept, but as they held each other, things went in a direction that was beyond Kaguya's control. At first, the two of them slept in each other's arms, and they could feel each other's warm breath and soft heartbeat. Kingxi just hugged Kaguya tightly and gently stroked Kaguya's back, without any further action. But gradually, the atmosphere began to become a little strange. Kingxi's breathing gradually became heavier, and the hot air sprayed on Kaguya's neck made her tremble slightly. At this moment, Kingxi suddenly turned over and pressed Kaguya under him. His eyes changed unconsciously, and his pure eyes opened. The water blue light shone brightly in the darkness, like a blue lotus blooming in the darkness. The aqua blue light was pure and deep, like a pool of crystal clear water, or like the stars in the vast universe. Kaguya looked at the legendary eye of destiny and hope. The mysterious light flickering in those eyes was like a burning flame, and Kaguya was instantly lost in it. Gradually, Kaguya felt her body begin to heat up. An indescribable feeling of heat rose from her body and quickly spread throughout her body. "Kaguya!" Seiji whispered softly, his voice full of love. Silent all night. The next morning, when Kingxi woke up, he found that Kaguya was already awake. She was now in his arms, lying on his chest, looking at him with a smile on her face. After just one night, Kaguya seemed to have undergone a magical transformation. Now, she was like a quietly blooming flower, exuding charming fragrance and charm. She had transformed from a cold girl into a gentle and charming lady. Although Kaguya previously occasionally showed a girlish demeanor in front of Seiji, a fellow tribesman, she often looked so difficult to approach, and exuded a cold and noble aura, as if she were a snow lotus on the top of a mountain, cold and noble, and could only be admired from afar and not touched. But now, her frosty face gradually melted, just like the warm spring after the cold winter. The ice was melted by the spring breeze, and replaced by a smile as warm and gentle as the spring breeze, just like the brightest sunshine in spring, which made Kingxi's heartstrings involuntarily plucked gently. Kingxi lowered his head slightly and looked at the lover in his arms. Their eyes met in the air, full of sweetness and happiness. "This is the person I love, and the person I will protect for the rest of my life." After breakfast, Kingxi arranged a carriage and took Kaguya and the guards to the outskirts of the city. This was their first date after they established their relationship. In the carriage, Kingxi and Kaguya sat side by side, holding hands, admiring the scenery along the way. However, they had just walked a short distance out of the city when the sky darkened and a drizzle of rain began to fall. "Kaguya, do you want to go back?" Kingxi asked softly. "No. It's okay." Kaguya shook her head slightly, and her long blue-white hair that fell like a waterfall swayed gently. At the same time, she leaned towards Kingxi, and her pure white eyes looked through the sparse rain curtain at the world shrouded in rain in the distance. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a serene smile. "The scenery in the rain is still beautiful." Kaguya Otsutsuki's cold voice was like the sound of nature floating down from the sky, or like the clear sound of a mountain stream flowing. It seemed to carry a magical power that could reach the soul directly, like a clear stream, flowing slowly in Seiji's heart, creating ripples wherever it went, making him involuntarily intoxicated by it. Coupled with the serene smile on Kaguya Otsutsuki's beautiful face, like the warm spring sun, even though he had already met frankly with Kaguya Otsutsuki, when looking at this stunning smile, Kingxi's heart still couldn't help but ripples, and he fell deeply into it again without any resistance. Kingxi looked at his lover infatuatedly. The beautiful face and graceful, elegant, and charming figure that seemed to be carefully carved by God were deeply imprinted in Kingxi's heart and occupied all his thoughts. Raindrops fell down in large numbers, landing on the vast fields, coming into close contact with the moist soil, moistening every inch of land. On the trees on both sides of the road, raindrops hit the emerald green leaves, making crisp crackling sounds. The leaves were washed spotlessly clean by the rain, and looked more vibrant and green. The peach blossoms blooming everywhere are also nourished by the drizzle, and the air is filled with a unique fragrance mixed with soil and peach blossoms. The mountains in the distance are looming in the rain and fog, like a beautiful ink painting, and the whole world seems to be immersed in this drizzle. At this moment, everything becomes so peaceful and beautiful, but also particularly hazy and mysterious. Fine raindrops fell from the sky like a bead curtain. Kaguya Otsutsuki was attracted by the picturesque scenery in the rain and couldn't help but slowly float out of the carriage. Like a feather, she landed silently on the wet ground and stood steadily. Kaguya Otsutsuki stood quietly in the rain, as if she had merged into one with it. The gorgeous white robe on her body fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of noble and charming temperament. She gently lowered her eyes, her gaze quietly falling on the peach blossoms blooming in the drizzle. The pink and white petals were layered, as gorgeous and dazzling as the clouds in the sky. The sound of drizzle coming from my ears is like a soft music, echoing in the air. The raindrops keep hitting the petals, making a subtle sound, like the beautiful notes played by nature. The refreshing aroma was so fresh and pleasant that she couldn't help but take a deep breath. This represented the fragrance of nature, which reached deep into her soul and brought an unprecedented peace and tranquility. Kiyoshi followed and slowly landed beside Kaguya Otsutsuki. He took her slender and tender hand, which was as white as cream and as soft as silk, and they strolled together in the sparse rain. Sniffing the fresh and pleasant floral scent in the air, Seiji and Kaguya slowly walked forward. The raindrops falling from the sky were like strings of crystal clear pearls, falling down one after another, gently touching the skin of the two people, bringing a touch of coolness. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet, with only the sound of rain playing softly in my ears. Every drop of rain is like a messenger of nature, conveying tranquility and peace with its gentle touch, as if helping the two wash away their physical and mental fatigue and dust, giving their body and soul a thorough baptism. Suddenly, Kingsley stopped and stood still, as if he had realized something. Then he slowly closed his eyes, immersed in the tranquility, carefully experiencing the true meaning of nature, and quietly feeling the breath from between heaven and earth. Kaguya turned her head to look at Kingsley, her white eyes revealing a deep love and a hint of puzzlement. She didn't know why her lover suddenly stopped. At this moment, the immense chakra in Kingsley's body began to flow rapidly. A powerful momentum instantly rose from Kingsley's body, and then began to increase rapidly at a geometric multiple. The rain curtain was forced to roll back, and the hot air continued to evaporate the falling raindrops around, diffusing bursts of white smoke. A vacuum without rain formed near Kingsley's body. The natural energy that was omnipresent in the ninja world gathered together at an incredibly fast speed under Kingsley's subconscious attraction, and then rushed into Kingsley's body one after another, and began to quickly merge with the chakra in Kingsley's body. With Kingsley's profound understanding of the nature of heaven and earth, which was like a sudden enlightenment, at this moment, he finally completely mastered the native power system of the ninja world and integrated it with his own power system. The chakra belonging to the Otsutsuki, combined with the integration of natural energy, has transformed all the chakra in Seiji's body into Senjutsu chakra. This is the power of the Six Paths Senjutsu. And Kingsley's strength has also been greatly improved on the original basis. The Six Paths Sage technique was created after the Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo learned to absorb and use natural energy, that is, the Sage technique, at Miyaboku Mountain, and combined it with his own power. In other words, for the Otsutsuki clan, as long as they also practice the native power system of the ninja world, they can also master the power of the Six Paths Sage technique. Sensing Seiji's aura that seemed to be constantly increasing as if there was no upper limit, Kaguya's pure white eyes could not help but flash with shock. She also knew about the power system in the ninja world called natural energy, but she did not practice it even though she had the sacred tree. However, when she felt how huge the natural energy absorbed by Kingsley's body was, she was still shocked, but a moment later, she began to be happy for Kingsley, because he was her man. At this time, Ching Si, who had absorbed the natural energy, frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that there was something more in his memory. Then when he searched his memory carefully, some vague fragments did appear. But at this time, he still couldn't see clearly those memories shrouded in fog, as if he was still missing some opportunity. However, Kingsley knew that he was not far away from those real memories, or the truth. Chapter 322. Seiji originally came out for a date with Kaguya, but he didn't expect that because of Kaguya's sudden interest, he followed Kaguya for a walk in the rain. He unexpectedly resonated with the heaven and earth, and deeply realized the meaning of nature, thus mastering the power of the Six Paths Sage technique. Coincidentally, after Kingsley mastered the Six Paths Sage technique, the entire ninja world seemed to be celebrating for him. The originally gloomy sky suddenly became bright, and the dark clouds were quickly pushed aside as if by an invisible big hand. Strands of soft sunlight poured down, illuminating every corner. Kingsley opened his tightly closed eyes, and the chakra rushing in his body gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Kaguya, who was standing beside him, immediately hugged Kingsley with a smile on her face. "Kingsley, you are awesome." The improvement of Seiji's strength came just in time. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki knew that given the Otsutsuki clan's style of doing things, they would basically not respond to her actions in a timely manner within just a few months. After all, the Otsutsuki clan had no idea that the energy in the ninja world was so abundant that a chakra fruit that would normally take dozens or even hundreds of years to fully mature could be successfully produced in a short period of time. Moreover, neither she nor Otsutsuki Ishiki reported the situation in the ninja world to the clan. Therefore, if everything develops according to normal circumstances, these things will not be exposed in a short period of time, until she and Otsutsuki Ishiki do not respond to the regular contacts of the Otsutsuki clan, and fail to hand over the chakra fruit of the divine tree on time. And according to the rules currently implemented by the Otsutsuki clan, that time point is basically 1,000 years later. However, there are always unexpected things, and Kaguya Otsutsuki cannot guarantee that everything will go as she wishes. Therefore, Kaguya Otsutsuki will not, and cannot, pin her own fate on the fact that the Otsutsuki clan will not discover any abnormalities. Therefore, she had to make full preparations in advance. After all, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki were the three members of the Otsutsuki clan who were closest to the star region where the ninja realm was located among those who went out on missions. And Otsutsuki Kaguya was well aware of how powerful these three were. However, as Kiyoshi's strength increased, Kaguya Otsutsuki no longer had any worries about the future. Kiyoshi, who had mastered the six-path sage technique and could soon consume the chakra fruit, was already strong enough to compete with the Golden Grape Trio. 2 against 3 may seem to be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but you have to know that one of them, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, has never eaten the chakra fruit. Whether he can win the fight is another matter, but at least he can remain undefeated, and his life will not be in danger. Being looked at by his lover with eyes of adoration, admiration, dependence, and the feeling of I am everything to her, this feeling really makes Kingsley intoxicated, as if a kitten is acting coquettishly in his arms, tickling his heart, and also there is a kind of comfort like taking a big sip of iced happy water on a hot summer day in the previous life. Feeling Kaguya's inner joy and excitement, Kingsley subconsciously stretched out his hands, gently embraced Kaguya's soft and boneless shoulders, and then took her into his arms. The soft sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, shining through the gaps in the leaves, reflecting on the trembling leaves, refracting light like pieces of fish scales, and falling on the ground, forming pieces of mottled floating light and shadows. The light is fragmented, like the bright stars in the night sky, or like the ripples on the calm lake. They jump and dance gently, interweaving into a dreamy picture of light and shadow. The lights and shadows flickered like lively elves, dancing with the gentle breeze, sometimes interweaving with each other, sometimes jumping on their own, adding a touch of romance to the quiet post-rain world where the two people are alone. A soft breeze blew slowly, leisurely passing through the woods, bringing a hint of coolness and freshness, just like a gentle hand gently brushing the cheeks of Seiji and Kaguya. The leaves, which have become even greener after being nourished by the rain, also tremble slightly in the breeze, making a subtle and crisp rustling sound, as if whispering their story. An elegant fragrance like that of orchid instantly wafted into Kingsley's nose and lingered around his nose. Kingsley slowly lowered his head, his movements so gentle as if he was afraid to disturb the beautiful dreamlike scene before his eyes. He put his face close to Kaguya's hair that fell like a waterfall and gently stroked it. The hair fluttering in the breeze is as light as a willow, and as delicate, soft, and smooth as the flowers blooming in spring. Each strand exudes charming luster and faint fragrance, as if it were a carefully crafted work of art. When Kingsley's fingertips touched these hairs, a delicate touch instantly spread throughout his body. It felt like touching the finest and softest silk in the world. Time passed slowly, and the lingering affection continued to ferment as the two embraced each other. Kingsley couldn't help but gently pecked Kaguya's snow-white cheek. The time after the rain slowly spreads out like the growth rings of an old tree, spreading out in circles under the caress of the warm sunshine. But time is like a naughty child. It always runs fast when you are happiest, leaving no chance to breathe. Although you are unwilling in your heart, you can only watch the hour and minute hands keep turning, swallowing up this wonderful daytime bit by bit. The setting sun is like a burning flame, gradually sinking to the west, dyeing the sky a brilliant and fiery red. The rosy glow fills the sky, like a flowing piece of silk, dancing lightly, as if to wrap up the entire sky. Under the reflection of the rosy glow, the fiery red clouds quietly hung high above the sky, and then quickly spread out, forming a prairie fire. It was as if a blazing flame was jumping and dancing in the air, layer upon layer, in various shapes. Some of these flaming clouds are like giant dragons with their heads held high, winding and circling in the sky. Some are like galloping horses, galloping past at lightning speed. Some are like blooming lotus, delicate and beautiful. Some are like towering mountains, majestic and spectacular. They are intertwined and blended together to form a breathtakingly beautiful spectacle. As time goes by, the color of the fire clouds keeps changing. At first, they are bright orange-red, as tempting as ripe persimmons, emitting warm light. Gradually, their color becomes deeper and richer, just like the brilliant light of a raging fire at its hottest moment. The deep black and the dazzling red intertwined. Dusk had passed and night had fallen. That night, in the courtyard, Kaguya leaned gently on Seiji's broad and solid shoulders, as if she had found the warmest and most reassuring harbor in the world. The two of them snuggled together quietly, whispering sweet words to each other. Every word and every sentence was as gentle as the spring breeze and as refreshing as a summer spring, bringing their hearts closer. The gentle evening breeze blew by, making the branches in the courtyard rustle and sway gracefully, as if dancing for this beautiful love. The torches surrounding the yard were like loyal guards, silently protecting the couple in love. The crackling sound of the constantly splashing sparks was like cheerful drum beats, adding a different rhythm to this romantic night. The dim firelight reflected on the two of them, casting their tightly knit figures on the ground, witnessing this warm and sweet scene. It's late at night. Back in the house, sitting on the bed, Seiji and Kaguya stared into each other's eyes. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. In Kiyoshi's eyes, as bright as stars, there flashed endless tenderness and affection, while in Kaguya's pure white eyes, there was a burning passion of love, like a ignited flame, as if to melt Kiyoshi. The two of them just stared at each other, an indescribable atmosphere filled the air, and the burning emotions were like surging waves, hitting each other's heartstrings wave after wave. Kingsley slowly reached out his hand and gently stroked Kaguya's cheek. His fingertips gave a warm touch, like the warmest spring breeze blowing across your face. Kaguya closed her eyes slightly, feeling the intimacy from her lover. A faint blush appeared on her face, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. At this moment, the affection and love in their eyes seemed to be able to penetrate each other's souls and reach the softest corner deep in their hearts. That kind of passionate emotion seemed to have infinite power, enough to completely melt each other, allowing the two hearts to embrace each other tightly, unable to be separated again. I have to say that Kaguya seems to have learned everything by herself. She is so skilled, her every move, every frown, and every smile, all arouses Kingsley so much. Soon, the thin-skinned Kaguya finally gave in. She felt that she really needed to cool down at this moment, so she showed a charming look on her face and said softly to Kingsley, "I'll take a shower first, and then change my clothes." After hearing this, Kingsley's eyes lit up. Bathing is great. He can be with Kaguya, and after the bath, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to? However, Kingsley's actions were stopped by Kaguya. Although they had already had negative distance contact, bathing together was still a bit too embarrassing for Kaguya. As the emperor of the ancestral country, Kingsley's residence is of course equipped with a special bathroom. Although for Kingsley who has mastered chakra and natural energy, controlling the flow of water is just a piece of cake, after all, he enjoys the process of bathing and the physical and mental pleasure it brings. In the bathroom, as Kaguya entered, countless flames suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire bathroom as bright as day. Every corner was clearly visible, even the subtle texture on the wall and the gaps between the tiles. For ordinary civilians, a moonless night may be an obstacle, but for the rulers of a country, it is just commonplace and only consumes more fuel. On the jade white walls, countless colorful shells of various shapes and dazzling gems are cleverly inlaid. All of these shells are finely crafted works of art, each exuding a unique charm, and those gems, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, emit a dazzling glow. Under the illumination of the fire, they interweave and shine with each other, making the entire bathroom shrouded in a layer of dreamy brilliance, showing magnificence and luxury. The floor of the bathroom is covered with a thick, soft white carpet. When Kaguya's delicate and small feet stepped on it, she instantly felt as light and floating as if she was in the clouds. The delicate velvety touch made it seem as if all the fatigue disappeared in an instant. Walking slowly to the bathtub in the middle of the bathroom, Kaguya waved her hand and a stream of water with white steam emerged out of thin air, quickly filling the bathtub. Kaguya gracefully took off her white robe slowly and gracefully, revealing her exquisite, curvy figure and her flawless, straight and slender legs. Taking a step into the bathtub, Kaguya slowly lay down, causing ripples. Her long blue-white hair fluttered in the water, looking graceful and charming. Kaguya closed her eyes, quietly enjoying this extremely comfortable feeling. She slowly stretched out her slender hands, raising splashes of water. The crystal-clear water kept hitting her smooth and fair skin. 20 minutes later, Kaguya changed into a gorgeous white palace dress that Kingxi had specially ordered for her some time ago and walked out of the bathroom. This immediately made Kingxi's eyes light up. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Chapter 323. Feeling Kingxi's fiery gaze, Kaguya's face turned red, as if the sunset glow in the sky gently fell on her snow-white skin. Then, the blush gradually spread, making her already beautiful face even more shy. Kaguya Otsutsuki shyly touched the ground with one foot, then floated slightly off the ground. Her legs trembled slightly in the air, like ripples in the lake, which made Seiji's heart flutter. The slightly raised joints at her ankles were like the finest porcelain, exuding a warmth and firmness. Her delicate and small feet were like sculptures of the finest white marble, with smooth lines that seemed to contain some kind of mysterious beauty, like tender buds in the snow, which made Kingxi want to touch them. Looking at the beautiful woman who was still steaming from the bath, Kingxi couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed, so he quickly got up from the bed, hugged Kaguya in one step, then lowered his head and rested his chin on her shoulder, and exhaled a breath of hot air in her ear. "Do you want to?" Kaguya's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she gently twisted her waist in Kingxi's arms. "I want to." After a moment, Kaguya whispered softly. Although her voice was almost inaudible, Kingxi still heard it very clearly. It was like the winding and lingering sound of a song, which kept lingering in Kingxi's heart, charming and seductive. Kingxi bent down slightly, stretched out his arms, and picked up Kaguya by the waist in an elegant princess hug, then quickly walked to the bed and gently put her down. Lying on her side on the bed, the passionate Kaguya showed her lover her graceful figure to the fullest. Her delicate and alluring collarbone was like two crescent moons embedded between her neck. Every inch of her exposed skin exuded a charming luster under the dim firelight. The blue-white hair that fell like a waterfall gently brushed across the fair shoulders, the white eyes seemed to be shining, Kaguya's red lips slightly parted, and a beautiful curve was outlined at the corner of her mouth. That shallow and gentle smile was like a ray of light, shining in Kingxi's heart, creating ripples, as if lighting up this dim room in the middle of the night. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Kingxi's fiery gaze was firmly attracted, his heartbeat became more and more violent, and the surging emotions could no longer be suppressed like a flood that broke through the dam. Immediately, he accurately captured his lover's delicate and tempting lips, leaned over and kissed her hard. This kiss was filled with endless desire and affection, as if he wanted to merge Kaguya into the depths of his soul. Kaguya was instantly immersed in this love as hot as fire, and began to respond to Seiji's kiss. Kingxi's kiss was like the gentlest breeze in spring, gently brushing across Kaguya's lips, and an intoxicating tingling sensation arose spontaneously. Kaguya closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, making her as shy and charming as a flower swaying in the wind. At the same time, she slowly stretched out her jade-white arms and wrapped them around Kingxi's broad and solid back. Her fingers gently touched his skin, feeling the warmth and strength from his body. The two of them constantly exchanged sweet breaths and affectionate attachments with each other. This is a protracted fierce battle between the Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki. Seiji and Kaguya are like two meteors that attract and collide with each other. The sparks generated between them are not limited to physical contact, but also a perfect fusion on the soul level. It's late at night. But the wind is very noisy. A few more days passed, and there was only one day left before the sacred tree would bear the chakra fruit. In other words, tomorrow is the day when the chakra fruit of the sacred tree matures. At the same time, it is the day that Seiji decides to hold his wedding with Kaguya. The chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree is the perfect gift to celebrate their wedding. The ministers of the Zuzi kingdom were very disappointed by this. Their thoughts of becoming the father-in-law of the emperor were ultimately shattered. In fact, when they learned that their emperor was fascinated by the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in the ancestral country like a mist, they had already expected this. Moreover, Judging from her appearance, there might be some connection between that woman and their emperor. But they were still unwilling to give up. Before Kiyoshi announced his official wedding with Kaguya, they were still constantly trying to present beautiful women to Kiyoshi. But now, everything has settled, and they have completely lost the hope of getting rich overnight. Although the unmarried girls in the minister's families still have the opportunity to become the emperor's concubines, a concubine is just a concubine. Of course, during this process, these ministers would not be stupid enough to take the initiative to speak out in opposition. After all, Ching Si, as the emperor, not only has extremely powerful individual strength and is worth an army alone, but his prestige in the entire ancestral country is also too high. Therefore, when King Si announced that he was going to hold a wedding with Kaguya, the ministers of the Xia kingdom not only had no objections, but they rushed to offer suggestions for their emperor's wedding, wanting to hold the most grand wedding for their emperor. The next day, in the clear blue sky, there are a few snow-white and cotton-soft clouds floating leisurely, like huge clouds swaying slowly and lightly in the air. Sometimes these clouds would gather together mischievously, quietly covering the shining sun, and then, without anyone noticing, they would quietly disperse, allowing the obscured sun to reveal its true face again. In an instant, the originally dim light suddenly became bright and dazzling. The golden sunlight poured down like a bursting tide, instantly illuminating every corner of the earth. The dazzling light penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the land of the ancestral country, covering everything in a layer of dazzling golden gauze. At noon, Seiji and Kaguya's wedding was held as scheduled. The scene was beautifully decorated, and the atmosphere was filled with happiness and joy everywhere. Delicate and gorgeous flowers cluster into a gorgeous arch, fragrant aroma fills the air, colorful ribbons sway in the wind, as if dancing happily, and a snow-white blanket extends from the entrance to the center of the wooden platform, like a passage leading to the other side of happiness. The music on the scene was melodious and pleasant to the ears, as if it was a grand and wonderful symphony played by many instruments. Sometimes it was as gentle and soothing as a gurgling stream, sometimes as passionate and surging as a raging storm, sometimes like a nightingale singing softly on the branches, and sometimes like a phoenix singing loudly in the sky. This moving melody is like a gentle breeze, gently blowing through everyone's heart, adding a romantic and warm atmosphere to the entire wedding. Kaguya Otsutsuki, dressed in a luxurious white dress, slowly walked towards Seiji, who was also wearing a dress. The gorgeous dress and graceful posture complemented each other, showing her noble temperament to the fullest. Every subtle movement, whether it was a light raising of the hand or a slight turn of the head, carried a unique charm, and every frown and smile exuded an indescribable charm like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining brightly and yet out of reach. However, as expected, an accident did happen. Just when Seiji and Kaguya were about to complete the crucial ceremony and were kissing each other passionately, the originally clear blue sky suddenly became dim as if covered by an invisible hand. A suffocating aura of destruction surged like a tide, as if to destroy everything. In an instant, the wind was howling, dark clouds were rolling, and from time to time, dull thunder came from deep in the clouds, deafening. Above the sky, a heart-pounding black hole of space and time quietly emerged, like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, deep and dark. The space around the space-time black hole appears extremely disordered and distorted, as if everything has lost its function at this moment. The light is ruthlessly pulled and bent by its powerful gravity, forming strange and dazzling light bands. The next moment, a white figure shot out from the black hole of space and time, and then disappeared in an instant. It's Otsutsuki Urashiki. It turned out that because the space-time movement channel was broken and space-time turbulence occurred, Otsutsuki Urashiki also fell into the endless abyss of time and space. However, compared to Kiyoshi, Otsutsuki Urashiki possessed time abilities. Therefore, in the space-time turbulence, Otsutsuki Urashiki could still make some movements and recover from his injuries. However, the directions in which Otsutsuki Urashiki and Kiyoshi fell were completely opposite, so when Otsutsuki Urashiki escaped from the turbulence of time and space and entered the exit of the time node, it was already 30 years after Kiyoshi's arrival. Great! I didn't expect to arrive at the perfect time. Otsutsuki Urashiki was very excited. When the space-time movement channel was broken and space-time turbulence occurred, he was even prepared to appear at the wrong time node and fight with Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had eaten the chakra fruit. While drifting in the turbulence of time and space where there was no concept of time, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already restored his condition to its peak. Therefore, the moment he descended, his perception immediately locked onto Otsutsuki Kagaya below and the chakra fruit that was about to mature on the top of the towering sacred tree in the distance. And because Kiyoshige has mastered the six-path sage technique, his aura has changed under the natural energy, and Kiyoshige usually actively restrains his aura, so Otsutsuki Urashiki was unable to discover Kiyoshige, the culprit, at the first time. Similarly, Kiyoshi, whose memory was incomplete and who had not used the eye technique, was unable to see Otsutsuki Urashiki's appearance or recognize Otsutsuki Urashiki's aura at the first sight. He just felt that the aura of this white figure that appeared from the black hole of time and space was extremely familiar to him. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya clearly sensed the aura of Otsutsuki Urashiki, and her heart was shaken violently in an instant. She never thought that Otsutsuki Urashiki would appear in the ninja world at this time. Impossible. A trace of panic flashed across Otsutsuki Kagaya's cold face. The arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki was beyond her expectations. At this time, she had not yet eaten the chakra fruit of the sacred tree, so she could not be Otsutsuki Urashiki's opponent. As for Seiji, although he has mastered the six-path sage technique and his strength has been improved, Kagaya Otsutsuki does not think that he can match Otsutsuki Urashiki who has eaten the chakra fruit. Kagaya wanted to inform Seiji about Otsutsuki Urashiki's arrival, but it was too late. Before she could finish her words, Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack had already arrived. The chakra fruit of the divine tree will take about a minute to mature, so Otsutsuki Urashiki set his sights on Otsutsuki Kagaya. As long as we get rid of the traitor Kagaya, there won't be any unexpected situations. Yomi Hirasaka was activated, and a black pixel-shaped space channel quietly appeared behind Seiji and Kagaya. Otsutsuki Urashiki crawled out of Yomi Hirasaka and kicked Kagaya's back hard. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had not eaten the chakra fruit, was no match for Urashiki Otsutsuki. Her injuries had not yet healed, making her even more vulnerable. Therefore, Kagaya Otsutsuki was caught off guard and was hit hard by Urashiki Otsutsuki. As gorgeous blood flowers blossomed in the air, Otsutsuki Kagaya was kicked thousands of meters away by Otsutsuki Urashiki's sneak attack. Her already unhealed injuries were aggravated again. Kagaya! The shouts cut through the sky like thunder, carrying with them endless fear and despair. Kingxi looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was flying backwards like a kite with a broken string, spurting blood continuously. He felt as if his heart was being tightly pinched by an invisible big hand at this moment. It twitched instantly. The pain was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Chapter 324. At this moment, Kingxi felt as if all thoughts were taken away from his mind, and it became empty in an instant, as if he had forgotten the powerful power he possessed. He stood there blankly as if he had been cast under the seal of self-karma binding. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki realized that the outcome was already decided. Otsutsuki Kagaya would definitely be seriously injured by his kick and it would be impossible for her to compete with him for the chakra fruit of the sacred tree that was about to mature. Therefore, he did not continue to chase Otsutsuki Kagaya. Boom! With a loud bang, Kagaya Otsutsuki fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit and raising clouds of dust. A painful groan from Kagaya Otsutsuki was heard in the smoke and dust, and then a large amount of blood spurted out of her mouth again, drawing a shocking bloodline in the air, and drops of blood fell on the cold ground, quickly dyeing the surrounding area red. All the guests who came to attend this grand wedding stared in amazement at the shocking scene happening before their eyes. The powerful aftermath of Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack was like a surging wave, sweeping around madly with irresistible force. This horrifying energy instantly filled the entire wedding scene, making everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. The guests who were originally immersed in the joyful atmosphere, now had no smiles on their faces, and were replaced by expressions of horror. They began to flee in panic, screaming and shouting, and the scene suddenly fell into chaos. Some people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move, while others panicked and pushed and shoved each other, trying to escape from this extremely dangerous place. For a while, there were heavy casualties. And all this happened in just less than a breath of time. At this time, Kiyoshi finally woke up from his blank state of mind. He quickly jumped up and rushed to where Kagaya Otsutsuki fell. But... it's you! Otsutsuki Urashiki's extremely angry roar resounded through the sky like a volcano about to erupt, and it seemed to come from the 9th nether hell, so creepy. The moment Seiji flew up without any help, Otsutsuki Urashiki was surprised to find that what he used was the basic flying ability of their Otsutsuki clan. And when he carefully sensed and observed the face of Seiji who was facing away from him through his Byakugan, he realized that the man who had just stood beside Kagaya Otsutsuki and whom he subconsciously ignored was the Seiji Otsutsuki who had fallen into the abyss of time and space with him and was swept away by the turbulence of time and space. Hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's roar, Seiji, who had already quickly flown to Otsutsuki Kagaya's side, couldn't help but turn around and look at Otsutsuki Urashiki who was standing on the undestroyed wooden platform where he had just held his wedding with Kagaya. The moment Otsutsuki Urashiki's true appearance appeared completely in Kingsee's vision, Kingsee's body trembled involuntarily, and it was as if a bolt from the blue suddenly exploded in his mind. Countless images and information came flooding in like a tide. Those fragments that were blurry, intermittent, and could not be seen clearly in the previous few times began to become clear at an astonishing speed at this moment. The last piece of the puzzle to restore memory has finally been completed. The mysterious existence that Kingsea encountered in the turbulence of time and space, which unintentionally or intentionally cast an omnipotent memory obscuring effect, was broken. Everything suddenly became clear, and the fog that blocked my memory dissipated in an instant. He remembered everything. For the Otsutsuki clan, especially the Six Paths level Otsutsuki, the effect of all-powerful is not unsolvable. But unfortunately, the mysterious existence beyond the dimension who made the move in the turbulence of time and space was too powerful. Even if he was not serious but acted casually, it would be extremely difficult for Kingsea to crack it. However, in the ninja world 1,000 years ago, when Seiji mastered natural energy and obtained the Six Paths Sage technique, he was already on the verge of breaking through the limitations of omnipotence on memory. Kagaya's severe injury further stimulated Kiyoshige. In addition, Kiyoshige saw Otsutsuki Urashiki, who could be called an anchor point for him at this point in time, and obtained the most important piece of the puzzle to break through omnipotence. Therefore, he successfully recovered all his memories. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Having regained his memory, Seiji quietly opened his samsara eye and glared at Otsutsuki Urashiki. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he clenched his teeth tightly, squeezing out these words one by one in anger: "You dared to hit my Kagaya." Blue-green chakra suddenly gushed out of Kingsea's body like crazy, and then rose straight up, like a dazzling beam of light, piercing the sky. The earth also began to tremble violently, making dull cracking sounds, and countless huge cracks instantly appeared on the ground, like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, extending in all directions. However, those cracks seemed to have eyes and accurately avoided Kagaya Otsutsuki who fell beside Seiji. She just fainted there quietly, without any harm, as if protected by an invisible force. The blue-green chakra coat wrapped Kingsea tightly, and the 9 truth-seeking jades slowly floated behind Kingsea. After leaving a shadow clone to take care of his lover, the next second, Kingsea appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and slapped him with one palm. However, Kingsea's palm strike was in vain. It turned out that the moment Otsutsuki Urashiki saw the chakra mode of the samsara eye, he had already quietly activated the time rewind eye technique of his blue samsara eye. Therefore, when Seiji's palm attacked, his figure also turned into countless red paper cranes and scattered in all directions. Immortal technique Yindun Thunder Sect. Kingsea pointed his hands at the red paper cranes scattered in the air, and endless black lightning burst out from his palms, sweeping towards the red paper cranes flying in the air, and directly electrocuted some of the red paper cranes that had not flown far away into pieces. Having already mastered the Six Paths Senjutsu, Seiji no longer has ordinary Otsutsuki chakra flowing in his body, but the more powerful Senjutsu Otsutsuki chakra. Therefore, every ninjutsu he casts is already considered a senjutsu, and the power of the ninjutsu has also increased exponentially on the basis of the original ninjutsu. So, when Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure appeared again, Kingji could clearly sense that his breath had slightly decreased. Senjutsu. Storm Release. Light Fang. Seeing Otsutsuki Urashiki appear, Kiyoshige put his hands together, and then a highly concentrated purple chakra beam came out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and cut towards him. Otsutsuki Urashiki had no choice but to use 1,000 paper cranes instant body again to avoid the flash of light from Seiji that could easily cut through everything. In the distance, about 100 meters away, Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure reappeared, accompanied by thousands of paper cranes gathering in the sky full of red light. This time, knowing that he is no match for Seiji in his current state, Otsutsuki Urashiki no longer hides anything and directly activates his most powerful transformation. After all, the chakra fruit on the top of the sacred tree is about to mature. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who wanted to fight for the chakra fruit, went all in. I saw a mysterious smile on the corner of Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth, and then he popped out his eyes without hesitation and put them in his mouth to chew. The next moment, the two samsara eyes in Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth turned into two extremely pure energies, which were swallowed directly into Otsutsuki Urashiki's stomach. As the two Rinnegan were devoured by Otsutsuki Urashiki, a crack appeared on his forehead, and then a golden Rinnegan opened. Immediately afterwards, a white gate of light appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Without any pause, Otsutsuki Urashiki stood up and floated into the gate of light. As Otsutsuki Urashiki passed through the gate of light, his appearance changed dramatically. There was a golden light shining in Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes, black horizontal lines appeared on his face, huge white horns like wings grew on his forehead, his two arms could switch between normal and winged states at will, and his 2 feet turned into 2 black claws. Crane form. Otsutsuki Urashiki flapped his wings, and his aura expanded rapidly, soon reaching the same level as Kiyoshi. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread out. Kingxi's eyes fixed, staring at the Otsutsuki Urashiki whose appearance had changed drastically into that of an Otsutsuki birdman. Is this the true strength that Otsutsuki Urashiki has been hiding? It is indeed very strong, but it is not enough. I have already obtained the 6 paths senjutsu. Kiyoshi and Urashiki looked at each other from a distance, and then launched a charge at the same time the next moment. In mid-air, the right fist that Kiyoshi swung was blocked by Otsutsuki Urashiki's left wing, while the left palm that Otsutsuki Urashiki slapped out was tightly grasped by Kiyoshi at the wrist. Humph! Otsutsuki Urashiki snorted coldly. He transformed into a crane form and was now extremely inflated. He was confident that he could defeat Kiyoshi within a few rounds. A purple light appeared in the palm of Otsutsuki Urashiki's left hand, and then under his control it split into several parts, and continued to stretch into the shape of a blade. Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Soul. Several blade-shaped purple lights slashed directly at Kingxi who was close at hand. Young name is Viguna. Kingxi used the Rinnegan to its full potential, staring at and locking onto the purple rays that were approaching at high speed, shrinking them directly to a level that was invisible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, Kingxi's mind moved, and the 9 truth-seeking jades behind him immediately smashed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki could also make the truth-seeking ball, he had hardly ever used it before, so it was definitely too late to make one now. However, he was not panicked at all at this time, because he could easily and quickly create the yin-yang chakra black rod in the crane form. Several yin-yang release black sticks appeared between Otsutsuki Urashiki and Ciji, and then blocked the 9 incoming truth-seeking jades one by one. When Kingxi saw this scene, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's like he has become a different person. After one round of fighting, neither of them was able to do anything to the other, so after a brief close combat, they separated again. Ha ha ha! Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed wildly. Is that all? This makes me a little disappointed. He was in a great mood now. The unpleasantness he had felt from being beaten by Ching Si the previous 2 times disappeared after this fight. He became more confident about suppressing Kingxi and obtaining the chakra fruit of the divine tree. Kingxi was a little speechless. What was Otsutsuki Urashiki barking about? Did he think he was good enough? It was obvious that he hadn't been beaten enough. There is no doubt about that, he must be satisfied. Immortal technique fire escape great fire extinguishment. Kingxi took a deep breath, and a dazzling golden sea of fire rushed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki in mid-air. The fire burned fiercely like the sun falling to the earth, and wherever the heat reached, the air was burned and distorted, making crackling sounds. Otsutsuki Urashiki was overjoyed when he saw Ciji performing the great fire extinguishment. In the form of a crane, he had the ability to absorb and devour ninjutsu. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki took the initiative to crash into the sea of fire, trying to absorb and devour Kiyoshi's fire, and then fight back. However, what Otsutsuki Urashiki did not know was that Seiji's great fire annihilation was not an ordinary fire-style ninjutsu, but a fairy technique performed with the blessing of fairy chakra. As a result, Otsutsuki Urashiki suffered a serious blow instantly. Although his ability to absorb and devour ninjutsu worked, the large amount of natural energy contained in the great fire extinguishing made Otsutsuki Urashiki extremely uncomfortable. The natural energy that entered and ran rampant within Otsutsuki Urashiki's body caused a slight delay in his movements. For a battle between the 6 levels, this fleeting slight flaw is enough. And this is exactly the opportunity King C created for himself to attack. Chapter 325. King Ji flashed and instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki, with chakra continuously gushing out from the palms of his hands. This time, he would not let Otsutsuki Urashiki escape no matter what he said. Both the superior and the inferior are determined. It also means life and death. Double God Air Attack. 2 huge translucent fists appeared out of thin air, and then hit Otsutsuki Urashiki's abdomen at the same time, knocking him away. Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't stop spitting out blood, and his body spun and flew backwards. King Ji accelerated in the air and caught up with Otsutsuki Urashiki. The 3 truth-seeking jades quickly came to his hands, and then merged and transformed into a pitch-black long sword. King C grabbed the Dao-seeking jade sword and swung it along with it, slashing fiercely at Otsutsuki Urashiki with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. A cold light flashed, and the sword was as powerful as a rainbow, as if it could tear the void apart. A deep sword mark was left in the air wherever it passed. Otsutsuki Urashiki's fighting instinct was extremely strong in the crane state, and he sensed the extremely dangerous aura contained in this sword in advance. Therefore, he burst out his chakra to stabilize his body while flying backwards, and an unusually thick yin-yang escape black stick instantly appeared in his hand. He then used the black stick to narrowly block King C's slash. Clang! A crisp sound of collision echoed in the air. King C's face did not change. He flashed and disappeared. The next second, he appeared diagonally below Otsutsuki Urashiki, and the long sword of the Seeking Truth in his hand stabbed directly upwards. Otsutsuki Urashiki noticed this and slightly turned his body in the air, while extending a hand towards Ciji who was diagonally below him. Shinra Tenzen. A surge of repulsive force burst out instantly, trying to bounce Ching Si away. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki's movements were clearly visible under the observation of the Samsara Eye. As soon as Otsutsuki Urashiki raised his hand, Ciji had already observed the flow of chakra in Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, and predicted the move that Otsutsuki Urashiki was about to use. Therefore, King C loosened the long sword of the Tao-seeking jade in his hand, spread out his palm and aimed it at Otsutsuki Urashiki. Shinra Tenzen. Boom! Under the control of the 2 people, the repulsive force exploded at the same time and collided with each other, producing a violent roar. Then, pushed by their own repulsive forces, the 2 people retreated in opposite directions at the same time. The second round of the fight between Ciji in Senrangen Chakra mode and Otsutsuki Urashiki in crane state ended in a draw. The other side. On the ground. The shadow clone left behind by King Ji looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki who was seriously injured and unconscious on the ground, and anger, regret, love, and complexity flashed in his eyes. Now that all his memories have been recovered, he finally understood the meaning of those confusing words Kagaya Otsutsuki said to him when he met her on the moon, and why Kagaya Otsutsuki had no ill will towards him at the time and was so friendly. However, immediately afterwards, a trace of doubt and puzzlement flashed across King C's eyes. It seemed that something unexpected must have happened afterwards that he couldn't figure out yet, otherwise, with him around, how could he allow his lovely wife Kagaya to give birth to 2 rebellious sons, Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura, because of some ridiculous planet and the blessing of mankind, and later they were sealed in the moon formed by the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei for 1,000 years. As mentioned before, the way the 6 Paths brothers were born was based on the setting of the comic version. Otsutsuki Hamura is better. Ciji had a conversation with this person's soul before and knew that his actions were basically following those of his brother, the 6 Paths sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Moreover, after sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hamura had regretted it more than once. Later, he even moved his entire family to the moon to accompany Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although Otsutsuki Hamura went to the moon to guard the outer path statue under the instructions of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, he did regret sealing his mother Kagaya for the rest of his life. Ciji could clearly feel this during his conversation with Otsutsuki Hamura. As for the 6 Path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo, in the eyes of Ciji now, he was a complete rebellious son. He actually betrayed because of the death of a woman and the instigation of a damned toad, and even dragged his brother Otsutsuki Hamura to oppose their mother, and finally sealed their mother for 1,000 years. It is really difficult for Kyoshi to understand the train of thought of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the rebellious son. You know, the three Otsutsuki are the real family, and what can't be discussed between family members. And, more importantly, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who ate the chakra fruit produced by the ninja world and possessed the samsara sharingan, was fully capable of resurrecting Hago Romo Otsutsuki's lover. In other words, Otsutsuki Hago Romo simply chose the most disgusting way. Kagaya is the mother who gave him life and chakra and raised him up. Kingsee's expression kept changing, becoming more and more uglier. No, he couldn't think about this anymore. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His lovely wife Kagaya's future is so miserable. The blue-green chakra coat on the surface of Kingji's shadow body gradually converged and finally dissipated into nothingness. He returned to his normal state, half squatted down, then gently lifted Kagaya up and let her lean on his arms. Immortal technique Yang Dun creation. The samsara eye lit up with a sky blue light, and under the control of Cg, the power of the six paths of Yang quickly flowed into Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, helping Kagaya to recover from the injuries inflicted by Otsutsuki Urashiki, as well as the injuries she had suffered from Otsutsuki Ishiki's desperate counterattack and had not yet healed. Soon, under the powerful effect of Qingxi Yang's escape technique, Otsutsuki Kagaya woke up and let out a pleasant moan. However, immediately afterwards, Kagaya, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly became anxious, and subconsciously shouted out the words she wanted to shout before she fainted, Kiji. He is Urashiki. Run! When Kingxi heard that Kagaya's first words after waking up from a coma due to serious injuries were to tell him to escape quickly, his eyes revealed a deep touch of emotion and love, and he hugged his lover even tighter. When lives are at stake, the strength of friendship can be more clearly witnessed. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Today, Kagaya is saved, and Otsutsuki Urashiki is also dead. Kagaya Otsutsuki slowly opened her eyes. Before she could figure out the situation, she looked at Cg in front of her, and a big question mark appeared above her head. I'm sorry. Kagaya Otsutsuki said to Cg in a low voice, it's my fault that I got you into trouble. Kiyoshi felt even more distressed when he looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. It was clearly him who brought Otsutsuki Urashiki here, but in the end, Kagaya was seriously injured, and Kagaya even had to apologize to him. Cg straightened Kagaya's position in his arms, stretched out his left hand and gently held Kagaya's left hand. No. I should be the one saying sorry. Otsutsuki Urashiki came because of me. Kagaya's white eyes were full of confusion. She didn't understand what Kingxi meant, but then she was surprised to find that there was an extremely special chakra that was continuously flowing from Kingxi's body into her body, and her injuries were recovering rapidly under the effect of this special chakra, and were about to recover completely. Then the next moment, when Kagaya's eyes swept across Seiji's eyes, her heart suddenly stopped beating for a moment. Is that the samsara eye? Then, she also sensed the passionate collision between her man and Otsutsuki Urashiki in the air, and felt that her man's strength was not inferior to Otsutsuki Urashiki's after his transformation, and he could even have a slight advantage. Otsutsuki Kagaya felt that this world was so wonderful that she couldn't understand it for a moment. Kiyoshi. Kagaya Otsutsuki asked Kiyoshi softly, what are you doing? Oh. Cg sighed, then he took the initiative to establish a chakra connection with Kagaya, and told Kagaya Otsutsuki all the truth and everything he knew about the future. Kagaya Otsutsuki was stunned, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses and digest everything Cg said. Kiyoshi looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with some trepidation, fearing that she would have a rift with him because of Otsutsuki Urashiki's arrival and knowing everything about the future. So that's how it is. Kagaya Otsutsuki exclaimed. She now understood what was going on. Their eyes met, and Kagaya looked at the uneasiness in Seiji's eyes with a gentle gaze. She immediately smiled, like a spring breeze that wiped away the uneasiness in Seiji's heart. No matter what, you are the one I, Kagaya Otsutsuki, love the most. We are a family, aren't we? Kingxi was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth immediately curved into a beautiful arc, and he nodded vigorously. Air. The fierce battle between Cg and Otsutsuki Urashiki continues. The two sides collided fiercely, like two burning meteors, shuttling back and forth in the air at an astonishing speed. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening noise and dazzling light. The entire ninja world seemed to be shaking under the collision between the two. Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Ryagyu. Four-pointed star-shaped purple chakra gushed out from the palm of Otsutsuki Urashiki, and then instantly transformed into a giant black and purple hair tail, roaring and rushing towards Kiyoshi not far away. When it was about to approach Kiyoshi, a huge purple-red chakra ball that had already been fully charged was released from its mouth. The range of the technique was very large, covering most of the space between Kiyoshige and Otsutsuki Urashiki, so Kiyoshige did not want to face it head-on, but began to retreat quickly the moment before the chakra ball appeared. At the same time, Kingxi placed his hands in front of his chest in a triangle shape, and the yin and yang chakra began to gather rapidly. Tailed Beast Jade. As soon as the purple-black high-density chakra ball appeared, under Kingxi's control, it rushed towards the oncoming purple-red chakra ball with a destructive aura. Boom! Like a thunderclap in the sky, a deafening roar resounded throughout the sky again. Two chakra balls, one large and one small, collided with each other with a devastating aura. In an instant, an unparalleled energy wave spread wildly in all directions with the impact point as the center. Chaotic chakra was raging, and the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand such a huge pressure and began to twist and deform. Then, a cloud of thick smoke that covered the sky and the sun quickly spread from the center of the impact, and in a blink of an eye it completely covered the space between the two people who were already a long distance apart. However, this could not stop the two people with the Rinnegan and the Sams Aragon. They rushed into the smoke at the same time and started a new round of passionate collision. A few more rounds passed. At this moment, the two people in the confrontation suddenly stopped attacking each other, and at the same time turned their eyes to the towering sacred tree in the distance. The chakra fruit has matured. Official information about Otsutsuki Urashiki's crane state. In the crane form, Otsutsuki Urashiki's physical skills and strength have been greatly enhanced, but most of his abilities before the transformation, except for Shinra Tensei and Amsuharaya Siime, are basically unusable. However, after the transformation, Otsutsuki Urashiki also has the ability to create yin-yang release black rod, absorb and devour ninjutsu, and teleport. However, as his strength soared, Otsutsuki Urashiki's personality also changed dramatically. He became extremely violent and arrogant, and his way of speaking was no longer polite, but became extremely rude. In battle, he always liked to taunt, insult and abuse his enemies. Chapter 326. Sensing the ripening of the chakra fruit of the sacred tree, the chakra in Otsutsuki Urashiki's body instantly exploded, and a small purple chakra ball formed by Amsuharaya Siime, soul hit Kiyoshi. Then his arms turned into a pair of wings, and the whole person turned into a long white rainbow, rushing towards the direction of the sacred tree. He wanted to grab the chakra fruit and eat it first, and then come back to deal with Kingxi, the damn guy who always got in his way. However, how could Kingxi do as he wished? A large amount of pupil power was poured into the left eye, and the Rinnegan locked onto the incoming chakra ball. The young Viguna was then activated, shrinking it into nothingness. Then, Kiyoshi also burst out chakra, following closely behind Otsutsuki Urashiki, and flew towards the direction of the sacred tree. On the ground, Seiji's shadow clone and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had recovered to her full state, sensed this scene and their expressions changed slightly. They couldn't let Otsutsuki Urashiki get the chakra fruit. So, the two of them hurriedly flew towards the direction of the sacred tree. Kagaya. My real body and I will create an opportunity for you later. After you get the chakra fruit, take it immediately, and then we will kill Otsutsuki Urashiki together. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Seiji's shadow clone. Otsutsuki Urashiki must die today. Kagaya Otsutsuki did not speak, but turned her head and nodded vigorously to Seiji, who was flying side by side at high speed beside her, her eyes revealing tenderness and deep love like water. She completely understood what her man meant, and this critical moment was not the time to be humble. Otsutsuki Urashiki was their top priority target. Of course, Kiyoshi thought about eating the newly matured chakra fruit himself, but he needed to deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki, and he didn't want to touch the taboo mentioned by the treasure plow and experience the consequences of history being changed personally. Therefore, the best option is for Kagaya Otsutsuki to eat this chakra fruit to complete the bloodline network, and then work together with Seiji to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki. Kiyoshi, who has mastered the six-path sage technique, has surpassed Otsutsuki Urashiki in the crane state in terms of strength. If Otsutsuki Kagaya, who has eaten the chakra fruit and achieved the bloodline net, is added to the mix, then Otsutsuki Urashiki will not be able to escape today no matter what. After all, from the information that Seiji had learned from Otsutsuki Hamura before, he knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had eaten the chakra fruit, was not as monotonous as Otsutsuki Urashiki, who only had one bloodline network ability of Yomi Hirasaka. According to the information disclosed in the official Book of Formations, Kagaya Otsutsuki has mastered 8 bloodline-enhancing abilities: Infinite Tsukuyomi, Aim no Minika, God, Tree World Advent, Rabbit Hair Needle, 80 Gods Air Strike, Yoizumi Hirasaka, CO Killing Ashbones, and Expanding Truth-Seeking Ball. Kiyoshi was galloping right behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although he was delayed a little by Otsutsuki Urashiki's preemptive attack, he basically defused the attack in an instant. Therefore, the short moment of delay was far from enough for Otsutsuki Urashiki and Kiyoshi to create enough distance between each other, even though Otsutsuki Urashiki in the crane state could fly much faster in the air than Kiyoshi due to his body shape. Seeing that Otsutsuki Urashiki's speed was still increasing, Kingxi's mind moved, and the 5 truth-seeking jades behind him quickly came to his wrist and began to rotate at high speed on the outside of his wrist. The 5 Dao-seeking jades spun rapidly at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, turning into an invisible whirlwind, leaving only a blurry afterimage. As time went on, the speed of the rotation became faster and faster, until finally they completely merged into one, like a dazzling meteor constantly leaping beside Kingxi's hand. A layer of emerald green light as crystal clear as jade slowly emerged. At first, the light was a little dim, but soon it was like a fresh green leaf, releasing a dazzling emerald green glow. When this green light shines to its extreme, a layer of bright silver halo quietly appears on its periphery, like the twinkling Milky Way in the night sky, emitting a mysterious and charming glow, and complementing the inner emerald green light. Silver Wheel Reincarnation explodes. A huge tornado flashing with a dark silver luster, like a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws, under Kingxi's control, seemed to be given life, with the power to destroy the world. At the speed of a meteor chasing the moon, it whizzed straight into the back of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Feeling the sharp aura and destructive threat coming from behind, Otsutsuki Urashiki was filled with hatred in his heart, but he had no choice but to slow down and turn around, preparing to defend against the impact of Silver Wheel Reincarnation explosion. After all, although Otsutsuki Urashiki in the crane state is arrogant and confident, he still has a certain degree of self-awareness. In this state, he can no longer use the bloodline network Yozen Hirasaka. Therefore, even if his speed could be further increased, or he could use the ability of short-distance teleportation to evade, he would still not be faster than the speed of Silver Wheel Reincarnation explosion or escape the attack of Silver Wheel Reincarnation explosion. Therefore, facing this attack from Kiyoshige, Otsutsuki Urashiki had only one choice, which was to resist it head-on. Amsuharayasi no Mikoto, Ryagyu. Otsutsuki Urashiki mobilized all the chakra in his body, and the golden Rinnegan on his forehead emitted a captivating light. Then, a huge purple-red chakra sphere suddenly emerged from the void, like a purple-red sun burning in doomsday, emitting hot and violent chakra fluctuations, and collided head-on with the sweeping Silver Wheel Reincarnation explosion with absolute power. The two of them collided with each other in an instant. For a moment, the whole world changed color, and the surrounding space began to tremble violently due to the collision of these two powerful chakras. Two devastating attacks suddenly intersected and collided with each other at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, as if illuminating the entire ninja world. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color, the sky was dim, and the earth was dark. A violent tremor quickly spread from the center of the collision between the two. The surrounding space began to twist and deform wildly, like a fragile paper, torn into pieces by these two extremely powerful chakras, making bursts of roaring sounds. Otsutsuki Urashiki took advantage of the situation and retreated madly. Then, using the thrust, he turned around and ran towards the sacred tree. As for Kingji, he endured the aftermath of the collision, turned the truth-seeking ball into a protective shield and stayed where he was. At the same time, he used his samsara eye to lock onto the high-speed flying Otsutsuki Urashiki, and his perception continued to extend forward like a tide. Although the space cracks caused by the collision greatly hindered the spread of Kingji's perception, after all, Kingji's current perception range was enough to cover the entire ninja world. Therefore, after consuming part of his perception power, Kingji still extended his perception to cover the flying Otsutsuki Urashiki. When Kiyoshi's perception spread over, Otsutsuki Urashiki was shocked all over, and he had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, a slowly rotating black and red space portal appeared not far in front of him, and a figure wrapped in blue-green chakra aura stepped out of it. It was Seiji who used Takamagahara to move in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and waited for him to fall into his trap. As soon as Kingji appeared from the space portal, he glared at Otsutsuki Urashiki without saying a word. Takamagahara Infinity. In an instant, countless Okashuraten and Yin-Yang Dun black sticks fell towards Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was still flying forward. Otsutsuki Urashiki made another sudden stop in the air, and his ominous premonition really came true. However, he had no way to do anything about it. If he didn't transform into the crane form, he might not be able to successfully hold on until the chakra fruit of the sacred tree matures. Even if he could hold on and wait, he might not have the energy left to continue fighting for the chakra fruit. If he transforms into the crane form, although he can fight on par with Kiyoshi, he will lose the ability of the bloodline network Yomi Hirasaka. When facing Kiyoshi's endless attacks, he can only confront them head-on and cannot hide even if he wants to. Otsutsuki Urashiki fell into impotent rage for a moment, and could only continuously use the short-distance teleportation ability that he could use after his transformation. He maneuvered and dodged left and right amidst the dense rain of Akitas that were falling like raindrops from Seiji and the Yin-Yang Tsukushi black sticks that were coming at him like a torrential rain. Kiyoshi's attack formed an impenetrable net of death in the air, which seemed to completely engulf Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure kept flashing in the air, trying his best to dodge. An extremely long breath passed for Otsutsuki Urashiki, and finally he successfully avoided Seiji's saturation attack safely. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not do so without any cost. The continuous burst of chakra made Otsutsuki Urashiki's body unable to bear it after the transformation. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki also consumed a lot of chakra. However, Kiyoshige doesn't care what Otsutsuki Urashiki is like now. To him, only the dead Otsutsuki Urashiki is the good Otsutsuki Urashiki. Today, he has only one goal, and that is to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki completely. The fight between Seiji and Otsutsuki Urashiki made the originally clear sky around them completely dark, as if the sky was shrouded by the powerful aura of the two men, and even the sunlight could not penetrate this thick shadow. At this moment, a dazzling blue-green light rose up, connecting the sky and the earth. Kingsi pushed the Samsara Eye Chakra mode to the extreme. The Dao-seeking jades flew out and formed a row in front of Ching Si. They spun at high speed and merged together, turning into a golden sword, which was then grasped by Ching Si. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Otsutsuki Urashiki had just dodged Seiji's saturation attack and had no time to catch his breath when a dazzling golden light arrived in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and suppressed the light emitted by the golden Rinnegan on his forehead, making it dim. The golden light filled Otsutsuki Urashiki's three eyes, and a look of fear instantly appeared on Otsutsuki Urashiki's face. It seemed that he could not dodge this attack. A howl of extreme pain came from Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth. Although he had tried everything he could to dodge, he still couldn't avoid it completely. The core attack of Golden Wheel Tensei Explosion brushed past Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead and cut off the half of the wing-like horn on his forehead. During the second battle between the two in the ninja realm, one of Otsutsuki Urashiki's horns was broken by Seiji. Moreover, through the insight of the Samsara Eye, Seiji also observed that Otsutsuki Urashiki's body was also severely damaged by the aftermath of the Golden Wheel Tensei explosion, and even his internal organs showed signs of being broken. Blood continued to flow out of Otsutsuki Urashiki's body. He floated in the air, pulling his body together, gasping for breath. His white Otsutsuki robe was stained with dark red in many places and became torn. Kingsi looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki's miserable appearance and showed a satisfied smile. Otsutsuki Urashiki was not far from death. Otsutsuki, Kiyoshige. Otsutsuki Urashiki gritted his teeth and shouted Kiyoshige's name, his tone filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression became strange and resolute, and he laughed wildly. At this time, he had clearly realized that if he didn't get rid of the obstacle, Kiyoshi, he would never be able to get his hands on the chakra fruit. Therefore, he will start to fight desperately. Chapter 327. A crazy, bloodthirsty look flashed across Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes. Next, he would not dodge anymore. He would attack with 150% of his strength, and do his best to kill this damn Otsutsuki Seiji. Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Soul. An extremely dangerous chakra wave burst out from Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, and he stretched out his hands, palms facing Seiji. The next moment, Endless purple light filled Kingsee's eyes. Countless blade-like attacks of various sizes and shapes, some straight, some circuitous, and some circling, intertwined into a dense attack net, whistling towards Kingsee. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! The space was shaking, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations made Kingsee's face suddenly solemn. A faint sense of crisis kept lingering and spreading throughout his body. Under Kingsee's control, the 9 truth-seeking jades flew out one after another, constantly intercepting Otsutsuki Urashiki's attacks. At the same time, Kingsee clapped his hands, took a deep breath, instantly raised the chakra in his body to boiling point, and then spewed out hot grey-white acid mist from his mouth forward. Immortal technique, boiling escape, skillful mist technique. With the blessing of the fairy chakra, the acid mist, which was originally only able to be maintained within a certain range around the practitioner's body, seemed to be given life and spread outward at an alarming speed, like a surging torrent, sweeping forward with unstoppable momentum. At the same time, the flow speed of the acid mist was also increased unprecedentedly. In a blink of an eye, it covered the sky in front of Kingsee, blocking all of Otsutsuki Urashiki's attacks. When this horrifying acid mist met Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack head-on, in just a moment, those seemingly fierce attacks collapsed one after another, just like ice and snow encountering a raging fire, quickly melting and decomposing, and finally being completely corroded without a trace. Immediately afterwards, Kingsee predicted Otsutsuki Urashiki's position in the next second, turned around and struck out at the black and red space portal that appeared behind him. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. A violent chakra shock wave, carrying the power to destroy the world, rushed straight into the space portal like a roaring dragon. At the same time, a black and red space portal appeared behind Otsutsuki Urashiki's. Seiji's empty wall palm suddenly appeared from it and instantly hit Otsutsuki Urashiki's back. In an instant, a crackling sound like a broken mirror was heard around Otsutsuki Urashiki's body. Cracks in space appeared, and then recovered in an instant. Urashiki's injuries became even more serious. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki was indifferent to his own injuries. He used the thrust of Kiyoshi's attack to quickly close the distance between him and Kiyoshi, then raised his hand again, with his palm facing Kiyoshi. Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Soul. Otsutsuki Urashiki used the same trick again, but this time, his attack was accompanied by the power of space. The soul just now was just a misleading attack, the purpose of which was to make Kingsee think that his attack could be easily offset. But this time, the soul with the power of space cannot be easily resisted by Kingsee. The spatial blades with a hint of purple rushed towards Kingsee like a violent storm. Wherever they passed, cracked lines appeared in the space, as if the entire space was about to be torn into countless pieces. Each spatial blade flashed with a heart-pounding cold light, carrying endless murderous intent and aura of destruction, and the range of the attack was constantly expanding in the process of attack, as if to completely wipe Kingsee out between this world. Looking at the faintly shattered space, Kingsee's pupils shrank sharply. He felt the real danger. This attack was a little difficult to deal with. The space was on the verge of shattering before it even broke out. If he was hit, the worst result would probably be a minor injury. However, this is not a big problem for him. You know, the power of space is just restrained by his pure eye. Otsutsuki Urashiki is going to lose more than he gains this time. The void continued to vibrate, Kingsee retreated rapidly, and at the same time, the blue-green chakra aura on his body dissipated directly, his eyes changed from the Rinnegan to the pure eye, and he quickly gathered his pupil power. Although he can use the power of the pure eye and pupil techniques in the state of the samsara eye, if he wants to limit and dissolve an attack of such a large scale that carries the power of space, it would be more appropriate to remain in the state of the pure eye. After all, seeing through the trajectory of movement in time and space and restricting it is a unique ability of the pure eye. A water blue light bloomed, and invisible waves extended towards the attack coming from the front with Kingsee as the center. All of a sudden, all the oncoming spatial blades began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the chaotic space that was on the verge of breaking was fixed by the power of the pure eye. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands gently stroked the entire space, causing the fluctuating, distorted space to gradually return to calm and tranquility, and the wrinkles and cracks caused by the chakra fluctuations gradually disappeared under the power of the pure eye. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not understand the ability of the Byakugan well enough, otherwise he would not have used the Amsuharayasei no Mikoto with spatial power as the key to determine the outcome of his attempt. Otsutsuki Urashiki stared at Kiyoshi with a gloomy face. He never expected that the attack that consumed a large amount of his chakra could be easily resolved by the pure eye. Cough. Otsutsuki Urashiki spat out blood again, his face was grim, and he was a little angry. However, King Ji would not let him off. After resolving the previous attack, King Ji switched back to the Rinnegan again, activated the Rinnegan chakra mode, appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki, and punched him. Otsutsuki Urashiki glared at Kyoshi who had come in front of him, and instantly adjusted his state. His left arm transformed into a wing and blocked Kyoshi's punch. At the same time, he pushed out his right hand towards Kyoshi, with the purple light flashing in the palm of his hand. One of the truth-seeking jades behind him moved in sync with Kingxi's thoughts, transforming into a long sword and slashing towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's right wrist. In desperation, Otsutsuki Urashiki had to throw the purple chakra ball that had gathered in his palm at the oncoming truth-seeking jade sword to offset Kyoshi's attack. However, this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki revealed a flaw in front of Kyoshi. CG took advantage of the situation and grabbed Otsutsuki Urashiki's right hand with his remaining hand. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Lend me your hand." With the help of Otsutsuki Urashiki's right hand, Kyoshi formed the no seal and his cheeks puffed up slightly. Senjutsu. Storm release. Light Fang. A dazzling purple light spewed out from Kingxi's mouth, cutting through the sky like lightning, making bursts of sharp explosions, and hitting Otsutsuki Urashiki's face directly. This was an attack that CG had been planning for a long time. The chakra ray released by Senjutsu's Storm Release Light Fang was extremely fast. In addition, this attack was a close-range attack after controlling Otsutsuki Urashiki. Therefore, CG was confident that Otsutsuki Urashiki would not be able to dodge it. And the facts were just as Kingxi expected. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki had already sensed something was wrong when Kyoshi grabbed his hand, he had never seen such a fancy trick as using hands to make hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Moreover, before he traveled through time and space, when he was collecting intelligence in the ninja world, he always looked down on the various attributes of ninjutsu created by the ninja world. After all, the Otsutsuki clan's development of chakra is more applied to the abilities derived from their eye techniques, and their attacks are all large and wide, directly crushing by quantity. The sophistication of chakra is far inferior to that of ninjutsu. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki suffered a serious blow. If he had not subconsciously turned his head, Seiji's attack would probably have directly penetrated his head. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki only escaped the fate of having his head pierced through, and his right arm was directly cut off by Seiji's chakra ray. In an instant, blood gushed out from the broken arm like a flood, splashing in the air and forming shocking red arcs. The blood flowers blooming in the air seemed like blooming red lotuses, enchanting and weird. Blood splattered across the sky, and a sea of excruciating pain, as if millions of poisonous insects were gnawing at every inch of his skin and every nerve, quickly spread throughout Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, so that his body began to twitch involuntarily as a reflex, and he almost lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Otsutsuki Urashiki gritted his teeth, clenched his remaining left hand into a fist, his nails dug deep into his palm and blood oozed out. He forced himself to steady his body, activated his teleportation ability, and distanced himself from CG, then retreated violently. Just as Otsutsuki Urashiki and CG were fighting for their lives, the battle was getting louder and louder, and it affected most of the ninja world. Seiji's shadow clone and Otsutsuki Kagaya were almost reaching the sacred tree. Because both Seiji's shadow clone and Otsutsuki Kagaya deliberately concealed their breath and flew not far from the ground, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's full attention was focused on the fierce battle with Seiji's real body, and in Otsutsuki Urashiki's cognition, Otsutsuki Kagaya should have been seriously injured by his attack. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not realize that the chakra fruit of the divine tree, which he had been thinking about getting rid of CG first and then collecting, was about to fall into Otsutsuki Kagaya's hands. 3 breaths later, Seiji's shadow clone and Kagaya Otsutsuki arrived under the sacred tree that was so tall that it blocked out the sun. When Seiji's shadow clone and Otsutsuki Kagaya approached, the sacred tree seemed to sense the breath of its master. The trunk swayed gently, making a rustling sound, as if it was giving a warm greeting to its master, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya. Kingxi's shadow clone looked at Kagaya beside him with gentle eyes, nodded, and said softly, "Go." Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at CG affectionately, then slowly walked towards the location directly below the sacred tree. Stopping and standing still, Kagaya Otsutsuki looked up, her sight passing through the heavy branches and clouds, and looked at the chakra fruit shining with white light at the top of the sacred tree. The next moment, the chakra fruit sensed Kaguya Otsutsuki's call and slowly floated down from the top of the sacred tree, like a dazzling pearl, and fell steadily between Kaguya Otsutsuki's open hands. Kaguya Otsutsuki did not hesitate at all. She lowered her head and raised her jade hand, and put the chakra fruit containing endless power and mystery directly into her slightly opened, cherry-like lips. In an instant, time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything around seemed to be paused, falling into an eerie tranquility. The next moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki slowly raised her head, and her beautiful face became extremely solemn and dignified. A crack appeared in the center of her forehead, and then instantly expanded and opened, revealing eyes that were shining with scarlet light. Samsara Sharingan. Then, the wooden horns on Kaguya Otsutsuki's head began to change. As they grew larger, their length also doubled. Her clothes also instantly changed into the Otsutsuki clan's iconic white robe, which was embroidered with black megatama patterns. Her waterfall-like blue-white hair also began to grow again at the same time. Its length even exceeded her body, and it floated freely without wind. An extremely noble and transcendent aura emanated from Kaguya Otsutsuki's body, and the bloodline network was completed. Then, Kaguya Otsutsuki took off into the sky and soon reached a high altitude, muttering, "First, follow what we just agreed on and protect this world." As Kaguya Otsutsuki rose higher and higher, the sky, which had already become gloomy due to the increasingly fierce clash between Seiji and Otsutsuki Urashiki, became completely dark. Then, a blood moon with a scarlet glow appeared in the sky, dotted with 9 black megatama. Chapter 328. Because there is no moon in the ninja world, Kaguya Otsutsuki used the bloodline network Yomi Hirasaka to communicate with a star in outer space, using it as a medium to project the power of the Rinnegan on her forehead onto it. At the same time as the scarlet blood moon appeared in the sky of the ninja world, Kaguya Otsutsuki's majestic and indifferent voice also spread throughout the ninja world, "Light up this world. Infinite Tsukuyomi." As soon as the words fell, the scarlet blood moon instantly burst into an extremely dazzling white light, penetrating the clouds and shining on all creatures in the ninja world. Then, bathed in dazzling light, Kaguya Otsutsuki formed the Mi-Sei seal with both hands. The god of the tree world is born. Suddenly, wherever there were living creatures in the ninja world, the roots of the sacred tree broke out from the ground and wrapped around all the living creatures. Kaguya Otsutsuki's move was not to turn all humans into white zetsu, but to protect the nursery of the ninja world and the creatures living in the nursery as she and Seiji had just discussed. After all, for a planet, the creatures living on it are an indispensable part of the planet's ecology. If most of the creatures died in the aftermath of the battle between Seiji and Otsutsuki Urashiki, I'm afraid that for a long time, the ninja world would not be able to plant the sacred tree for the second time. Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki using infinite Tsukuyomi to end the war is also what would have happened in the original history. According to the precautions that need to be paid attention to when taking actions in the past era conveyed by the time and space moving treasure plow that Seiji just took out from the Takamaji Ehara space, as a person from the future, he cannot make any active interference in history, otherwise it is likely to have a huge impact on the future that has already happened. Therefore, Kaguya's behavior can be regarded as restoring the deviated history back to its normal development track. Seiji and Otsutsuki Urashiki, who were fighting fiercely in the air, stopped fighting tacitly and looked up at the sky at the same time after another fight when the light of infinite Tsukuyomi shone. When he saw the scarlet blood moon and the Rinnegan projected on the blood moon, Seiji couldn't help but smile, while Otsutsuki Urashiki was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Impossible! Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't accept it. He recognized that this was the ability of the bloodline network Infinite Tsukuyomi, and this also meant that the chakra fruit he had been thinking about was eaten. This situation was completely beyond Otsutsuki Urashiki's expectations. He never thought that things would develop like this. He had clearly planned everything before taking action, first to seriously injure Otsutsuki Kaguya, and then to harvest the chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Urashiki actively used Yomi Hirasaka in the space-time movement channel to cause the channel to vibrate and even break. Of course, he did so because he was confident enough that he could survive. The only thing he didn't expect was that the annoying Otsutsuki Seiji was lucky enough to survive the turbulence of time and space, and appeared in this era as well. He even became a couple with Otsutsuki Kaguya, the traitor who betrayed his clan. However, when Otsutsuki Urashiki found out that Seiji was there too, he didn't care too much. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya had been seriously injured by him, and there was only a wild Otsutsuki left. He was confident that he could easily control Cg. The development of things was not much different from what Otsutsuki Urashiki had originally expected. Although he was surprised that Qingxi's strength was comparable to or even slightly better than his in the crane form, he still had 2 trump cards that could instantly restore him to his full strength. Therefore, in the battle with Qingsi, he was very confident that he would be the final winner. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had been suppressed by Kiyoshi, was getting more and more angry, but he was always forbearing, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Kiyoshi. However, the sudden arrival of the white light of infinite Tsukuyomi that enveloped the entire ninja world really caught him off guard. Although the light of infinite Tsukuyomi did not have any offensive power to him who had the Rinnegan, it made all his plans come to nothing. Otsutsuki Urashiki realized instantly that Otsutsuki Kagaya had recovered and eaten the chakra fruit. There was no hope for him. After all, no matter how confident he is, he knows clearly that he can never be a match for Cg and Kagaya Otsutsuki, who has eaten the chakra fruit and achieved the bloodline network. As a result, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had lost hope, completely fell into madness. Without any hesitation, Otsutsuki Urashiki reached out and pulled out his left eye, which had returned to normal after he transformed into the crane form, and then swallowed it in one gulp. The empty eye socket in the left eye and the constantly flowing blood look extremely creepy. This is the reason why Otsutsuki Urashiki was confident that he could defeat Cg. After transforming into the crane form, although the Rinnegan in his original eyes could not be restored because they became the nourishment for transformation, the crane form still gave him a new pair of ordinary eyes. And this pair of eyes is his trump card, which can instantly restore him to his peak state, twice. Of course, this pair of eyes is dispensable to Otsutsuki Urashiki in the crane state. Its only function is probably to be used as a trump card to recover from injuries in battle. After all, whether it is for insight or to exert abilities, he uses the golden Rinnegan on his forehead. White heat rose from Otsutsuki Urashiki's body. The injuries he suffered and the chakra consumed in the battle were also recovering at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered to his peak condition. A majestic aura burst out from his body, an endless murderous intent filled the entire sky. Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled grimly at Cg, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared beside Cg, with purple lightning spewing from his palms. Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Soul. Several purple blade-shaped chakras hit Kiyoshige directly. This time, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not add any extra space force. After all, he already knew that he could not beat Kiyoshige, who had the pure eye in controlling the space force. Kingji is no longer sensitive to Otsutsuki Urashiki's onmyoji. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki only uses these few moves in battle. In this battle, Otsutsuki Urashiki has used the onmyoji move no less than 10 times. Although the form of the technique is different each time, it is indeed the same move. Pursing his lips speechlessly, Kingxi dodged and stepped back while clasping his hands. Immortal technique dissolving escape star blasting. Balls of highly corrosive acid were spat out from Kiyoshi's mouth like cannonballs, flying rapidly in the air and then colliding head-on with Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack. In an instant, deafening noises rang out one after another, countless sparks of explosions and chakra ripples burst out, and thick smoke scattered. Immediately afterwards, Kingji changed the movements of his hands and formed the SI seal. At the same time, the Samsara Eye locked onto Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was accumulating power for a new round of attack through the thick smoke produced by the explosion. Immortal technique, Ming Shenman. One after another, red torii gates fell from the sky towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's position, blocking all possible escape directions around Otsutsuki Urashiki. This is the most powerful sealing technique passed down by the Uzumaki clan that is specifically designed for tailed beasts. In desperation, Otsutsuki Urashiki had to give up the next attack that was not yet ready, and used his ability of short-distance teleportation to leave the spot. Otsutsuki Urashiki's original idea was to use Amsubami Ryasei no Mikoto to slightly distract Cg, so as to buy time to charge the attack he really wanted to perform, Amsubami Ryasei no Mikoto. The power of the move Tensuharayasei no Mikoto, Ryugu, is directly related to the amount of chakra infused by the practitioner. In the previous battle, Otsutsuki Urashiki had used this move directly without any charging, but was blocked by Cg. Therefore, in order to kill Kingxi, he must use the Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Ryugu, to its maximum power, and this will take about 10 seconds to charge. But 10 seconds can be said to be a huge flaw in a 6 paths level battle, so Otsutsuki Urashiki needs to make a feint to buy time. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki was destined to miscalculate. Not only did Seiji easily resolve his attack, he also used a sealing technique to suppress him. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't know much about the Myojinman, through the insight of the golden samsara eye on his forehead, he could clearly sense that once he was hit by the Myojinman, his actions would inevitably be affected to a certain extent, and then what was waiting for him would be Seiji's violent and stormy attack. At this time, a black pixel-shaped space portal slowly twisted and opened beside Seiji. Otsutsuki Urashiki watched this scene, and the pupil of his remaining right eye couldn't help but shrink violently. He was very familiar with this move. It was the bloodline net he also mastered, Yozen Hirasaka. The figure of Kagaya Otsutsuki slowly floated out from Yaizaka, and the terrifying aura of the 6 paths level that had achieved the bloodline network continued to echo between heaven and earth. At the same time, King C also learned about Kagaya's situation because of the active dissipation of the shadow clone. King C turned his head and looked at Kagaya, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. After eating the chakra fruit, Kagaya Otsutsuki became more charming. Kagaya Otsutsuki didn't even look at Otsutsuki Urashiki, but took the initiative to come to Seiji and took Seiji's hand. The chakras of the two were instantly connected together. With the help of Kagaya, the chakra that Seiji consumed in the battle was quickly restored. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya did not take any further action and was instead being affectionate with Seiji, Otsutsuki Urashiki could not help but get furious. He felt that he was being looked down upon, but he still suppressed his anger. This happened to give him enough time to complete his accumulation of power. Otsutsuki Urashiki stretched his hands forward with purple chakra flickering in his palms. With the continuous infusion of chakra, a destructive aura continued to condense, and its power and oppression became more and more serious. The dark and gloomy sky suddenly seemed to be torn open by a huge hole. A giant oarfish with a huge body and a deep black and purple body, like a mythical beast, slowly emerged from the crack. Its body was hundreds of meters long, like a moving hill. Then, a highly compressed but also extremely huge purple-red chakra ball appeared in front of the giant oarfish's mouth. Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Ryagyu. Along with Otsutsuki Urashiki's roar, a purple-red chakra ball with a diameter of about 100 meters slammed towards the position of Seiji and Kagaya. Sensing this overwhelming pressure, Seiji knew that he could not withstand Otsutsuki Urashiki's fatal blow, so he signaled to Kagaya with his eyes, asking her if she could withstand this move. Looking at her man's inquiring eyes, Kagaya smiled and nodded slightly. The feeling of being relied on by King C was so wonderful. Seeing Kagaya nod, King C smiled helplessly, but his smile was full of doting. It's not shameful to be a gigolo of Kagaya. According to Kishimoto's setting in the comics, Kagaya Otsutsuki's experience should be that she ate the chakra fruit, used the infinite moon reading to pacify the war, erased the memories of most humans and released them, was honored as the goddess of the rabbit and then got pregnant with the blessing of the ninja world and humans, gave birth to Hagoromo and Hamura and divided the chakra between the two, worried that the golden grape trio would come to capture her and also became greedy for the chakra fruit, and made the white zetsu weapon through the sacred tree while waiting for the new chakra fruit to be bred. Chapter 329. Kagaya Otsutsuki continued to hold hands calmly with Seiji, and at the same time gently raised her free hand and aimed it at the huge purple-red chakra ball falling from the sky. The chakra in her body instantly gushed out and continued to gather in the palm of her hand. Although she had just mastered this move after eating the chakra fruit, the way to use it seemed to be deeply engraved in her blood, and she did not feel unfamiliar at all. This is the power of the chakra fruit. The abilities mastered by the bloodline network are achieved by swallowing the chakra fruit. No training is required and it can be said that one has a very high level of proficiency right from the start. My dear, look carefully. This is my bloodline network. With veins quietly appearing beside her eyes, Kagaya Otsutsuki opened her Byakugan and spoke softly to Seiji, as if she was showing off to her man. 80 God's aerial attack. Along with a delicate cry from Kagaya Otsutsuki's cold voice, the chakra gathered in her palms was released all at once. Suddenly, countless powerful translucent fists appeared in the void and hit the huge purple-red chakra ball directly. Boom! 80 God's air strike collided head-on with Msuharayasei Meiryugu. In an instant, an extremely dazzling light burst out from the center of the impact, accompanied by a loud noise like piercing the clouds and splitting the rocks. Two chakra light balls with a diameter of about 100 meters continued to squeeze each other. The chakra tide caused by the violent collision, like a surging tsunami, spread wildly around with overwhelming force. In an instant, a terrifying storm suddenly formed, like a demon from the abyss of hell roaring and raging. Wherever it passed, the space was shaken and distorted to the extreme, on the verge of collapse and shattering. The ground below was even more overwhelmed. Under the impact of this violent force, thick cracks appeared in an instant, and dust flew, covering the sky and the sunday. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face looked very ugly at this time. In addition to the bloodline network ability of Yoshimi Hirasaka, the traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya also mastered the powerful physical bloodline network ability of 80 Gods Air Strike. The two extremely terrifying techniques were constantly squeezing each other in the air. Blue veins kept popping up on Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead. He was trying his best to use all his strength and burst out all his chakra, trying to use his Tensuharayasei no Mikoto, Ryugu to break Otsutsuki Kagaya's 80 Gods Air attack. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face was ferocious and he roared madly. However, this was just Otsutsuki Urashi's impotent rage. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, with Otsutsuki Kagaya's sudden exertion of force, the 80 Gods Air Strike that was originally evenly matched between the two instantly overwhelmed the Tensuharayasei no Mikoto Ryugu, went upstream, and pushed the huge purple-red chakra ball back bit by bit. According to the law that the left side of the wave must lose, no matter how Otsutsuki Urashiki roared and howled, 80 Gods Air Strike still firmly and slowly pushed Tensuharayasei no Mikoto Ryugu back. The left side has always lost in the game, except for that pig Dinah, I'm so annoyed. JPG. In the end, countless translucent chakra fists, pushing huge purple-red chakra balls, slammed heavily into Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, instantly submerging Otsutsuki Urashiki. Boom! There was another loud noise that resounded throughout the ninja world. Otsutsuki Urashiki could no longer hold on to the control of Tensubami Ryasei no Mikoto, Ryugu. The huge purple-red chakra sphere exploded right in front of him. In an instant, an extremely dazzling white light suddenly bloomed in the air, like a dazzling pearl, emitting a dazzling brilliance, illuminating everything as bright as day, and hovering quietly in the sky, without dissipating for a long time. Otsutsuki Urashiki rushed out in a very embarrassed state, his body covered in blood, his chest heaving violently. Suffering from the backlash of his own attack, Otsutsuki Urashiki was in an unprecedented state, no worse than Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was seriously injured by him before, and he was about to faint. Otsutsuki Urashiki stretched out his hand tremblingly, pulled out the last right eye, then put it into his mouth and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, with white heat rising, Otsutsuki Urashiki's originally precarious state returned to its peak state. Kiyoshi and Kagaya held hands and watched Otsutsuki Urashiki recover from his injuries leisurely. On the one hand, the two of them are now enough to crush Otsutsuki Urashiki. Even if Otsutsuki Urashiki recovers to his full strength, he can only launch another 80 Gods Air Strike. On the other hand, the distance between Otsutsuki Urashiki and the two of them was a bit far at this time. Even if they used Yomi Hirasaka to transfer directly there, it would be too late to arrive before Otsutsuki Urashiki recovered to his full strength. Therefore, the two of them simply did not take any further action and allowed Otsutsuki Urashiki to swallow his last eye to recover from his injuries. However, this was also the last life of Otsutsuki Urashiki. All he had left now was the golden Rinnegan on his forehead. Although this golden Rinnegan could be swallowed to recover from injuries, if Otsutsuki Urashiki really did so, it would be no different from suicide. After all, the golden Rinnegan, in addition to being the eye used for insight in the crane form, was also the essence of Otsutsuki Urashiki's strength. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, Otsutsuki Urashiki only has one life left. However, even though Kagaya and Seiji allowed Otsutsuki Urashiki to recover from his injuries, it does not mean that they will not take other actions. As a large amount of eye power continued to flow into the Rinnegan on her forehead, Kagaya locked onto Otsutsuki Urashiki in the distance and activated her other bloodline net ability. Aim no Michu. The Book of Formations evaluation of Ten no Michu, weaving space freely, the power of the ancestor's magical power after opening his eyes. The space changed in an instant, and Otsutsuki Kagaya took Seiji with her and forcibly transferred Otsutsuki Urashiki to the space that belonged to her. In the new space, the ground is covered with triangular protrusions that are jagged and rise and fall like mini pyramids. It is the supergravity space controlled by Kagaya's Aim no Minika. As soon as Seiji, Kagaya and Otsutsuki Urashiki entered the supergravity space, they were instantly suppressed by the terrifying gravity and half knelt on the ground. The sudden change of space and environment made Otsutsuki Urashiki extremely uncomfortable, and a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. However, Seiji and Kaguya were in a much better relationship. After all, this was Kaguya's space and her home court. Furthermore, the two of them were connected by chakras and were in a state of telepathy. Kaguya had already informed Seiji of her next move through the chakra link, so Seiji had already prepared to deal with gravity in advance. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had just recovered to his full strength, was half kneeling on the ground in the supergravity space, suppressed by the terrifying gravity that was as powerful as mountains and seas. Every movement became extremely slow, as if he was carrying an extremely heavy mountain on his back. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki had an indescribable look of horror on his face, and he took a breath unconsciously. The cool air was like an icy current that rushed straight into the top of his head. Immediately, a chill quickly spread from the top of his head to his entire body, making his scalp numb instantly, as if countless steel needles were piercing him at the same time. He recognized that this ability that forced him to transfer to another dimension was the bloodline-sustaining ability called Aim no Mika that he had heard of in his clan. Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart was completely panicked. He never thought that the chakra fruit bred in the ninja world would be so powerful that it could bring about such a drastic change in Otsutsuki Kaguya's strength. You know, even he, a genius of the Otsutsuki clan, only mastered one bloodline ability after eating a chakra fruit given by the clan. How could the traitor Kaguya Otsutsuki possess so many bloodline abilities? Is there really such a big difference between chakra fruit and chakra fruit? Otsutsuki Urashiki was confused. However, if Seiji and Kaguya heard what Otsutsuki Urashiki was thinking at this moment, they would probably tell him without hesitation that, yes, there is a difference between chakra fruits, and the chakra fruits bred in the ninja world can allow Otsutsuki Kaguya to do whatever she wants. Seeing Otsutsuki Urashiki lying prone under the pressure of gravity and having difficulty moving, Kaguya's beautiful face showed a hint of smile. Although she and Seiji were in the same situation, if she had no support, how could she use Aim no Micha to transfer to the supergravity space? What she wanted was to use the terrifying gravity of the supergravity space to prevent Otsutsuki Urashiki from making any effective evasive or defensive moves. You know, the bloodline network she possesses has several abilities that can be easily displayed in this kind of environment. The next move is to send that damned guy Otsutsuki Urashiki to his death. Kaguya Otsutsuki originally wanted to use the jointly killing ashes to grind Otsutsuki Urashiki to ashes, but Seiji stopped her in time, because Otsutsuki Urashiki still had a great use, and he was an important material for Seiji's little 10 tails to transform into the divine tree. Therefore, Kaguya Otsutsuki switched to another move, the bloodline net, which was not fatal but was enough to stop Otsutsuki Urashiki's actions. The blue-white long hair like a waterfall rose up without wind as if violating the rules of gravity, and then turned into sharp thorns. With the cooperation of the Byakugan, it shot straight towards the acupuncture points all over Otsutsuki Urashiki's body. Rabbit hair needle. Watching the rabbit hair needles attacking him crazily, Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't help but become completely numb. Having been shocked by Otsutsuki Kaguya several times in a row, he was no longer surprised that Otsutsuki Kaguya once again demonstrated a new bloodline network ability. In an instant, densely packed thorn spikes, with a whistling sound like breaking through the air, pierced into the body of Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was having difficulty moving, and turned him into a hedgehog. And when Otsutsuki Urashiki was hit, invisible pupil power fluctuations spread, and Kaguya, with Kyoji and Otsutsuki Urashiki, whose movements were blocked by the rabbit hair needle, changed the space again. This time, we came to the core of Kaguya's Aim no Michu, which was also the original space that Kaguya had before she achieved the bloodline network, and was constructed through her special ability. Ah! All of Otsutsuki Urashiki's acupuncture points were hit by the rabbit hair needles and his movements were completely locked. He fell to the ground powerlessly and let out a painful whimper. However, Seiji and Kaguya ignored him and looked at each other, with victorious smiles on their faces at the same time. The outcome is decided, Otsutsuki Urashiki is finished. Then, Kingji raised his left hand and released the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction, pulling the immobile Otsutsuki Urashiki over. At the same time, he opened his right hand, and light blue chakra fire ignited on the 5 fingers. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. Kingji's right hand pressed hard on Otsutsuki Urashiki's abdomen. Soon, the black sealing rune spread to Otsutsuki Urashiki's whole body, further blocking the flow of chakra in his body. Otsutsuki Urashiki howled in pain once again, and the golden samsara eyes on his forehead stared at CG with a murderous look in his eyes. Kiyoshige ignored Otsutsuki Urashiki's vicious look, but continued to perform sealing techniques. After all, for a 6 paths level Otsutsuki, one can never be too careful, even though Otsutsuki Urashiki has now lost the ability to move and his chakra has been sealed by Kiyoshige. Chapter 330. Although it is not impossible to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki and then bring his body back to be devoured by the 10 tails. But Kiyoshi knew that it would be more beneficial for the transformation of the 10 tails if the Otsutsuki used as a sacrifice was alive. Therefore, when the situation was already decided and Otsutsuki Urashiki had lost the power to resist, Kiyoshi finally decided to bring the living Otsutsuki Urashiki back and let the 10 tails eat him alive. However, he was afraid that Otsutsuki Urashiki would cause trouble, so in order to let Otsutsuki Urashiki die peacefully, CG put layer after layer of seals on Otsutsuki Urashiki's body and used all the sealing techniques he knew. This is a temporary solution. Kingxi said softly to Kagaya, under normal circumstances, it will take a long time for the Otsutsuki clan to arrive. Yes. Kagaya exclaimed. This Otsutsuki Urashiki came from the future through time and space. Although he has been defeated, the Otsutsuki Urashiki of the past still exists in this time and space. It's just that the Otsutsuki Urashiki of this time and space is still unknown in which corner of the universe to carry out the Otsutsuki clan's mission. However, with the experience of this battle, Kagaya Tsutsuki also knew the approximate level of her strength. Although she still lacks experience in fighting the enemy, she is very strong and has mastered multiple bloodline network abilities. She can definitely crush the enemy head-on in a fair and square battle. After all, the fighting style of Momoshiki Tsutsuki, Kinshiki Tsutsuki and Urashiki Tsutsuki is all about this kind of bold and aggressive fighting. What's more, her man is equally strong, and can fight back and forth with Otsutsuki Urashiki in the crane state. Moreover, when the natural energy of the ninja world recovers a little, she can plant the sacred tree for the second time, and then give the newly bred chakra fruit to CG to eat. Thinking of this, Kagaya couldn't help but tighten the hand that was holding Kiyoshi's. She felt that the luckiest thing about coming to the ninja world was meeting Kiyoshi and becoming husband and wife with Kiyoshi. Kingxi felt Kagaya's feelings and looked at her tenderly, his eyes filled with love. Being with Kagaya was also the luckiest thing for him after traveling through time and space and going back 1,000 years ago. Immediately afterwards, Kingxi turned sideways, put his arms around Kagaya's slender and soft waist, and kissed her directly. Realizing what Kingxi was thinking, Kagaya blushed slightly and slowly closed her pure white eyes. Their lips seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly, little by little, approaching each other. Their breathing became more and more rapid, as if they could hear the sound of each other's hearts beating violently. As the distance continued to shorten, the ambiguous and passionate atmosphere became more and more intense. Finally, when their lips were only millimeters apart, both of them could clearly feel the other's warm breath gently brushing against their skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Immediately, without any gap between them, their lips were pressed tightly together, as if all the emotions were vented and released in this kiss. After expressing their love to each other, the two people remembered at this time that there was a sealed Otsutsuki Urashiki on the ground next to them, and all their conversations and actions just now were heard and seen by Otsutsuki Urashiki. After all, the seal only restricted Otsutsuki Urashiki's movements and the chakra in his body, but his 5 senses still existed, and CG and Kagaya did not deliberately block Otsutsuki Urashiki. Kagaya glared at Kingxi, with a hint of barely perceptible shyness in her eyes. She bit her lips lightly, a hint of shyness appeared on her face, and a faint blush appeared on her face, just like peach blossoms blooming in spring, delicate and moving. Being intimate in front of her enemy, Otsutsuki Urashiki, still made her feel a little awkward and uncomfortable. CG turned his head, shifted his eyes away from Kagaya, and changed the subject calmly. Next, he was going to put Otsutsuki Urashiki into his Takamagahara space. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The yellow Rinnegan on the forehead of Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was sealed by CG layer by layer, suddenly lit up, and an extremely violent aura began to expand rapidly. The next second, cracks appeared on the yellow Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead, and then it shattered. Suddenly, an inexplicable fluctuation of time and space quickly spread out in the starting space with Otsutsuki Urashiki as the center. And when this space-time fluctuation swept over Kingxi, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on Kingsee's body. Kagaya and Seiji's expressions changed at the same time, and they immediately saw through Otsutsuki Urashiki's sinister intentions. The spreading space-time fluctuations are not aggressive, but their only function is to stimulate the space-time force in Kingsea that does not belong to this space-time, thereby causing Kingsea to be repelled by this space-time and forced to return to the original space-time. Transcription seal. Kingsea looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki, whose body was covered with black sealing runes, with an ugly expression and said hatefully. He didn't expect that such an arrogant person like Otsutsuki Urashiki would use such a method and trick him. For the Otsutsuki clan, the transcription seal is certainly not a very advanced eye technique, so it is natural that Otsutsuki Urashiki has mastered it. When the light of infinite Tsukuyomi shone, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already given up any hope of seizing the chakra fruit. That damn Otsutsuki Seiji was as strong as him, and there was also Otsutsuki Kagaya, who, although he did not take her seriously, had just eaten the chakra fruit and achieved the bloodline network. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to admit that he could not defeat the combined strength of these two. But he was unwilling to give up. He came to this era 1,000 years ago with full confidence. How could he escape in such a disgrace? Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had two trump cards that could instantly restore him to his full strength, wanted to make a last attempt. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki still had a glimmer of hope that a miracle would happen. What if, by chance, he won? However, having said that, in order to have enough escape route, Otsutsuki Urashiki still took out an insurance policy for himself. After all, he was too confident before, so much so that he never carefully looked for a suitable tool and never carved a wedge that could revive him. So, while swallowing his left eye to turn it into energy to heal his injuries, Otsutsuki Urashiki quietly set up a pupil technique in the golden rin-egan on his forehead, at the cost of shattering the golden rin-egan, that would be enough to fully stimulate the force of time and space that did not belong to this time and space that was wrapped around him, and set it to activate automatically after 5 minutes. This can also be said to be a mutual destruction tactic. After all, Kiyoshi, like him, does not belong to this time and space. Once Otsutsuki Urashiki's power of time and space erupts, Kiyoshi will inevitably be affected as well. Both he and Kiyoshi will be rejected by this time and space, and eventually return to their original time and space together. And when they return to their original time and space, he had countless ways to get rid of Seiji's pursuit and escape from the ninja world to return to the Otsutsuki clan. After all, Seiji did not master the bloodline Nat Yosen Hirasaka like Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, how could the eye technique released by a 6 paths level Otsutsuki at the cost of his own strongest eye be as simple as just causing fluctuations in the power of time and space and forcing people who do not belong to this time and space to return to their original time and space? Deep down in Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart, he actually looked down on Seiji, a wild Otsutsuki. But now he was humiliated by this wild Otsutsuki he looked down upon. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki was extremely angry, and it could even be said that he had never been so angry in his long life. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki poured all his power of time and space into this eye technique, so that even if Seiji traveled through time and space again to return to the era 1,000 years ago, he would still be repelled by the past time and space. After all, he knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya would eventually end up being sealed. Therefore, as long as Seiji can no longer go back to the past, Seiji and Kagaya will be separated for at least 1,000 years, or even forever. This is the most vicious curse that he, the Honorable Lord Otsutsuki Urashiki, has bestowed on Seiji and Kagaya, two extremely damnable people. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki has already made a plan. As long as he successfully returns to the original time and space, he will immediately get rid of Seiji and return to the Otsutsuki clan to get people. He would rather reveal the special nature of the ninja world to the clan and contribute this extremely energy-rich nursery of the ninja world, and he must make Seiji and Kagaya pay the price. In this way, Otsutsuki Urashiki had enough escape routes. Even if he was defeated by the combined forces of Kagaya and Seiji in the following battle, with his trump card of instantly recovering by swallowing his own eyes, he was still confident that he could hold on for 5 minutes until his preset eye technique was activated. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki eventually failed. He was too confident and never thought that after eating the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength would be so abnormal that she could master several bloodline abilities. Thus, Otsutsuki Urashiki was defeated gorgeously. First, Otsutsuki Kagaya's 80 Gods air attack blew up his Amsuharayasei no Mikoto, Ryagyu head-on, then he was forcibly taken to a super-gravity space by Aim no Michu, and finally his movements were sealed by a rabbit hair needle. Fortunately, the eye technique he delayed through the transcription seal was not affected by the seal, and even if he was killed, as long as his golden samsara eye still existed, the eye technique he transcribed in it would be activated as usual. Therefore, the retreat that Otsutsuki Urashiki had originally prepared for himself was still activated by accident. After all, as long as Otsutsuki Urashiki's body was still useful to Kiyoshi, Kiyoshi would inevitably be calculated by Otsutsuki Urashiki's last move. Otsutsuki Urashiki, whose movements and chakra were sealed by Kiyoshi and whose body was covered with black sealing runes, had lost his sight because he had lost his eyes, but his perception was still there. He rushed towards Kiyoshi with great difficulty, and while blood continued to flow out of the corners of his mouth, he forced out a smile full of sarcasm. Although he got himself trapped and lost hope of survival, he did disgust Ching Si and successfully sent Ching Si back to the original time and space. However, this excellent nursery of the ninja world and the chakra fruits it nurtures have nothing to do with Otsutsuki Urashiki anymore, and the task of punishing those two damn guys, Seiji and Kagaya, can only be handed over to the duo of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who will come to the ninja world to investigate later. In the space of the original ball, the fluctuations of time and space became more and more violent, and the white light flashing on Kingsi's body became more and more dazzling. Kingsi tried his best to control his emotions and not let any feeling of parting show on his face. Although he was reluctant to leave, he had no choice. He could not ignore Otsutsuki Urashiki's final eye technique at this moment, so he had to return to his original time and space. But this is not a big deal for Kingsi. After all, after he goes back, it won't take long for him to rescue his Kagaya from the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. But this is going to be hard for Kagaya. For Kagaya, it would be 1,000 years before she met Seiji again. In the chakra connection, Seiji transmitted all his love for Kagaya without reservation, and then after hugging and kissing Kagaya tightly, his figure gradually began to become blurred. Just before leaving, the eye technique Takamaji Ehara was activated, and Seiji put his trophy, Otsutsuki Urashiki, into the Takamaji Ehara space. Sorry. Kagaya. Let's meet again in 1,000 years. As soon as the words fell, Seiji's figure completely disappeared in front of Kagaya.